Good morning. Welcome to the third and final day of Belgrade Security Conference. On the very beginning, we will be dealing with Good Friday Agreement, 25 years since it was struck. What challenges it represents today, what Brexit brought to this agreement, and what conclusions can be drawn from it for the conflicts all across the world and especially in this region. The speakers in this panel will be Peter Sherlow, Director of University of Liverpool's Institute of Irish Studies. Mr. Sherlow will be joining us online. Sally Exworthy, Head of Negotiations and Peace Processes Department, UK Government's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And Mr. David Cooney, former career diplomat of the Irish Foreign Office. This panel will be moderated by Sofia Todorovic, Program Director of Youth Initiative for Human Rights. Please take the floor.
Okay, so I think that we have a really easy topic for this early morning. So I will actually, without further ado, start by maybe asking a question and trying to introduce everyone into the topic that we'll be jointly discussing today. In the very beginning, in the introduction, actually we said that it's 25 years since the agreement was made, and actually it put an end to a violence that was happening for, well, 30 and something years, if we take the formal start of the troubles as 1960s. And then we had this agreement that is usually widely perceived as a success. And I would really like that we discuss this further to see why is it a success, and are there still some things that should be discussed or emphasized, and challenges that could be overcome in the future. So since we all know that the agreements do not fall from the sky, in a way. And in 1998, actually, when the agreement was reached, it was a multi-party agreement, if I agreed. So it actually included wider scale, actually, of actors who somehow joined and participated in the agreement itself. It was also followed by 2 referendums. But I'm maybe curious to know now, what were the efforts that were made towards reaching the agreement before the agreement itself? What do you see as the preconditions that were already there on the ground? And what do you see as efforts that enabled that this agreement actually lives now for 25 years, even though maybe at that moment that was not that everybody actually believed? So maybe I will start with Sally.
Thank you. So I can mention some of the factors. There were lots of factors, and I'm sure my colleagues will mention others. So, I mean, I think we talk a lot about ripeness for an agreement. So perhaps this was a moment when the parties felt that they were not achieving their aims by other means, and they were ready to contemplate negotiations. But then there was also a lot of work that went into the agreement even before the multi-party negotiations. So many of the ideas, or many of the kind of core features of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement were worked out many years before. So, for example, the Sunningdale Agreement of 1973 had, established the idea of power sharing. I mean, that agreement was not a success, but the idea of power sharing was established then. And in the series of agreements, the Downing Street Declaration and the agreements that ran up to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, much of the substance was worked out, but what wasn't there was maybe the political will to make this agreement. I think for me, the thing that really changed the nature of the negotiations was making them inclusive, and so inclusive in different ways. I mean, bringing Sinn Féin into the negotiations was obviously key, because you had to have the parties, all the parties, there to be able to make the deal. You couldn't make the deal without them. But also the talks were inclusive in other ways. So, for example, there was the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition that was part of the multi-party talks, and they were a different sort of group. They were cross-community. They were focused particularly on victims. And so they were bringing a different perspective. And I think they played, I was not part of the negotiations, unlike my colleague, but I think they played an important role in bringing a different focus, arguing from a different point of view. So I mentioned these couple of elements and perhaps leave others to explore other elements.
Actually, you now mentioned this part about the women and, for example, the role of women associations of victims, if I understood correctly, in the process. But my feeling when I was in Northern Ireland was that the main actors in this process before the agreement and after the agreement were not just like the victims, like civilian victims, but also fighters. So maybe to elaborate that and to actually reflect on that, I will maybe now go to David and ask also if he can add what was this conflict about, between whom, because we usually here make parallels between the conflicts that we have here in the Balkans, but I would really like to that we go into depth of this conflict. What was it about?
Well, I mean, fundamentally the conflict would go back to the partition of Ireland in 1921, and where you basically had two states being established. One which was established specifically on a sectarian head count, 2 to 1 in Northern Ireland in favour of Protestantism. It was established on the basis of being a state that would maintain as a state where the Protestant community would basically be in control. On the other side of the border, you had a state that, as a result of partition, effectively became a state dominated by the Catholic Church and the whole ethos of Catholicism. So the two parts of Ireland grew fundamentally apart. The actual trigger for the conflict was really civil rights issues, because there was endemic discrimination against the Catholic community in the north. It was self-governing, to be frank and fair to the British government. They largely left Northern Ireland to get on with itself. Britain had an awful lot of other distractions, not least a world war and many other colonial issues. So you had fairly systematic discrimination in terms of employment, human rights, housing, voting, and this led to protests in the late 60s that quickly developed into, if you like, an intercommunal conflict with the police, which were very much dominated by the Protestant community. The British Army went in to try and restore order, and then that quickly developed into a conflict in which nationalist forces, the IRA, started, if you like, a campaign of violence against the British Army with a view to getting the British Army to withdraw from Northern Ireland. You had, as Sally has mentioned, long efforts to establish a political process, the Sunningdale Agreement as early as 1973. None of these agreements worked. As much as anything, because they were partial, those who were involved in violence were outside the process. So the Good Friday Agreement, if you like, brought together the political and the, I can say military, if you like, but it sought to resolve at one single go, in a comprehensive way, the political issues and the issue of political violence. And as of now, it's probably been more successful in terms of ending violence than it has to resolving all the political issues, because I'm very much aware, I'm here talking about the Good Friday Agreement at a moment where the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement are more or less in abeyance as a result of the outworkings of Brexit.
Maybe now is the time also to include Peter, actually. So Peter, do you think that the political will was the key for reaching the agreement, or you think that there were also other preconditions that contributed that we have actually that political will in that moment of time?
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies I can't be with you. I have my own global disorder, which is COVID. one of the things I think was really, really important to say here is the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland never supported violence. And I think it's also very important to make it clear that the vast majority of victims of the conflict were civilians. And there was, despite what groups claimed, that was always the case. And it was also always the case that people, even within the paramilitary groups, loyalists, those who wish to remain in Northern Ireland, and Republicans, those who wish to unite Ireland, did not have higher levels of support, did not have the high levels of support they claimed. I think there are several things that brought about the peace process, one of which was security. Basically, the non-state actors, the paramilitary groups, were highly infiltrated by the British state, and in terms of people who were informants and were passing information back to the state. The state was able to, for example, tamper with weapons, and through those informants, they were able to, for example, to disarm Semtex. They were able to disarm weaponry. So they actually made the capacity of engaging in violence much less capable. And I think that's crucially important. There was a security aspect here. It was a very, at times, pernicious aspect of the conflict, because some of those informants were also at the same time murdering people. But I think the main thing is proven by what's happened in Northern Ireland. So the argument I would make is it was never a conflict to which the majority of people subscribed. Today we have, for example, since 1972, for example, the police seized 20,000 kilograms of explosives. Last year, the police seized 1 kilogram. There's been a 90% decline in conflict-related violence. There's been a 65% decline in sectarian violence. Belfast is now a major tourist site. When I was young and a car pulled up behind you, the steps you would take were big ones. When a car pulls up behind you in Belfast now, it's probably a tourist who's lost. Belfast is the 7th best performing economy in the UK. It is only bettered by regions around London and in London. We are the biggest site for foreign direct investment in fintech, and we are a world leader in cybersecurity. In 1998, the year of the Belfast Agreement, we did a survey of citizens of Northern Ireland. 33% believed that the other side were victims. Today, that is 78% across all communities. So one of the other things that has happened in Northern Ireland has been the breaking down of the binary, Catholic, Protestant, United Ireland, staying in the UK. We have seen this politically. Nearly 1 in 5 people now vote for non-constitutional parties. We have more relationships across the sectarian divide, adult relationships. So the success of the Good Friday Agreement is proven in the fact that the majority of people wanted to get on with their lives. They wanted safety, they wanted security, they wanted prosperity. And I think it's very important to also point out that the violence was not between communities. A lot of paramilitary violence was upon its own community. For example, 1/5 of the IRA's victims were Catholics, and 1/5 of loyalist victims were Catholics. So the binary is not a reality. It was a level of violence, especially in deprived working class communities, that people simply did not want to live through.
May I have one follow-up question? Was that the lack of willingness actually of people to get engaged into violent action? Was that maybe the reason why the referendum actually was held after the agreement? So we had April 1989, the agreement, and then we had like referendums held in Northern Ireland and Ireland, because usually when we discuss about this kind of the agreements that should put an end to a conflict, at least, and I'm again going from this regional perspective here in the Balkans, we always talk about the referendums before this. So we have like the suggestion of the agreement, then we ask people on referendum, and then if people say yes, then we accept it. Why in Northern Ireland was somehow different?
Well, it came after, the point that Sally made. Came after very long, protracted negotiations, which brought the main actors and also those who were representative of peace and moving Northern Irish society on. I think you've got to realise that, the talks had to go the way they did, and the referendum had to come afterwards because there had to be a lot of confidence building. As you know, conflicts are incredibly intimate. The majority of us had a friend or a family member killed in the conflict, and aspects of the conflict included things which I agreed with, the release of political prisoners. And it had to be a package that had to be put together, a bit like a box of chocolates. Some of us like this type of chocolate, some of us like that type of chocolate. Because, I think if we were honest, anybody who voted for that agreement, there was some aspect in that agreement that you didn't like. But I go back to my point, which I think is the critical point. Civil society in Northern Ireland did not want there to be a conflict. Trade unions, women's groups, peace groups, the churches, general, 5/8, as we would say, normal people just simply did not want to live through this conflict. It was a conflict that was targeted at civilians. The point you made earlier on, very few paramilitaries died in our conflict compared to the number of civilians or members of the security forces. And I think also there was a great desire to disentangle, because men probably in the 65 to 75 age range, a quarter of those men in Northern Ireland were either paramilitaries or members of the security forces. That had a major impact upon people's family lives. It had a major impact upon the way in which society operated. And I think, the referendum had to come after the negotiations, because we really had to put together a range of competing interests. And, one of the things that really helped here was when the Irish state removed its claim over Northern Ireland as a territory of Ireland. That was symbolic. So the framing of this was actually an understanding of the local intricacies of the conflict, and I think that's very important to know.
May I add to that?
Yes.
So I think there was, you asked why the referendum came afterwards, not before. I mean, there were elections to the Northern Ireland Forum, so people were able to elect the parties that then took part in the talks. And for example, in the case of the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition, that wasn't an established political party, but the women decided that they wanted to form a party so they could be part of the talks. And they did it on a different basis. It wasn't representing one community or the other, it was cross-community. So there was, and I think there still is in Northern Ireland, this very strong civil society involvement in the peace process, and indeed since the agreement in trying to build peace. Civil society is very active. And for me, that's... When we think about peace processes, we often say, well, they've got to be between, the people involved have got to be the combatants or the people who are parties to the conflict, and that's correct. And obviously, it was a big change in Northern Ireland when the combatants became involved in the peace process. But it's also important to have civil society there, because they represent the majority who don't want this conflict, as Peter has said, and those people need to have a voice too, so that you don't end up with a deal that just suits the combatants, but that actually is something that serves the wider constituency of the people living in the place.
And actually, that leads me to the next question that I wanted to ask you. You also mentioned in the first part that this inclusiveness was also one of the preconditions for the agreement. So I would now like that we make a new step. So we have the agreement, and it lasts for 25 years. What do you see as the main reasons why this agreement succeeded to be maintained, because I don't believe that agreements maintain themselves, to be maintained for the 25 years and to be, if we went back to what David said, successful in a way? Who are the key players?
So, the agreement itself, so I think this agreement was very creative insofar as it found ways of addressing some of the issues that were where both sides made concessions. I mean, Peter has referred to the change in the Irish constitution to remove the claim to the territory of Northern Ireland. You know, the principle of consent was established and balanced with the principle of self-determination. So it found ways, both sides had to move, but it found ways of, creative ways of giving the parties what they wanted, but not everything, obviously, that they wanted. And so it became, what has happened is that, what should happen is that people can express their political aspirations through the political process. And the political process perhaps hasn't been 100% a success in Northern Ireland, because I think the institutions have been not sitting longer than they've been sitting, if I'm right. But there is a political means of expressing people's aspirations, either to stay part of the union with the United Kingdom or to join Ireland. But I mean, when you go to Northern Ireland, I know you've been there, it's also very clear that a lot of people work every day to keep this agreement a success. And that Northern Ireland has a huge constituency of people who work for peace at the local level. And, you know, breaking down tensions, building relationships, forming relationships across the community divide. So the people who work for this agreement are still there and are still very active. I should also say, because we haven't mentioned it yet, that both before and after the agreement, we had a lot of help from our international partners, which I think was important. So the agreement itself, I think, came from, came from the views of the parties, and it came from the ideas that had been developed before in the proceedings.
Can you just be more specific? What kind of help do you think? What kind of support that you think that really contributed from the international actors and friends that actually contributed to this?
So we had four main international partners. So we had the US, Canada, Finland, and South Africa, and they all did slightly different things. So with the US, Senator George Mitchell chaired the talks, and he, from what I've read, as I said, I was not there, but it sounds as though he was very skilled in listening to the parties and then producing proposals based on what they had said. But he was also a very good convener. So, you know, he knew when to push, he set deadlines, he set a deadline, you know, in fact, the agreement was really done very quickly because he set a deadline. He said he was going back to the United States, and he kind of forced the issue. President Clinton, I think, also played a huge role in kind of persuading the parties to make an agreement. And then General Sir John de Chastelain and the Finns, Martti Ahtisaari, played a huge role in the decommissioning, which was a very controversial issue. And after the agreement was made, they had these many years of decommissioning. I mean, the British press was dominated by this decommissioning issue for years, so putting the weapons out of use. And there were some creative ideas that I think came from the Finns on how to do that. And then I also want to mention the South Africans, because I think they played an important role. In 1997, they invited all the parties to the talks on a visit to South Africa. And I think it was probably one of the, I'm going to be corrected by my colleagues, but it was maybe one of the first opportunities for the parties to get to know each other a little bit and to start to see each other as human beings rather than as the enemy. And also I think they were inspired by the example of President Mandela, who'd really overcome, you know, the worst kind of adverse troubles and the worst kind of divisions, and gave them an example of how you could approach conflict in a different way. And so, you know, it wasn't, the agreement was definitely not imposed by international partners. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't that the Americans said you have to do this. It was a sort of bottom-up agreement. But this facilitation and encouragement role that we had from international partners was really important.
Thank you for this very, very valuable insight. And David, I would like to hear actually what do you think, but also I would like, if you can, of course, to emphasize what made the peace process that was established by the agreement fragile. What were the challenges this agreement faced? during these 25 years? Was there a moment when anyone was afraid that maybe this can disrupt everything that we achieved?
Well, yeah, just before I start to echo what Peter and Sally have said, I mean, one of the crucial preconditions for peace is that the people wanted peace. The vast majority of people had no time for violence, were opposed to it across the political spectrum. The second point that has to be emphasized was the huge contribution of the international community, particularly United States, European Union, and other countries, South Africa, Canada. The fragility of the process, there are still residual elements, if you like, on the extremes who would like to go back to violence and occasionally make efforts to create a situation whereby they might provoke violence. But these are very much on the extreme. They're isolated groups. Effectively, the end to violence has held. The fragility of the process, what the Good Friday Agreement tried to do was to try to clarify the constitutional situation. Unfortunately, everything in politics in Northern Ireland tends to come back to the constitutional situation. What the Good Friday Agreement did was that on the part of the Irish government and nationalism, it recognized that Northern Ireland was part of the United Kingdom, is part of the United Kingdom, which was not the case under the Irish Constitution at that time. Ireland amended its constitution on the back of the referendum to remove that claim to sovereignty over Northern Ireland, that Northern Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom unless and until the majority of people in Northern Ireland and also the Republic decide otherwise. So basically what they tried to do was park that and then enable a situation where people across the community could involve themselves in the governance of the place, Northern Ireland, and even getting people to agree to call this place Northern Ireland is more difficult than it seems. There are still many people who will refer to the north of Ireland, even the 6 counties rather than Northern Ireland. But enabling them one way or the other to involve themselves in the governance of the place that they call home. Unfortunately, this situation has been repeatedly disrupted by the eruption of the national issue onto the agenda. The other factor that has caused this, and this is something that has a read across to other peace processes, is that you will see consistently in this kind of situation that when there is violence, people will vote for moderates. When the violence stops, they will drift back to the extremes. I mean, you see that here. 20 years ago, I came to Serbia, I think it was maybe still the Republic of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia at that time. I met a very senior member of the government, I won't name them to save them, who said to me quite out, yes, we recognize that Kosovo has gone and it's not coming back. You won't get a member of the government 20 years on today to say that. So, you know, people have drifted back to the extremes once violence has ceased. That has happened in Northern Ireland. So you now have representing as the main parties on both the nationalist and unionist side, parties that were on the extreme at the time of the negotiations. On the unionist side, a party that wasn't even in the negotiations when the Good Friday Agreement was concluded, because they had opted out when Sinn Féin came in. So this is a constant struggle, trying to overcome the constitutional question that is continually out there, and in a way that enables politicians to focus on the good governance, to building a prosperous, wholesome, peaceful society. And unfortunately, as I said, Brexit has, while it was...
I just wanted to ask for...
Well, it was a democratic decision of the British people. That cannot be gainsaid. from my perspective, it was a disaster, both in terms of Northern Ireland and for the country that of my birth. But I'm not expecting Sally to comment on that. But obviously the whole outworkings.
But did Brexit situation challenge the agreement, or not?
Well, it did challenge the agreement in a couple of ways. What people tend to overlook is that the Good Friday Agreement was founded upon common membership of the European Union. A great deal of what removed barriers on the island of Ireland was not a result of the Good Friday Agreement, but was a result of our common membership of the European Union. And believe me, issues are much easier to resolve when both parties are a member of the European Union. In fact, common membership of the European Union was an enormous breakthrough in British-Irish relations, because we joined the EU at the same time, or the EEC at the same time, and we were two Anglophone voices around the table in a community that was still very much Francophone. It brought ministers, civil servants together in a way that enabled us to develop bilateral relations which were fundamental to breaking through the barriers of historical mistrust that existed. So there was the common membership of the EU, but then with Brexit, with the attempt to try and maintain the freedom of movement on the island, freedom of trade, it made it more difficult in terms of relation. Where does Northern Ireland stand in the UK? Unionists have claimed, hang on, these new arrangements mean that we're not fully part of the UK anymore, because we have these special arrangements to allow for trade on an all-island basis. So it's an impossible effort to square the circle. It's quite clear from the British government's reaction to, say, the Windsor Framework, that they consider the job is done, that the wider interests of the UK must prevail. But there is still a concern amongst unionists that somehow they are no longer fully part of the UK. And I think we're expecting in a matter of days, I think, maybe some attempt by the British government to try and reassure unionists that their concerns have been met. But whatever way it works out, it's not going to be perfect from either perspective.
Thank you, Peter. I maybe have an additional question for you, and that is, like, 25 years after the agreement, are there any parts of the agreement and things that were agreed, but that during these 25 years turned out not to be so good? Or everything was amazing?
It depends who you ask. I think one of the first things is to just go back very, very quickly. The money that came from the European Union after 1998, the peace monies, it, for example, allowed, say, for example, in a paramilitary organization, in the IRA, for example, you know, the leaders went off to Stormont to be politicians. What did you do with the other people who were in that organization? So significant money, for example, was spent upon prisoner groups. So you kept the management of the peace process within the actual structures of the paramilitary organizations, although they were illegal, but it was a de facto operating in plain sight. And they were important because they were pushing the peace process. You were able to use that European Union money to do a lot of oral history of the Troubles. So people felt that they had their say, you know, and you would have had that inter-community contact where, for example, the policeman's widow would have met with somebody who was in the IRA. And that was very important because there was a lot of healing around that. So we actually created a social peace building structure. And I think that's one of the reasons why our peace process has been so successful. Sorry, what was the question again? I was rambling there.
The question was actually, are there any parts of the agreements that during these 25 years turned out not to be so good?
Oh, well, the obvious one is the way in which to guarantee that the assembly would function initially, we have this capacity for a political party to stop legislation, and that's based upon a sectarian headcount, basically. So you have a situation that, for example, marriage equality, the vast majority of members of the Northern Ireland Assembly supported marriage equality, LGBT rights, for example. But the DUP were able to stop that because of the voting mechanisms in the Assembly. So you have this peculiar situation that 60% of members can agree on a law or a piece of legislation, and one political party that's in the executive can stop that. And I think one of the things that we have found in the survey work we have done is the vast majority of the people of Northern Ireland want that to go. So that safety mechanism, that no political party could dominate the Assembly, it needs to be looked at. And especially it needs to be looked at now because, as I said earlier, 20% of voters are not voting for constitutional parties. And I think there's another point as well. The Assembly is incredibly, the Northern Ireland Assembly is incredibly unattractive amongst young people. In Northern Ireland, we have seen a post-conflict generation which is not interested in the issues that are being discussed in the Assembly, so victims' issues, issues to do with the Constitution. You actually find when you do surveys that younger people don't have an opinion on the constitutional question. They're quite benign about it. And of course, they're the beneficiaries of the new economy and living in a much more secure place. And I think, you know, if you talk about generations of peacemaking, one of the problems is that we created an electoral system which rewards constitutional ethnic tribune parties. It allows them to control policy making in a way which is not reflective of the mood in Northern Ireland. So if we do a survey and we ask people, you know, do you support gay rights? The majority of Protestants, Catholics and non-believers support gay rights. If you ask a question about abortion, the majority of people, Catholic, Protestant, and neither are supporting abortion. When those things go to the Assembly, one political party can stop the progress of, you know, of society. And I think that's one of the downfalls. It was designed to ensure no dominance, but what they didn't factor in was that there was going to be rapid social change in Northern Irish society. And one of the things that's really, really clear now is the younger generation are incredibly social liberal. They do not respond to the thinking of previous generations. And they look at the Assembly and they see these people who were involved in the conflict who are still hanging about and who are not delivering the modern type of society in which they want to live.
I would just want to stay a little bit more with that part about the younger generation, and if I understood correctly, the fact that they in a way don't care about these historical divisions, how it was fixed. They have now their own future and probably their own way how they envision that future should look like. Do you think that strengthens the peace process or not?
Well, I think one of the things that's important to understand is since 1998, Northern Ireland is a small place. Since 1998, around 200,000 people have joined the electoral register. So the majority of those people will be those who reach the age of 18. If you look at that in terms of electoral performance, a third of that new electorate has voted for non-constitutional parties, and around about 20% has voted for constitutional parties, and a very, very significant share increasingly have not voted at all. And I think one of the things is that, you know, what we talked about earlier on was civic society was very well organised against the conflict, whereas amongst that younger generation who live together, socialise together, work together. I'm not trying to create a like Northern Ireland's utopia. Of course, there's issues, but the transition, like I'll give you an example. When I was young, I played rugby. You know, there were no Catholics on the rugby team. When my son played rugby, there were Catholics, Muslims. You know, there was a kid from Zimbabwe. It was he grew up in a very, very different environment. I was nearly killed 7 or 8 times in the Troubles. My son and my daughter never witnessed any violence. So it's not that they don't care about the past, but the past is represented in a binary way, and their lives are not binary. And I think that's the thing that is the slow burner, the river that goes under the ground, that is actually changing Northern Irish society. You know, you take the Alliance Party, the non-constitutional party, it has gone from around about 5% of the vote to now around 17%. Like, that's a massive transition in a very short time. And why are young people doing that? Because at the end of the day, what really matters to them is delayed adulthood. But, you know, I'm sure it's the same where you are. You know, young people can't afford to get on the property market. It's to do with they're working in skilled jobs. They are, you know, Belfast used to be boarded up. It was empty. It is now like a small, sophisticated European city. You know, the way in which they socialise has changed, and the whole thing that has changed dramatically is they live together, they socialise together, and it's only in the even in the hard edge communities. You know, when we did surveys in 1998, in around the time of the peace process, the main concern of young people in deprived communities was actually fear of the other side, violence from the other community. That is now bottom of the list. The concern in those areas is drugs. It is family function. It is the actual problems that you would have in London or Glasgow or Dublin are their concern. So, you know, I think what's really important to also understand is all of these things we're talking about will rarely ever get onto the Northern Irish media. The Northern Irish media is one of the fundamental problems we have. It will not engage with the positives of the peace process. It, on a daily basis, has binary arguments. They bring in the same people to have the same conversation about, and that answers your question, why do young people not engage with the media? Because it's talking about something that is not relevant to their lives.
Thank you. And now I would actually, since we covered different aspects, we covered the part before the agreement itself, different challenges and successes of the agreement now, but we also managed to actually shed light on some differences, and at one point it was mentioned the part that each conflict is very special and that we should not copy-paste the solution or somehow try to find the perfect solution for our problem in some other solution. But still, that doesn't mean that we should not somehow learn more about it, analyze it, and see maybe what are the similarities in the situation, and maybe use the same tactics or methods that were used before. So, Sally, do you see how do you see the extent of transferability of the Good Friday Agreement and that process that Northern Ireland went through together with Ireland and UK in a way? How do you see it for maybe some other conflict situations across the world? What would you point out?
So I think there are elements of the Northern Ireland peace process that can inspire. I mean, it's never going to be a model because it's the situation in Northern Ireland was very specific. But there are some things that can perhaps inspire in the way that the Northern Ireland process was inspired by processes elsewhere. So one thing I would say is this idea that a peace process is quite a long thing, and that it's not one moment in time. It's something that, you know, the Northern Ireland process started in the 70s, and arguably it's still going on. But there was, after the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, there was the St Andrews Agreement, and, you know, now there's this attempt by the British government to deal with the past, which was not dealt with in the agreement itself, partly perhaps because people didn't realise that the conflict was going to come to an end. They hoped that, but they didn't know it.
Yeah, and the agreement basically only dealt with the systematic discrimination that was implemented. Yeah. It referred a little bit of that part, and basically with the political prisoners and the combatants.
But it didn't deal with the past, and so now there's been, actually ever since the agreement, there's been this attempt to find a way of dealing with the past, and there's a bill that the British government put to Parliament that is still trying to do that. But so I would say one thing is it's a long process. Don't expect it all to happen in one set of talks. You know, maybe each set of talks identify an element that can be carried forward. That's one thing. I think the inclusiveness is really important. So, you know, the fact there were elected representatives to the multi-party talks, that civil society was there. In our thinking, as I said earlier, in our thinking about peace processes, sometimes we don't even include the combatants. And obviously you have to, if you want people to renounce violence, you have to include them in the talks so that they renounce violence, because it's the combatants that need to renounce violence. But talks also need to be broader than that. They need to involve the constituencies who haven't been violent, who don't want violence, and who want a different future. So that's an important part of it. I would also say, using your international support. So again, a kind of common maybe pitfall of peace processes is if you have outsiders writing agreements that are not rooted in what the parties are saying. It's really important that you have the right sort of international support, that it's support but not directing a process, and so that it's listening to the positions of the parties, looking for where they might shift, but also directing them to a certain extent, directing the process. So encouraging compromise, encouraging the finding of common ground, encouraging people to form relationships with each other. So maybe these are just a few things that I could mention that that perhaps are applicable more broadly.
Yeah, and actually for me it was very curious to learn that even the dairy model, in a way, how people in dairy dealt with their dealing with the past or peace-building process is very different than from Belfast, for example. So for me, even these differences were very interesting, and that actually leads me to my next question. In a way, and maybe David, you can help me to understand it better, because my impression from Belfast was that realities are still divided there among the citizens. That those walls and graffitis and the way how people actually live their daily life, I think that these barriers that existed before, many of the things have been somehow overcome, but they can be sensed in a way. Do you think that that's good enough? I'm interested to hear your opinion. Do you think that that's okay? That if that maintains peace, that should be left like that, or there should be more efforts invested into overcoming the legacy of the trouble?
Oh, okay. Would you mind if I just pick up a little here, because I think there are a couple of things worth saying in terms of relevance of the Northern Ireland process for the situation in this part of the world. I mean, the theme underlying a lot of discussions in this conference so far, as I see it, is the whole process of the integration of the Western Balkans area into the European Union. And that's not just a question of accession. That's also, to some extent, a parallel peace process, because there is so much division between the countries concerned. One thing that was absolutely essential, and the two governments were very determined on it, is that we would not let the enemies of the peace process dictate the pace of the peace process or derail the process. Now, we all know that there are forces out there with a great deal of influence and a very long reach who will do whatever they can to undermine the integration of the Western Balkans into the European Union. And they are external players. The question is, what is the attitude of internal players, internal elites? If every time there is an event, and we had them in Northern Ireland, violence, killings, murders, I mean, a considerable number of people were killed by paramilitaries during the negotiations.
Exactly.
And, you know, there was always pressure to stop, to expel parties, to have nothing more to do with it, which the governments resisted. The question that has to be established by people who can establish these things, who is behind these events? Are these rogue or maverick elements in political elites here that are involved? Are they actually the leaders of the elites, and that is the way you have to look at it. But if every time something happens, you kind of you overturn the table and say, right, we've got to stop, we can't go on with this, then you will basically be handing a veto to the enemies of the process. So there will always be people who will call immediately for sanctions or expulsions or whatever. But you have to take a very measured and considered approach to this, and that's where the international community, the leading players, the EU, United States, UK, and others have to take a very considered view on this. You can't just stop negotiating and moving forward just because there are people out there who are trying to prevent you from doing so. Especially if they're external actors. As I said, if you find fundamentally that these are the key internal players who are trying to disrupt the process, then you have to draw conclusions from that. The other point I would make on that score is on identity. One of the most significant successes of the Good Friday Agreement was the understanding that people in Northern Ireland could be identified as being British, Irish, or both, and that they can hold passports, British, Irish passports, or both. And you will see that reflected in the census levels. These things are done much more easily when you're in the European Union, because then you have a common EU citizenship with its own rights and obligations. Having a passport of one EU country rather than the passport of another EU country is easier, if you like. I mean, what we have seen, it was mentioned the situation in Hungary at one of the sessions I was at yesterday, where, when Hungary extended its citizenship laws, that a lot of people sought to avail of Hungarian citizenship as a means of being able to live in the EU. Since Brexit, we've seen a huge upsurge in applications for Irish passports from people who would have previously had British passports and frankly still probably retain both, but it's become a passport of convenience. That's not really what it was about. It was about trying to have a looser control of, if you like, identity issues. I've talked too long, so I'll give.
Yeah, but maybe I will now give the floor to Peter and repeat this part about the present, so we can actually conclude this panel, because we have a little time. I think I'm not sure what this means.
It is never a good idea to ask somebody from Northern Ireland to be quick.
Well, basically, can you just reflect a little bit before we go to questions about this divided realities?
Well,
Are there things that can be improved?
In areas of previously high conflict in Northern Ireland, we have walls that basically separate Protestant and Catholic areas. 25 years ago, the average number of violent events related to the walls was about 150 per ward per electoral district. The highest now is 15. Now, what's actually happened is, although the walls are very obscene and they show a failure of politics, the interaction across the walls is massive now. So you wouldn't have gone to the leisure centre or the gym on the other side, you wouldn't have gone to the bar on the other side, you wouldn't have gone to the restaurant on the other side. Well, we didn't have a restaurant, but you wouldn't have gone to the other side. When I was a kid, I grew up beside a wall, and the first time I was in the community that was 20 metres away was when I was 18. Now, movement across those walls now is very common. People shop in each other's areas, people consume in each other's areas. So although the walls are a signifier of a failed politics, the mobility around the walls today actually shows the success of people. Because what's really important, and I think what people need to understand, is you don't sort peace processes out at a negotiating table, and you don't deliver peace through parliament. What you do achieve in terms of stability is the social peace building aspect. It is the aspect in which you let people have a say over the peace process. And also what's really, really important is you let people become agents of the peace process. And that, when we go back to the question about external funding,
And can we now, sorry Peter for interrupting you, but can we now stop there with people being the agents of the peace process and maybe open the floor for the questions and collect them, and then we can shortly try to answer them. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. We can collect them all.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting panel. My name's Ivor Chipkin. I'm from South Africa. Interesting, at the time of the South African transition, I was involved in trying to not export, but bring the model of the South African reconciliation into the Israeli-Palestine situation by engaging with the PLO in this regard. There was something around the preconditions which I wanted to think around. David Clooney, you mentioned that you kept raising, well, you raised it, this question of the national question, as you framed it. And what was interesting about the South African moment, which has been increasingly repudiated in South Africa as well, was this idea of non-racialism, which essentially said that under certain circumstances, it is possible for there to resolve a conflict by integrating combatants in a situation where there's fundamental division in society and fundamental, the long violent history between parties. It seems to me that is a key understanding which emerged at a particular historical moment, which has been repudiated both in South Africa, but increasingly around the world, a growing nationalism, which makes this idea of plural societies more and more difficult to think around. And I wonder if that question is not so fundamental to the Northern Ireland situation, and whether it wouldn't be fundamental, therefore, to Kosovo and also to Israel-Palestine as well.
Thank you. Now we have more here. Here we have 2.
Okay. Thank you for the panel. It was very interesting to hear, especially in the situation of actually having the unresolved conflicts in Serbia. So my name is Jovana Spremo. I'm advocacy director of Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, and I will have a very quick question. Mr. Kuni, you mentioned actually that we should not let the enemies of the peace process influence the reaching of the agreement. But the question is actually how to reach the agreement if the enemies of the process are the negotiators in the process. So what could the citizens and the civil society actually do in this kind of situation to push for reaching the good agreement in these kind of unfortunate situations?
Okay. Not there.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. It was really interesting. My name is Una Kelly. I work for the EU delegation here in Belgrade. One of the areas I covered is reconciliation and transitional justice. I have a question for Peter in relation to the statistics that you gave on awareness of the troubles in Northern Ireland. You talked about this huge difference that was taken in terms of the victims, that, in the period, I think, around the agreement and now much more recent. It was like a 40% increase in awareness, which I think is a positive thing. So we finance surveys here in Serbia, awareness of the conflicts that took place during Yugoslavia. And what we found in the surveys, there was a 4-year difference, is the lack of awareness and the increasing, let's say, ignorance of what happened to all sides, okay? So my question to you, Peter, and I have another question as well, is how did you address that gap? How did you improve the awareness to know that there was difficulty on all sides and victims on all sides? And my second question is to the panel, to the members of the panel, is in light of this, who, and the fact that also you've mentioned also, Peter, the lack of interest of the youth in Northern Ireland, and I think it's a global issue that youth across the world are not interested in post-conflict issues. So my question is, who do you work with? I think it's a nice follow-on to Jovana's question. Who do we work with to, address reconciliation and addressing the past that you said was so important, also financed by the EU in Northern Ireland? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There.
Thank you. My name is Olivier Heiner. I'm a fellow of the Geneva Center for Security Policy. And among other things, I spent 7 years in northern Kosovo. And I wanted to thank you very much for the very inspiring insights in the debate. 2 points that struck me in the insights that you shared with us is first the inclusivity of the process you described in Northern Ireland. And the second thing is the multi-party dimension of it. And when I look at the current dialogue, the Brussels dialogue, bringing together Serbia and Kosovo, I'm struck by the following things. First, in my opinion, the lack of inclusivity of the communities. We feel a big distance between each government and their own community. And at the same time, the process is, in my opinion, very far away from both communities. So that's one point. The second point is, it's, in my opinion, not very much a multi-party process. So it's bringing the governments together, but not the parties. And thirdly, my impression is that it's a very much outside-driven process. The impetus comes from outside, not from inside and the communities. So on the basis of your experience, what would be your advice or thoughts to stimulate both the inclusiveness, and especially of communities? And by the way, not only civil society, but really the communities, the people who don't speak English, who don't know each other, who don't have a job, and so on. And secondly, on this multi-party, what would be your advice to stimulate multi-party involvement in the process? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one was there.
Rainer Priebe, I've worked for quite a long time in the European Commission. Not surprisingly, in the Brexit negotiation, Northern Ireland was probably the most difficult issue, leading to an endless and very complicated North Ireland protocol, trying to square the circle and having both Northern Ireland in a certain way in the internal market and having Northern Ireland part of the British market. Do you think that the solution which has been found for Northern Ireland in Brexit will be sustainable, or is there a risk of further destabilization because of the result of Brexit?
Thank you. There, one more.
This is Birgül Demirtaş, Turkish-German University, Istanbul. There are many conflicts in the world, and from time to time we have peace processes in many of these conflicts. But most of these peace processes are not either are not being concluded, or even if they are being concluded, they are not sustainable. It is mainly because of the fact that there are certain groups, certain circles who benefit from the maintenance of the violent conflict. They have material or political interests. When you have enemies out there, you can win the next elections, or you can get different material benefits as well. I mean, how did you break that kind of the monopoly of these groups in the Irish case? You mentioned that the governments in the United Kingdom and Ireland, they did not let these violent groups to take the upper hand. But how was it possible? I mean, how was it achieved in the Northern Ireland case, but how couldn't we achieve it, for example, in the Middle East or in other parts of the world? Why are these groups that have the arms in their hands, how could they prevent the conclusion of the peace agreements? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this question. I think that we got a lot of questions, but I think that all of them are somehow very connected, and then actually with one answer you can cover several aspects. So maybe we can start like this and try to be as short as well.
Yeah. So maybe I'll address one or two of them. I mean, on the nationalism issue, I mean, as I said, I think the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was really creative because it allowed for people to have more than one sort of identity. So it kind of recognised the reality of the situation in Northern Ireland, and it, it did allow people to have Irish and British passports. Everybody's allowed that, and it tried to sort of take some of the tension out of this issue. And as Peter said, I think since the agreement, there is obviously this growth of the middle ground. I know that you think that, I think David thinks that there's been polarisation, but there's also been the growth of the alliance party, so the people who just don't identify with these kind of community-based politics. So I think that was something that maybe, would be an interesting thing to look at for the situation here, how you can sort of take some of the tension out of this nationality issue. On what the citizens can do, I mean, one of the things that struck me reading about the Northern Ireland peace process was I think the sort of citizen demand for a peace process or for peace was an important part of it. So, there were women's marches saying that they just didn't want this violence anymore. I think after one of the killings, I think it was by the IRA, the fiancé of the person killed, really engaged with the IRA to say, to kind of confront them and say, we don't want this. And so the people who are against violence, I think, have to make their voices heard. And in the end, politicians respond to public pressure. So I would say that was an important thing. And then the last question from the Turkish journalist was
basically how that can, basically it's about the transfer also of the knowledge, how the successes from Northern Ireland can be also somehow transferred to the other regions in a way. Yeah. And what would be the lessons that you would like to share that could enable this transfer?
Yeah, and I think you said, some peace processes never really come to an end, and that, the people who don't want peace, and it was about the violence, people who have an interest in the violence.
And how to actually deal with the people who are against peace, in a way.
I mean, this is a challenge. So obviously, in a peace agreement, parties have to see that they get something that they want. So, so the Sinn Féin, you could argue, saw that it got a constitutional route to its political objectives, which meant that it could fight its cause through politics rather than through violence. So that was part of it. I mean, there are people who have a vested interest in conflict, and I think, I'm sure Peter would have something to say about this, but it's not that Northern Ireland is without violence. It's just a bit of it's more criminal violence now than political violence, and I think that goes to the question of economic development. Although Northern Ireland is transformed, as Peter said, it's very different now to how it was 25 years ago or 30 years ago. But there are still challenges around development, and I think the people who feel excluded are the people who are often economically excluded as well. So it's really important to focus on the sort of economic development as a way of sort of embedding peace. And I know the European Union's done a lot of work and a lot of funding in that regard.
And David, I would really like you to take over this question. What happens if the enemies of the process are navigating the process?
Okay, yeah. First of all, just to clarify, when I say about the drift to extremism, what I was saying was that the two parties that were responsible essentially for the agreement on both sides of the community, on either side of the community, have subsequently been eclipsed by parties on the extreme. I don't deny what Peter is saying about the growth of a more middle ground, and particularly amongst younger people. So just to be clear on that. We were very lucky with the peace process in Northern Ireland, that we had two governments working in the same direction, both who were resolutely opposed to violence. We had almost universal support for the peace process from the international community. The exception of maybe Gaddafi's Libya, who was supplying arms to the IRA, but basically the whole international community was on our side. That isn't the case here in the Western Balkans. As regards, I don't know what the situation here is as regards the elites and who is involved and who is not involved. There are people who and countries who have more sophisticated means of establishing that than I do. I will say that I listened to Ambassador Hill, the US ambassador here yesterday. I thought he was brilliant. I'd sign up to everything he said. But he did try to make allowances for politicians being politicians. Sometimes when you're in an academic or NGO forum, you know, people rightly have very strong views about what is right and what is wrong and what should happen. But politicians have to lead. And a politician that looks over their shoulder and sees there's no one behind them is no use to anybody. So a politician has to bring their community with them, and that was something that was very clear in the Good Friday Agreement. I don't know whether some of the things that are said and done, whether they're just posturing, whether they're necessary. As I said, I'm not in a position to judge that. If that is the case, that the leaders are genuinely against the process, then I can't see any solution other than electing different leaders. But that's not for me to decide. That's for the electorates of these countries to decide.
And I would now go to Peter. So Peter, please, if you can address, I think that one question was specifically for you.
I suppose the answer to the question is, you know, you need to know more about Northern Ireland, and I think there's quite a lot of material out there that would help people in other societies. Of course, you can't have a facsimile, you can't take a peace process and put it down somewhere. But let's think about it this way. You know, the wreckers and the spoilers, those who do not wish for there to be peace. The Sinn Féin made it very clear before the Good Friday Agreement that they would never accept Northern Ireland as part of the UK. They did. They maintained the legitimacy for violence, which they stopped. They said they would never sit in a devolved assembly, which they did. And I think one of the things you have to realise about Northern Ireland is that the process of peace building was long term, because when David mentioned earlier on about civil rights issues, most of those issues have been resolved during the conflict, if not at the start of the conflict. I think there's another important question, is this: I've rarely met a combatant who wants to be engaged in violence. Most people I have met who are combatants do not wish. They feel that circumstances compel them into violence. I think the vast majority of people I've interacted with would never have been in prison, would never have engaged in violence if it hadn't been for the complex situation in the society in which they lived. So the question is, you know, that there's a point of pressure. You know, do you really want to bring another generation through this conflict? Do you really want to risk your life? Do you really want to risk the lives of others? And I think sometimes those big universal questions are actually very important. But I think one of the things that is critically important is to echo what David is saying. You must put pressure on politicians to change. You know, one of the characteristics of the Good Friday Agreement was there was an enthusiasm for change. And this was articulate. This is when the media was doing a good job, because the media was actually locating the voices that were calling for change. And I think what's important here is the point I made earlier. You're not going to have a sustainable peace process unless you have social peace building. The politicians need to be affected by what they see in the ground. And one of the situations in Northern Ireland, when politicians started to see that people were engaging across the sectarian divide, when they saw that business people were coming together to build, you know, jobs and investment, that actually spooked them, because the politics that they had used of separation was breaking down, because people felt secure, but also through the money from Europe, people were actually able to live the life they wanted to live, which was an inter-community life, not a life that was based upon separation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I know that we spent much more time than it was supposed to, but I believe that we raised some very important topics, particularly in this current context where we have conflicts emerging all around the world. So I believe that a lot of valuable lessons have been shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. We should go as quickly as possible to the next panel on transatlantic alliances, just to switch the sound equipment between the panelists. So the next panel is in a few minutes. Please stay here.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back. The US and Europe, what transatlantic alliance the world needs. This year NATO expanded, Finland became the new member, and Sweden is with 1 foot at the entry door. What that means for the remaining neutral countries in the Europe, how the European architecture of the security will look in the nearest future. The speakers of the next panel are Thomas Countryman, Board Chairman, Arms Control Association, Rachel Rizzo, non-resident Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council's Europe Center, Milan Nič, Senior Research Fellow in the Center for Order and Governance in Eastern Europe, Russia and Central Asia, and the German Council on Foreign Relations, and Eric Nelson, Associate Director of the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies in Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Moderator in this panel is Ms. Rosa Balfour, Director of Carnegie Europe. Please welcome to the stage.
Great.
Rachel, sit in the middle.
Yes, please.
All right.
So good morning and welcome to this discussion. We've talked a lot about security, we've talked about NATO, we've talked about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we've talked about security in the Balkans, but perhaps slightly tangentially during the last couple of days. So now we have a session really to look at how the security architecture has changed in Europe as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there are plenty of things to talk about. I'd first like to just do a little rain check. How have things changed over the past year or so? I'd like to start with Eric, if you can tell us. I mean, there have been major changes, but perhaps still a few areas that are complicated. Would you like to tell us, starting from the big changes with respect to NATO in particular?
Well, Rose, I think it's amazing what's changed and what has remained the same. What are the constant truths? Mm-hmm. What's changed is NATO is rising and more relevant than ever. We have Finland and Sweden deciding that neutrality is not adequate for them to protect themselves in today's Europe. We see that NATO is as necessary as ever. It's a military alliance which is not in competition with the European Union, but is complementary to the European Union. We see tremendous new coordination between Brussels and Washington, between NATO and the EU, that together they have an obligation to protect the Europe. And we're reminded that the security that NATO delivered, NATO has delivered for nearly 75 years to Europe, is the foundation of the prosperity and the legal security that the EU has been able to fulfill. And whether NATO and Europe can be safe and free without that strong military alliance, we're seeing, as Ukraine, we consider what Ukraine's future is, how essential NATO is. Is there adequate security guarantee without that Article 5 protection for anyone in Europe? So NATO is as relevant as ever, and here we're talking a lot about the Western Balkans, and I think we need to remember how the role that NATO has played for European integration in this region, and we need to embrace that. We have 4 new members of NATO from Albania and the former Yugoslavia. That's tremendous progress. And right now, we've discussed, several panels have mentioned there's several layers of European coordination, from the EPC, the OSCE, EU, NATO. And right now, we talk a lot about European integration being the EU's responsibility for this region. And I think we need to not buy into Putin's objectives of saying, well, NATO's done, we're not really promoting NATO's advancement. But I think Ambassador Hill put it clearly yesterday, that the best future for the Western Balkans is that all of the Balkans are part of NATO and the EU. And we need to take that on as NATO members. Remember that is the vision. And remember that NATO's promise is collective security benefits everybody. And that realization needs to be made in Serbia as well. And that's a lot of work, but I think it's a big challenge that I'm happy to talk more about, but let me stop there.
Thank you, Eric. I would like to talk a little bit more about NATO, the Western Balkans, and security here, and also the degree to which NATO enlargement and EU enlargement dovetail with each other, both historically but also looking forward. But also your comments about NATO enlargement, Baltic security, eastern flank, and now we're seeing also conflict in the Middle East. I think there's a broader question, and here I'd like to ask Tom if this is the security architecture that the world needs, doubling down on the transatlantic relationship and everything that has been built since the end of the Second World War, or do we need to address additional issues, additional questions?
Well, the short answer is yes. NATO has again demonstrated that it is essential to the defense of the European continent. Three ways in which NATO is forced to refocus. First, Mr. Putin's war of territorial conquest has expanded NATO, but has unified it as well around its original purpose, which is to defend European democracies against aggression from the East. That's very important because history is full of examples of heavily armed groups with no clear mission who just end up getting themselves into trouble. Second, the war in Ukraine has forced NATO to focus again on defense spending and choosing the right kind of defense spending. In Ukraine, we've seen that simple artillery shells are perhaps more important than the most complex fighter jet. Spending on defense can temporarily and artificially stimulate an economy, as we see in Russia right now, but it doesn't create the same kind of long-term productivity and growth. Unfortunately, it's unavoidable that we have to spend more on defense items, including of the simple variety. And third implication for me, I think in everything written about Ukraine, not enough attention is being paid to the fact that Russia is systematically violating international law in the humanitarian sphere. We had Geneva Conventions and other international agreements after World War II to address the fact that nearly every combatant in World War II purposely attacked civilians and civilian infrastructures. Russia is doing that on a massive scale today. It cannot be ignored. Now, I hope NATO never has to go to war, but this is also the moment in which NATO and individual countries have to make sure that any war planning they do incorporates these crucial requirements of international humanitarian law.
Thank you very much for raising that, actually. And of course, there's a whole new debate now with what is happening in the Middle East about humanitarian law. So, Rachel, I'd like to turn to you and ask you a few questions about the United States. So before coming on stage, Rachel was remarking that this wasn't exactly what the Biden administration was hoping to deal with when it entered into office in early 2021. How has US policy changed? What are the priorities? We also saw that the US was not convinced about the idea of Ukraine's accession to NATO. Can you just decode us a little bit the priorities coming from Washington?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the last few years has looked very different than I think Biden and his team had planned on. They had a few, I think, overarching goals coming into office. You know, the first was obviously to reassure very anxious allies who had felt like the United States was a mercurial partner over the 4 years of Trump's presidency. They wanted to turn their attention to the Indo-Pacific region. They wanted to park Russia. That was a stated goal. So park Russia as in sort of not make that a centerpiece of their foreign policy, put guardrails on the relationship, make it predictable. And they wanted to build a foreign policy for the middle class. And so I think when you sort of look at those overarching goals, one of them certainly has not gone according to plan, and that is the Park Russia aspect of Biden's foreign policy. And what I think that has done is sort of resulted in competing priorities and muddled messaging from the administration. Although I do think, and I would like to say that Biden and his team deserve a whole lot of credit for the leadership they've shown, both in NATO, on Ukraine. I don't think that that Europe and the United States would have been able to hold together such a strong coalition in supporting Ukraine had it not been for the United States in the lead. But there's also been a lack of stated strategic goals, you know, as supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. I think we're seeing is not a message that really resonates for the American public in the long term. We've sort of seen support for Ukraine on the decline. And I think what that has done is sort of given the China first policymakers and analysts in the Washington, D.C. space sort of room to push this message that the United States cannot and should not be doing both, that we can't both focus on supporting Ukraine and focus on China. I don't think you can totally ignore that point, but I do think it's misguided in a few different ways. But one thing that I think has gone according to plan is this idea of a foreign policy for the middle class. And when you look at the legislation that has been passed, the CHIPS and Science Act, Build Back Better, the Inflation Reduction Act, this is also in service of the American people, but it's also to revitalize the U.S. manufacturing center so that we can compete with China. It's a very clear, I think, goal for the United States. And so what this means for Europe, I think, is that we need to be a little bit more clear-eyed. I think Europe needs to be a little bit more clear-eyed about where the U.S.'s strategic focus is going to be in the coming year and maybe the next 4 years. And I don't want to, drive home the message that Europe needs to step up to the plate. I think we say that a little bit too much, but I think it is true.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that insofar as Ukraine is concerned, Europeans are actually stepping up to the challenge more so than they were a year ago, and next week there's going to be a EU-US summit. But looking forward to 2024, we've got a difficult year ahead, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. But not before I turn to Milan. I'd like to ask you about the situation in the Balkans, because we've seen rising tensions, we've seen a deterioration of the security situation. What can we expect from NATO in the region? What can we expect in terms of tensions here? And to what extent is leadership in the Balkans taking seriously the new international security situation and Europe's security architecture?
Thank you, Rosa, for these questions. Thank you for the organizers for having me. And I wonder how much we want to unpack in this first round. I think one thing that should be stated clearly is that there is a full-scale war in Europe which determines everything. And it will shape, reshape, reconfigure also situation here in the Western Balkans, because it rests on the security in the Western Balkans rests on NATO and on peace settlements from the 1990s, which with unfinished business in some areas which are now becoming very fragile flashpoints. And this is in the context of whole international situation which is becoming even more unpredictable. See Hamas attack, and you see fragility and vacuum being explored. What happened in Nagorno-Karabakh, which was coming. I mean, Azerbaijan, since December, when they sent their people to the Lachin corridor, was preparing this. And they changed the situation on the ground just by exploring vacuum and exploring also the fact that US and Europe were distracted. And if you have one war, full-scale war in Europe as the central piece of everything, of decision-making, then local players tend to sort of push the limit to see how far they can get away with. And I think this is what's happening in North Kosovo. So to bridge this with the conversation that was supposed, I think, to happen yesterday at the envoys panel, but they were ditching some questions because it's still very fragile. Let me try to, it's risky, but let me try to now connect the security questions in Europe, so European security and the fragile situation in North Kosovo. I think North Kosovo is now much more explosive than Bosnia-Herzegovina. I think these are two fragile situations. Again, everything rests on NATO, security there, in North Kosovo on KFOR, and also on the US commitment and presence in Europe, which will be taken under question mark, I think, with the presidential elections next year. So there is a waiting game by leaders, I think, for the outcome of the war in Ukraine and for the US elections. It's still a lot of time until clarity on both, or more clarity. So maybe let me finish by just saying that the evolving situation in the north of Kosovo has not started by Banska. There was a decision, I mean, it's a looming crisis up and down for a year or more. As the EU and Gabriel Escobar, US envoy, were pushing for a breakthrough agreement. And in Ohrid, they achieved, on paper, a breakthrough. At the same time, there were escalation on the ground. But we have a situation, to put it very simply, where there was a decision of Serbs in Kosovo to withdraw from Kosovo institutions. Decision either blessed or even pushed from Belgrade. I think it was a huge mistake because they created a vacuum in North Kosovo, which was explored by the Kurti government, who sent special forces. Sending special forces in the bases in North Kosovo is changing it's a game changer. Mm-hmm. And then the Banska incident with a lot of arms, maybe starting some rebellion, whatever the plan was, we can speculate. I looked at the Kumanova agreement. Now we have to look at the basics. And the Kumanova agreement says that the mandate of the KFOR commander is almost unlimited. He can send KFOR forces to the north. Maybe it was an attempt that completely sort of turned around and misfired by Belgrade to lure KFOR forces to provide security in the north for Kosovo Serbs in the north that are seeing special forces of Kosovo there and feel insecure. Now, security of Kosovo Serbs, also in the south, relies on KFOR and on NATO. That's the paradox of the situation here. Even Kosovo Serbs rely on NATO. Mm-hmm. And I leave it at this round here. I think this is where the audience might be interested. It's a lot of unknowns. But my worry is that you have two tracks now. On one track, the EU leaders are busy preparing European Council in December with the consequential decisions on the EU enlargement and on upgrading some countries, especially in the membership line, especially Ukraine and Moldova. At the same time, you have explosive situation that can really explode in your hands by December, which would impact the enlargement perspective of every country in the region, including Montenegro, which still doesn't have a government, therefore we don't have a frontrunner, and therefore it looks very shaky. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'd like to press you a little bit on the sort of waiting game that you were mentioning earlier, because doesn't that mean that the space for things to go wrong, including unplanned things, widens? I mean, is this what you're talking about? The next 3 months, this window, there is a space for things to go wrong?
Next 3 months, and then, I mean, what I didn't mention is that in European politics, 2024 will be also a year of waiting for the European Parliament elections and then, based on the result, constituting the new institutions, so the President of the Commission and the European Council President, and redistribution of power in Brussels. Yeah. So you have really a few months where there will be even more distraction.
Okay, so the window is now to try and at least calm things down. And I'd like to turn to Eric on this. You've had extensive experience here in the Western Balkans. How does it look from your perspective? You know, the security situation, this window that we have now, between now and the end of the year, how does it look like?
Well, I think, you know, having been U.S. ambassador in Sarajevo, one of our key objectives was to keep the NATO partnership productive. And the NATO, Bosnia-Herzegovina's path to NATO is supported by a law which was passed by a good consensus 15 years ago. The political discourse now, however, has weakened that consensus. And Milorad Dodik has said, I welcome partnership with NATO. I oppose membership. We will become a member of NATO when Serbia does. Well, that to me, there's some logic there. Yeah. And I think we need to take that at face value. That the challenge then for NATO is to not be used as a political cudgel, that the path for Bosnia-Herzegovina, for any member, is less important than the journey. And the journey involves raising standards to NATO levels, to European levels. And my experience in this region is that European values are deeply rooted and European standards are very weak. And the leadership, frankly, will be weakened by raising those standards. So there's active opposition, and I think we've taken too many allies have taken their eye off the potential by saying, okay, there's not political consensus in Serbia or in parts of BIH about NATO membership. That doesn't remove the necessity for NATO to lead on building security cooperation, building integrity in the security sector, whether that's through IPAP or through Bosnia-Herzegovina's NATO reform program, which is what they're calling their national plan. It's a menu of reforms that they are asking NATO to help them with. It's very difficult for them politically to develop this plan, but sadly it's even more difficult for them to actually implement any of the reforms. And I think NATO, especially the neighbors in the region, need to look at this more realistically and take this on bilaterally, regionally, to remember that strengthening of the security posture, that the essential steeling the region against the threats, that's what NATO does, principally through deterrence.
Okay, thank you very much. And you mentioned strategic posture, and we've also started to talk about 2024, which is what I'd like to discuss in the second round of questions to you. But before we move on to that, yesterday, the final report of the US Strategic Posture Commission was unveiled. Tom, this is your area of work. Can you give us, quickly, what is that about? And again, is it enough to address the threats that are, in Europe, but also more globally?
I have great respect for the very experienced members of the Commission, real experts who put together this report that will have a major influence on the United States and therefore NATO's nuclear arsenal, posture, and doctrine over the next several years. I haven't read all 81 recommendations, but the top line is that in the face of New START treaty expiring in 2026, in the face of a rapid Chinese buildup of its nuclear arsenal, the U.S. must be ready to increase and or modify its current nuclear arsenal. That's understandable where they're coming from, but it is still deeply concerning for me. Perhaps the silver lining in the report is it still says, as every administration has said for 60 years, that arms control is a vital part of a national security strategy, and that this future of an unrestricted three-way nuclear arms race, an arms race that would be more expensive and more dangerous than what we went through during the Cold War, could still be averted if we can get back to negotiation with Russia and, just as difficult, initiate those kind of discussions and negotiations with China as well. That's where I hope we will be. Let me invert for a moment the usual metaphor about the glass being half full or half empty. In the 1970s, the glass was full, was overflowing with nuclear weapons, more than 70,000 in the world. Today, after 50 years of Soviet-American and Russian-American negotiation and cooperation, the glass is less than half full, 12,000 nuclear weapons today. We should not wish to refill that glass. We can do better, and we can use arms control and meaningful negotiations to better protect not just Europe, but the world, and in fact, the existence of the human species from the risk of nuclear war. That requires from NATO and the rest of the world, NATO to continue to insist that our defense policy is not only about deterrence, it is also about seeking to reduce risk and using arms control as a measure. And that's a message that has to get through in Washington and Beijing and Moscow. We can do better than this.
Yeah, but can I ask you, before Russia invaded Ukraine, the US put arms control negotiations on the table with respect to Russia, and Russia declined the offer of talks. I mean, what would it take, in your view, for that conversation to start again?
Well, first, I think it needs to start just as a conversation. This is a piece I published last month that said, this is not the moment for writing a new treaty. It is a moment for the U.S. and Russia to do what the President's National Security Advisor proposed in June, which is discuss, one, how do we reduce the risk of unintentional nuclear conflict at the current moment, and two, what can we do to prevent a renewed nuclear arms race after the New START treaty expires in 2026? That doesn't mean going straight to the text of a new treaty or somehow agreeing to extend the treaty. It means sitting down and having a conversation. That's incredibly difficult on both sides, with both sides saying, how can we talk about anything when we have this fundamental disagreement on Ukraine? But let me remind you that the U.S. and the Soviet Union continued to negotiate nuclear issues when Soviet weapons were killing Americans in Vietnam, when American weapons were killing Soviets in Afghanistan. We still worked on arms control because that's the existential challenge for both countries.
Thank you for that. So the Commission is bipartisan. But we're heading towards elections that could be a game changer in the United States. Rachel, do you think, to what extent should be worried? Should there be a change in administration in the United States? How could the US foreign policy change, especially with respect to NATO and Europe? We remember in 2016, there was a lot of preoccupation about Donald Trump becoming president and, the US pulling out of NATO, etc. To what extent are these preoccupations renewed, or to what extent, will the institutional system rein in certain excesses? What can we expect?
Sure. So there are a few things that I am sort of worried about looking ahead to 2024. The first is that we've seen support for Ukraine already become used as a political football to sort of drive home domestic politics. So if you've been watching what's been unfolding on Capitol Hill over the last couple of weeks, you saw the historic ouster of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy by a very small but loud and boisterous group of hard-right populists that are sort of bringing to the table this new type of U.S. conservatism. And I don't think it's representative of the majority of the Republican Party, but I do think what that shows is that there is space for the type of rhetoric and opinions that would have once been considered fringe. And so I do think that this is very much going to be a talking point during the upcoming presidential election. We've already seen it become so. Do I think that Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene really care about Ukraine, not really, but they do care about hamstringing the Biden administration and hamstringing mainstay Republicans so that they can push forward their message. So that's sort of one thing that I'm a little bit worried about. I am also worried about what happens in the upcoming presidential election. And I don't know if that's just because all of us are totally scarred from 2016, where we thought it couldn't happen. So now we're being overly cautious. And I know that it's still a year out, and it's really hard to look at polls that are made now and see Biden and Trump neck and neck, some with Biden a couple points ahead, some with Trump a couple points ahead, and to sort of really take those to heart. But it is concerning given that Trump currently has 91 criminal counts against him, and he is still neck and neck with Biden in terms of polling. So yeah, it is concerning. And what that means for Europe and NATO is concerning as well. I think, all in all, what I would say, and this really has nothing to do with the upcoming election, this has nothing to do with 2024, but looking forward in the US, what I would say is that Biden is going to be the last transatlantic president. And I don't mean that he's going to be the last president that cares about NATO, that cares about Europe. I mean that Biden gets it. He is a dyed-in-the-wool transatlanticist. He's been in this game a really long time. Just look at the people that he has put in the top positions working on Europe and in his administration. It's really important to him. The bench that we're building, both in the Republican Party and in the Democratic Party, are focusing on different things. They're not, they haven't been in this game long enough to understand why the transatlantic relationship needs to be a cornerstone of U.S. Foreign policy and U.S. domestic policy, actually, I would say. And so, I'm not really nervous about the United States, pulling out of NATO or turning back on our U.S. allies, but I am worried about that park Russia mentality that the Biden administration undertook, that in the future that might be a park Europe mentality. And what that means for the transatlantic relationship, I'm not entirely sure.
Thank you, Rachel. No, I agree, and I mentioned earlier that, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Washington really shaped the strategy. Europe has stepped up enormously, but it doesn't mean that it can compensate, a lack of interest or a drift of US interest in what's happening on the European continent. And of course, 2024, in fact, even before that, 2024 is a big electoral year in the European Union, but in fact, we've already had elections in Slovakia at the end of September. We're going to have elections in Poland on Sunday. So we're embarking on a difficult electoral period in Europe, Milan. And you're based in Berlin, you're from Slovakia, you also follow Central European politics. So how do you think this electoral season is going to influence the sort of very urgent security problems that we have in Europe, including in the Balkans? What do you see? What is your crystal ball telling you?
I don't go into crystal balls, but I would say this. The war has been going on for 1.5 years. There is a natural sort of tiredness with support for Ukraine in the West in general, not only in the US. And at the same time, domestic politics kicks in several countries, and that shows cracks in support for Ukraine, including on the eastern flank. Let's not be naive. The war in Ukraine has not only showed divisions in Europe, the European Union between the East and West, but it also divided the East. So Hungary was always there as an outlier, but now you have other countries, and let's not forget about Bulgaria, which was very divided, polarized domestically. And now my own country, Slovakia, shows its own domestic divisions on Ukraine. I don't think that the next government under Robert Fico, number 4, will stop international flows through Slovakia as a neighboring country to Ukraine, which is crucial. Most of German sort of arms supplies go through Slovakia, not only through Poland. But I think he will symbolically do something, maybe stop bilateral ammunition supplies. The stocks are already empty. He will not stop private contracts from armament factories. He's very pragmatic about that, I'm convinced. But it shows, I think what's the effect of it is it shows waning support, cracks, which will be explored by Moscow. I think you saw the tweet of Hungarian Prime Minister celebrating Fico's electoral victory. And also, the elections in Poland are strange in a way that this is where Poland, both camps, the current government of law and justice, including the opposition led by Platforma Obywatelska of Donald Tusk, they are staunchly supporting Ukraine. Yet, if you have elections which will be decided by very narrow margins, and you have, 12% of undecided, and these 12% are the ones that are feeling that Poland already does too much for Ukraine, then the electoral campaign aims to attract them, and it has anti-Ukrainian tones. This is what happened. Compared to and plus other issues, you have these countries neighboring Ukraine, they will be the direct sort of, they are now net, they are not net payers, they are receivers of EU funding. If Ukraine enters the EU, they will be losers. And what you saw with the Ukrainian agricultural products and wheat was just just the first issue which will need to be, these countries will need to rethink how they approach the enlargement, because they were thinking that Western Balkan candidates are far off and they are small economies, but Ukraine is, their economy would really dump the markets, not only with wheat products, and it's happening too fast. And if you have elections, of course, you want to protect your agriculture producers. So it was messy. I think it will stabilize a little bit after Polish elections. I think it's consequential where Poland will move, also the region will move. And still, I don't like to be fearmonger. I think under crisis, European Union has, especially if it's an existential crisis, European Union has proved that it will hold its act together. But it will be more bumpy, more chaotic. And also, let's not forget this. We have a situation on the eastern flank where a direct confrontation, I mean, Russians are, they have attacked by drones Ukrainian ports on the Danube River, and some of the drones fell on the Romanian territory. If you are very strict, this was attack on NATO territory. The governments of NATO are very vigilant about this, and they are very careful and very also disciplined not to overdo it. But Russia is careless, and what happened between Finland on the pipeline between Finland and Estonia is another example where they can be also probing. And so it's a dangerous situation. We have domestic weakness in several countries that might send a signal, I think a false signal of weakness. I think we will get through, but it will be a nervous sort of...
Yeah, and Moldova's national security strategy was also unveiled the other day, and the president of Moldova was saying, you know, the Russian goal is to, you know, end Moldova as a state. I think she used liquefy as a verb, which is quite a powerful one. And also going back to European politics and the travails of electoral politics, which are, you know, it's part of democracy. Notwithstanding the question of support towards Ukraine, you also have the degree to which the European Union as a whole has to negotiate with all these various components and contestation within, and how much energy and time and diplomatic resources it has to dedicate to keeping that unity, be it with respect to Ukraine, be it with respect to enlargement, be it with respect to the Balkans, be it with respect to NATO in the region, etc. So what I'd like to do now, we've put a lot out there, you know, the Balkans, NATO, arms control, politics in 2024. So I'm assuming that there are people who would like to make comments or contributions to this discussion. Please, thank you for breaking the ice. We have microphones coming. And if I could ask you to introduce yourself And, fire a question or a comment to anyone or to everyone.
Thank you very much. I'm Marina Kostic-Šurić. I'm head of the Center for Non-Proliferation, Arms Control and Disarmament here from Belgrade, and also I'm research fellow at the Institute of International Politics and Economics. So I wanted to ask Mr. Thomas, what do you think, because I wrote an article about the comprehensive arms control in Europe, so do you think we can have in the future some combination of conventional and nuclear arms control in Europe, or something like we had in the nuclear and space talks, for example, in the 80s? And I also wanted to ask, sorry, I forgot the name, but about the Balkans. What do you think about the development or possible development of a Kosovo army? Because we have a regional arms control regime here in the Balkans. Do you perceive, and how you perceive that Kosovo possible army? I mean, we are in Belgrade. We have a constitution of Serbia which says that Kosovo and Metohija is autonomous province of Serbia. But we know that it is considered for Kosovo to become part of NATO. So what about the NATO enlargement regarding Kosovo? Where are the eastern borders of NATO? Is there a global NATO? I mean, that is a lot of questions I'm just saying. But regarding Kosovo army, I'm interested. What do you think about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were several questions in one. So I'd like to turn to Tom first, and then Milan and Eric, perhaps, for the second part. And in the meantime, I'm keeping my eyes open for other hands that might want to come up and contribute to the discussion. Please, Tom.
So first, my association, the Arms Control Association, focuses a little more on nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction than on conventional weapons. But a couple of comments about what is possible in Europe when the war in Ukraine is finished. We could return to some of the positive developments of the 1980s in terms of both nuclear and conventional arms control in Europe. The big Gorbachev-Reagan breakthrough, the Intermediate Forces Treaty, was violated by Russia, caused the United States to withdraw. But 4 years after the treaty died, the U.S. has not yet deployed intermediate-range missiles in Europe. And there remains a possibility that we could avoid that level of escalation. The kind of conventional forces agreement, the multilateral treaties negotiated in Vienna are essentially Russia stopped honoring them years ago. It's very difficult to imagine how you would restructure those, but it is dependent upon the outcome of the war in Ukraine. But it would be irresponsible to say it's impossible. Centers like yours, politicians, diplomats, need to focus on what is possible, and without question, a new conventional arms structure in Europe could be of reassurance to both Russia and to the NATO and its partners.
Milan, do you want to add as well?
Let me maybe add one sentence that the arms control regime in Europe especially is not only about the US and Russia. Right? There are other countries, not only nuclear powers like France and Britain that want to be part of it, but also in Berlin where I sit, there is a lot of attention and conversation about this. Now, on your questions about Kosovo army, look, ever since Kosovo declared independence, it was clear that Kosovo will want to have an army. They cannot have an army just by their own sort of adventure. They have to have a build-up of their security forces in cooperation with NATO, because NATO is, through KFOR, the security provider for the whole of Kosovo. As you know, NATO is divided on that because there are 4 members that don't recognize Kosovo. And it is also a piece that can throw the balance out. So I think it is a reality that one day Kosovo will have an army. They are building their own forces. That army will be much smaller than Serbia has. But what worries me is that there was, until last year at least, there was some kind of a of a game that was predictable between Belgrade and Pristina. That sometimes it's completely surprise balls, like the land swap that was agreed between President of Serbia and President of Kosovo, but prevented by the international community. But it was not out of control. Now, increasingly, my personal opinion and my personal worry, as I look at the situation of the last few weeks, I see elements of out of control there, right? Because what's the future of the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia after Banska? Even though it's all about the association, I heard about Quint coming back to the region in coming days, trying to restart negotiations on the association. Can you do it after that? There are many pieces. I think still the underlining arrangement is there through K4, because also US commitment to European security is unquestionable under this administration. But I think increasingly, because again, my lesson from the South Caucasus is that the weakness of Russia was explored by the stronger country, by Azerbaijan, in tacit agreement with Russia to rewrite the regional order and Turkey. And as we move to the future, post-2024, the adventurism of leaders here in the region will be, I mean, we'll have more opportunities to be shown. So let me leave it at that.
So, Eric, I'd like you to address the question, but also perhaps about this, the space for things to go wrong in Serbia-Kosovo, if you're at liberty to do so. But just a very brief comment. The context is different, but December 2020, Azerbaijan's incursion into Nagorno-Karabakh, nobody was expecting Azerbaijan to win. And the military balance of power changed because of drones, because of technology. But nobody was expecting it. So actually, the outcome of it was something that the international community had sort of woke up to rather with a bit of a surprise. Huh?
And also, if I may say, but it's very important, in terms of international law, Nagorno-Karabakh is part of Azerbaijan, right? So
yes, exactly.
The moment, but it might not be finished. The moment that Baku will move on the corridor to Nakhichevan through Armenia proper, again, everything changes from the position of territorial integrity and international law.
So caution, but there are also differences in the context. So Eric, please.
So I would add that I would not describe KFOR or NATO as the guarantor of security in Kosovo, or as the provider. I'm sorry, as the provider of security. They're the guarantor. That's the Security Council resolution. So who provides security in Kosovo needs to be local authorities. And building that capacity so that all Kosovan citizens feel adequately protected is a primary objective. And I think one of the biggest disappointments of recent developments in Kosovo was the withdrawal, the en masse withdrawal of Serb Kosovans from the security institutions, because there'd been tremendous favorable progress on building security institutions that were well integrated. So that's a big loss. And I think that NATO has a key role to play. And it's important to appreciate that KFOR's role in guaranteeing that peace and bringing some stability to the region is widely appreciated. I was struck by this morning's discussion about the Good Friday agreements for Northern Ireland that said without both Northern Ireland, the UK, and Ireland having been together in the EU, that agreement likely would have been impossible. Yeah. So this is where the Kosovo-Serbia disputes overlap and need to be integrated then to the integration with NATO and the EU. That if NATO and the EU are the architecture in whatever form for the region, for really stabilizing peace and prosperity, I think that's the best prospects for the region. And that's a path that we need to move forward on.
And if I just say, I mean, I think it was great to have a panel on the Good Friday Agreement. And I remember when it was reached, I was living in London, and the courage that it took a number of individuals to get to the point in which the Good Friday Agreement could be reached. It's quite extraordinary. So I have a gentleman here, and then Sonia first, it's fine. Sonia Stojanovic.
Yes, thank you. I have a question not related to the Balkans, and this is whether you see transatlantic alliance alive in any continent beyond Europe. So Latin America, Africa, Asia, is there any alliance there? And especially in regards to recent developments with expansion of BRICS. And the second question I want to ask, within Europe, besides unity in containing Russia, which are the areas where EU and US interests compete? We know about digital, but for example, what's interesting for our region is also extractive industries and type of development. So are all bets open when it comes to who is going to get the important mineral first?
Thank you very much. And just in front of you, Sonia, we have another question. And then I'm going to look around the room to see if anyone else would like to contribute, because we need to think about bringing this discussion to an end. Fine, so please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for a very interesting panel. My name is Jonas, and I work at the Danish Embassy. I would like to ask the panelists, what is and what do you think should be the long-term plan for European security architecture? Should NATO function as deterrence of Russia in 5, 10, 20 years? Do you see the OSCE or some other institution playing a crucial role for European security on the longer term? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a nice open-ended closing question. So what I'll do, I'll start with Rachel. And if you could start with Sonia's question, perhaps first, and then move on to some more general considerations. And you have a couple of minutes each, so we'll be fine.
No, I think you make a really interesting point. I think one of the most interesting things sort of in the geopolitical context today is sort of this rise of the others. You know, we're looking at institutions like the BRICS and the G20 as forums where countries that might not have as powerful of a voice really be able to sort of push their agendas. And when I say that, I'm thinking specifically about India and China as two countries that really see themselves as vying for the voice of the global South, as we've come to call it. You know, what I think is interesting when you look at an organization like the G7, for example, in terms of, you know, purchasing power parity, it reached its peak in the 80s at like 70% of global GDP, and that has declined. It's about 45% right now, and the BRICS has surpassed it. And so we are seeing a situation where the US-European relationship, I think, needs to be put into a broader context, and both sides of the Atlantic need to think more clearly about what their future relationship with a country like India might look like, how they can build more successful partnerships with the BRICS countries, with countries in Africa in general. There's obviously a difference between the global South and the power South, the power South, which really pushes, the voice of the global South writ large. But I do think that this is something that the US and Europe are both thinking about, and that will, build on going forward. It's really interesting, traveling to India and Rwanda and Brazil this past year, not so much the conversations I heard, but the conversations that I didn't hear. And really what I didn't hear was anything about Ukraine. And what I did hear was a lot of conversations about the importance of building and deepening relationships with China. So I just thought that was interesting. In terms of the long-planned security architecture for Europe, I think the real problem is that it's sort of, what we've done at this point, I think, is linked the European security architecture with whatever U.S. president is in office. So Biden's message was the U.S. is back, and I think that maybe looking back on it, they could have rephrased that a little bit. And when you look at the Trump administration, it was very much a push to try to get Europe to act on its own. Although I do think that we've had sort of a hypocritical approach to European security, where we say that we want the Europeans to do more, but then when they try to actually build their defense industrial base, we say we don't want you to do it like that, actually. And so I really think we have to think in terms of like 10 or 20 years down the road. Where do we want Europe's defense industrial base to be? And that is going to mean, I think, the U.S. taking a little bit of a hit, perhaps, and that's not going to be easy for a lot of people. But I think if we want a stronger European security architecture and a stronger U.S.-European relationship in general, then we have to have a stronger Europe in terms of their own security and defense base. So that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you, Eric. I see you're, sorry, Tom, I see you're nodding, so do you want to go for it next?
I was agreeing with that, but let me make two quick comments on the questions raised. Are there going to be more military alliances like NATO? I think the short answer is no. The U.S. went through that fad in the 50s and 60s of building formal alliances in Asia and the Middle East, and it's not going to happen again. The closest we will come is the fact that South Korea and Japan need to cooperate more closely. They face a daily threat from North Korea and a potential threat from China. And I don't think they'll crystallize that relationship in a military alliance, but I hope they will become much better military coordination partners. The other part of it is there are still nations, such as Saudi Arabia right now, that would like to get an American security guarantee. I think that's going to be very difficult, but it would change the situation in the Middle East. Quick comment on OSCE. It is very sad that Russian and Belarusian obstruction in Vienna has prevented the OSCE from doing the unpublicized work that it has done very well in the Western Balkans, in the Caucasus, and elsewhere. And I have no idea how to fix that before this war is over.
Yeah, because we do need that unpublicized work. Eric, I'll turn to you.
The transatlantic alliance that we need and how it projects itself in the world, I don't share the... I see the glass as much more than half full, and especially it's been strengthened in the last few years. One note is the Munich Security Conference this year, 10% of the U.S. Congress was in attendance. That's a record number. And Majority Leader McConnell said, I brought a Republican-only delegation here because I wanted it to be clear what how Republican leadership believes in the importance of defending Ukraine and supporting the transatlantic alliance. So while the rhetoric at the top, can shift with the winds, I think there is a deep appreciation for the essential value of our European partners, the great success of this partnership that we've built over decades. It cannot be taken for granted, and I think that we, in every election cycle within the alliance, it's important to, we all hope our political leaders would take the long-term view and not look for short-term manipulation and gain, but often we see that in electoral games. But I think this is a time when everyone should be reminded of how we're bound by our values. Our shared values across the Atlantic are our strength. And the contrast with others, even with the BRICS, is stark. At the same time, it's a different globe. We have a much stronger Korea and Japan, which have common defense interests, who are key allies of ours. So we address India as an important democratic partner as well. So I think the Biden administration has been very clear in saying America succeeds in partnership with others, and we are determined to partner with those who share our values.
Milan, you have the last word.
Let me start with trying to answer very briefly Sonia's question about transatlantic alliance outside of Europe. I think that's now on the table. The US expects Europeans within NATO context to also help be present with some capability focus sort of outstretched to Asia-Pacific. I think it's possible that the transatlantic alliance will become more transactional, regardless of how the presidential elections in the US will go. And I see European security still be, in 10 years' time, be based on NATO, because that's how even your neighbors, Finland, Sweden, feel. They want to go under NATO's umbrella. So Serbia might be the one odd country out there, but it's still the arrangement with NATO. Belgrade's arrangement with NATO will be still here, I hope, a very important part of the security, overall security. And I think OSCE, let's see, I think it's dying, and there is still a search for another type of organization where you can discuss security, new format like Macron initiated the European political community, but after a summit in Granada, I really don't know what's the future of that format except the talking shop. So the jury's out, but I think the Western Balkans is a region where new trends or some new crises and dominoes can be started. So I'm worried, and I'm reminding my colleagues that the questions of territory and borders are not settled here. And this is where we all depend on the security arrangement and European integration going forward.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the audience for being with us, for asking really great questions. And I'd also like to ask you to join me in thanking our fantastic panelists. This was a really great debate. We went in all sorts of directions, but I think we managed to keep the thread together. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Rosa, for being so extremely punctual with time. And to get back on the time schedule for today, the coffee break that is now will be a bit shorter, so please come back at 11:40 for the third panel of today on German foreign policy. And let me just inform you that on parallel session room at 12:30 will be tabletop exercise on cyber security. So see you soon. So welcome back. A year and a half after Chancellor Scholz's speech that announced a course correction of 180 degrees towards foreign and defense policy of his country. Where are we standing now? Is Germany become the superpower in geopolitics as well as it is perceived as one in economic sense? The speakers on the next panel will discuss this subject, and they are Rachel Tausendfreund, Senior Fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Florian Biba, Professor of Southeast European History and Politics and Director of the Center for Southeast European Studies at the University of Graz, Christoph Maci, former member of the German Bundestag, Chairman of the Board, Ernst Abbe Foundation, and moderator in this panel is Anne Kuchenbecker, Senior Director at Strategic Partnerships European Council on Foreign Relations. Please, dear panelists, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to this panel on Zeitenwende. The word has, after Chancellor Scholz used it in his speech, has made a steep career. It's widely used as a German word in English publications, in speeches, and so on. It means, if you translate it, an historical turning point, and it has become a signifier of this change, turning point in German foreign policy. It was named the word of the year in 2022 in Germany. And so after this speech, the expectations, of course, were very high. And I think that the fact that we have an entire panel dedicated to German Zeitenwende at this conference reflects these expectations and these hopes for this German shift. And I would like to kick us off with my panelists here to take stock where we are. So 1.5 years have passed after this speech. What are the changes? Where are we with Zeitenwende? And it includes defense and security policy. It includes energy, de-risking, and then finally also the mental shift. So the Zeitenwende im Kopf, the Zeitenwende in the heads of politicians and the German public. So Christoph, I would love to start with you and see, so what is your assessment?
Well, maybe let's start with the first point in the speech of Olaf Scholz. The first point was we have to support Ukraine. Ukraine has to withstand. And the second point was we have to overcome our dependency on Russia. And the third point, we have to step up our defense capabilities. So if I look to the first point, supporting of Ukraine, I mean, that has been very successful so far. For sure, there are still open questions on certain types of missiles, but if you look at the whole picture, we were able to support Ukraine for more than 1.5 years now, and we stand ready to continue with the support of Ukraine, and there is no doubt that Europe will continue. And as well in the United States, it is debated, but I think United States will also continue to support Ukraine. To what extent, we will discuss. The second point, reducing dependency, and there we look first to our energy dependency. Germany was able to be completely independent now from Russian oil and gas. Within a very short time, we have built up, for example, LNG terminals in an unprecedented speed in Germany. And we have found new suppliers for gas and oil. And we have accelerated the rollout of renewable energies in Germany. So we are on a good way. The third point is more difficult to step up German defense capabilities. We see some first steps. Let me first look to a European initiative. We have the European Sky Shield initiative proposed by Germany. 18 European countries follow this initiative. Germany has decided to station a complete battle brigade in Lithuania. And then we have decisions to buy new fighter planes, the F-35 from United States. And we have a political decision, at least, on the new European air combat system together with France, and also on the main battleground system. So there are still many obstacles on the way, but the necessary political decisions have been made in this time. And let me have a last look to the budget discussion. The parliament has decided 100 billion special fund for German defense forces. But what has not been decided yet is the regular budget increase that is necessary over the coming years. So for the next 2, 3, or maybe 4 years, we are fine with the extra budget, but then we have to step up the regular budget, and that is not seen in the financial planning so far. And this is a weak point because for deciding on certain budgets, you have to have a long-term security in the financial planning. So that's still a weak point. Maybe let me make a point there, so
Sure.
we have some other questions as well.
Sure. Let me press you a little bit. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the government's performance so far?
I think the performance is not 100%, but I think 80% has been achieved from my point of view, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, do you agree with that?
With the 8 out of 10?
Yes.
I mean, maybe, yeah, I might go for 7. But I do think, I get asked a lot, is the Zeitenwende real? And I would say it's real. Is it enough? Probably not, but we'll get to that later in the discussion. I think first, if you want to talk about the Zeitenwende, you have to know where Germany started, right? So where did this turning point start? And if you look back to January of 2022, when the US was warning, there was the military buildup on the border, and the US was warning that Russia was planning to attack. And 80%, if not 90% of the German political class, of the German media, didn't really believe it, was accusing the US of being escalatory. And you may remember the very controversial offer to send 5,000 helmets to Ukraine to help protect them from these 100,000 soldiers. And now Germany is the second biggest supplier of weapons to Ukraine. So that's a very significant shift if you start where Germany started in January of 2022. So there was I have the numbers here, there was an ARD poll in March, and 40% of Germans said the weapons shipments from Germany were sufficient, and 16% said they could be or should be even more. So that's 63% of the German population in favor of at least, if not more, weapon supplies into an active war. I mean, this is a very fundamental shift. The Berlin Pulse is another sort of survey operation done by the Körber Stiftung. In 2017, 32% of Germans were in favor of higher military spending, 32. In 2022, that number was 60%. And 2022 spending is already higher than 2017, okay? Finally, on the 2% and NATO, again, to talk about where Germany started, and in particular, the Social Democrats, right, the party of the Chancellor. Sorry, Christoph. In 2017, you had a foreign minister, Sigmar Gabriel, who opposed publicly, strongly, the goal of 2% spending. You had a foreign minister in 2016 accusing NATO of saber rattling, right? This is not a party that kind of has a strong, solid support either for 2% or for NATO in its history. In the coalition contract, they didn't mention the 2%. They mentioned 3% in order to not have to mention 3% guarantee of military spending. And now you will not hear any SPD politician, anyone in the government questioning the 2%. Now, are they going to actually spend the 2%? You know, this is what we'll get to. That remains a little uncertain, but the commitment is really there. And so I think it is a very significant shift in public opinion and in political opinion.
Great, thank you. Florian, where do you fall in compared to Christoph and Rachel?
Well, I think I would also be somewhere in that 7 to 8 range. I was thinking of that as well. And especially, I mean, I would like to bring in kind of the comparative perspective. I mean, living in Austria where you know, energy dependency was very similar to Germany, and there nothing has moved. I mean, basically, we're still in the same position of dependence on Russian energy supplies, and that's not even a controversy, or it's a very minor controversy. So I think if one compares it to other countries, that shift is even more dramatic, and also the whole debate has really moved forward in Germany in a way which, you know, we take for granted that it should have moved forward because of the war. And if we compare it to other countries, we see that that's not at all automatic. And I think in that sense, the very fact that the term Zeitenwende was introduced by Chancellor Scholz in the beginning, I think really helped to push the debate forward in a way which I think if it hadn't been framed in this way, in the very beginning, I think this would have not been possible. So I think in that sense, it really allowed for the debate, you know, to kind of push also the public and the whole discussion forward in Germany. And I think, you know, the problem which I really see is very much that one still does not, one gets these moments of hesitancy when it talks about new weapon systems to be supplied to Ukraine. And I think that undermines a lot of the Zeitenwende logic, because I mean, the logic is, you know, to be a lot more forthcoming, a lot more kind of ready to take these steps, to also take risks in a certain way. And I think one gets the sense that there's still a high level of risk averseness in the public debate in Germany. And also I think where I think I would say I would be more on the 7 side of things rather than the 8 side of things is when it comes to visions about the kind of implications of all of this. I mean, there's one thing of saying, you know, we need to support Ukraine, we need to kind of step up defense spending, but when it comes to kind of visions for Europe, you know, which are the consequences in terms of, you know, when we talk about enlargement policy. I mean, yes, Germany has been, you know, coming on board with the whole idea of bringing Ukraine into the process, but in terms of the vision of how to achieve this and how to look at Europe as a project resulting from Russian aggression, the ideas still come much more from France, and I think they're kind of a more proactive, not just a responsive, you know, but if this is a Zeitenwende, i.e. if this is a turning point, you know, what does that mean in terms of the future of the European Union? And I think there I haven't seen Germany take, I mean, I don't even want to use the word lead, but in a kind of bringing in new ideas to really kind of change the dynamics. And I think this is really what is needed is not just responding to the aggression, but also then finding a new way to construct this European project based on that. And there I think there's still a lot of space for let's say, more ideas.
So overall, it's a more positive assessment. So it's real, it's not perfect, but things are on the way. More has to happen. But I think I want to address a little bit this disconnect that we see, and I think that was also spelled out in the framing of our panel. So the question, is it for real? Can we trust that this will continue? Is this the real turning point and no falling back into the old patterns when things changed? So I would love for you to drill down a little bit, you know, why... So if Germany is doing all these things moving forward in the right direction, why doesn't the perception among partners doesn't match? And maybe now we start here with you, Florian.
Well, I think the communication is often very, imperfect. I mean, I think, this is what I was pointing to when it talks about, weapons deliveries, systems where we get, no, this is escalatory. I mean, this whole argument that the delivery of weapons is escalatory for the conflict is, I think, a very flawed logic. And I think that really undermines the willingness to then deliver. So, and the fact that Germany is the second largest supplier is not visible. I mean, in a certain way, Germany is underselling itself in many ways in the communication strategy. And I think this is something which, of course, is maybe a more historical and broader problem, but I think it's one which becomes visible here. And that's why I think the effect is not as great as actually the substance behind it. So I think in that sense, there is, I would say that there could be better communicated. Of course, you can also see the difficulties of having a coalition which is a difficult coalition, or at least one which is complex. And there, one doesn't always get a sense that the government is speaking with one voice. And so I think all of that kind of blurs the overall actually substance which stands behind the messaging. So I would say to some degree it's the lack of messaging, and then I feel it comes back to the other point I made. It's the kind of lack of a larger vision which stands behind it, which at least isn't always visible in the wider European context. Because again, it's a European debate which we need. We need a European Zeitenwende, not just a German Zeitenwende. And there I see, and of course we talked in the previous panel as well about the challenges we have in other EU countries. And there, I think for the Zeitenwende to exist as a real policy shift in Germany, we also need the whole partners to come along with that. And that's really the biggest question, is how long can we have as a European Zeitenwende, a broad consensus in Europe about these changes in terms of policy towards Russia, support for Ukraine. And, Germany can't do it alone. It needs, yes, it can supply, weapons and support and financial assistance, but it needs the partners. And there, I think we need to have a broader, in a certain way, kind of alliance, and that is getting more challenged with, elections, not just Slovakia, but other elections which are showing the weakness of that kind of broad base of support across the European continent.
But I think when it comes to the partners, so there are definitely EU member states who see Germany as the problem, as a partner. When you look at the Baltics, when you look at the Poles, so but maybe Rachel, we can turn to you here and go again. So is it really communications? Because Olaf Scholz has been very hesitant I think there is no European country where each single weapon delivery hasn't sparked a public debate and a back and forth and kind of pretending like that our 15 Leopards would change Putin's mind and we cross the red line. So is it just communication, or what is behind this sluggishness when it came or when it comes still? Now we have the Taurus debate.
Yeah. So I think there's the facts, and then there's the communication. So Germany has been rather slow. So now they're the second biggest, but that's a relatively recent development, right? The UK was out there first, not to mention the US. And so it took Germany a while to get to the level where it arguably should have always been, which it's at now. So there are the facts that it has, in fact, just been slow. But I think there's communication as well, except for, I suspect, and Christoph, you're the politician, so you might be able to correct me, I think it's on purpose. I think Scholz is communicating with his internal, rather skeptical audience and is willing to take the price that the partners are also listening to this communication and they're not happy with it. So he has been, I think, not accidentally, but actually very much on purpose, positioning himself as a very reluctant supporter. And therefore, it seems like he's a reluctant supporter to all of the partners. And if you add on to that the kind of historic German skepticism of the worries of the partners in the East, it's a difficult message. It might be still the important message because maintaining political support for this level of spending is important. But I don't think it's an accident, actually.
Christoph, maybe you can help us to look into the soul of the Social Democrats and Social Democratic base. So, you know, is Olaf Scholz, with this sluggishness, playing to his base and ready to pay the price of losing the trust, or at least kind of losing some trust with the partners?
Well, I mean, maybe we start at the point that you have mentioned before. Look from where do we come from. We don't have that strategic debate inside this German society, and we don't have it in the Social Democratic Party, or we didn't have it so far. So we have to develop that, and Olaf Scholz sees we have to keep support for a very long time. We can't afford to lose majorities in politics for supporting Ukraine and to work closely with our allies. So that's why he is very cautious with every step, showing I'm not a politician who risks a lot for Germany. I'm cautious, you can trust me, and so you can trust me with every step. I think about it before I decide. This is one side. The other side is also, for Scholz, it's very important to keep all the partners together. And we have different opinions inside Europe. He has tried to be very close with the Biden administration. Biden was also cautious with certain steps of support. And he wanted to show with our most important ally, we go together step by step. We discuss it with each other, we decide it with each other. And if you look at the figures, there's only, you have mentioned 15% in German population that say it's not enough. Most of them say it is enough, the right speed, and around 40% say it's too much. So you have to balance that politically, and that is what Scholz does.
Talking about the partners, so it's especially in the beginning when it came to the weapon deliveries. So the Germans would often hide. So other partners were already delivering, and the Germans would hide and say, "Oh, we have to coordinate with our partners." And I think there was also this dynamic where the French and the Brits were saying, "We are already delivering, feel free to go ahead." And he still insisted. And then there was this impression that in the end, it's about one partner, it's about the United States. So again, you know, when it comes to this dynamic with the partners, you know, we're catering to some partners, but alienating others. So how would you assess that?
Yeah, but it's again, a difficult balance. I mean, for Germany, it's very important to keep United States as a very close partner in this situation. We still, and for a long time, we still have the situation we depend on American support. Europe is not capable to defend itself. So to have that in mind, it is very important to discuss every step with Washington and to decide together. And if Paris is upset for a moment, okay, they are upset. But you see also when Germany has decided, we launched the European Sky Shield initiative, France was reluctant to join because they say, but you make a step without any further discussion, you are too fast, and we want to develop our own system. You can't buy just from the States and from Israel. And Scholz has said, no, in this point I insist, we do that initiative and we want to have it fast, so we buy from the United States. Every step you do, it is debated inside Europe, and you have any step you have to think about, okay, can I move? Do I have to wait? How can I decide with partners together? One of the most important things is, and this is debated also a lot, how long can we make sure that this process is supported by a majority of voters? We have that discussion in the United States. We have that in Europe, different European countries. So, and if we lose the support, then we are in a dead end. So we have to have that in mind with all the steps we do, and this is what the German government does.
Richard, I think you would like to come in on that. I think it's important to note that, keeping the voters on board, Zeitenwende is of course not only about to support Ukraine, but it's also of the defense of Germany, to get the Bundeswehr ready and up to speed again, because it has been neglected, because we thought we are surrounded by a ring of friends. But obviously that's not the case. But
just to Christoph's point, or also your question, it's going to be a strange statement for a transatlanticist to make, but I found it surprising and frankly slightly disappointing the focus that Scholz has placed on the U.S. as the partner in this case. It's of course obvious. I don't like to know what would have happened if we hadn't had Biden's leadership, but from a party that previous chancellor candidate was, a former head of the European Parliament, I would have expected a sort of stronger European muscle in a challenge like this. And I've been really surprised to see, this chancellor cuddling up so closely with Biden and really focusing on that partnership and, neglecting European leadership also in the Sophia Besch says this, and I think it's great. German has this term führen, but there's also the term zusammenführen. So to lead by bringing together, which is sort of the best kind of German leadership when they choose to do it in Europe, and we haven't seen enough of that, and that surprises me. It would be less surprising maybe from different party leadership, but this party leadership, I find it rather surprising and disappointing.
Let's look at the two litmus tests coming up for the Zeitenwende, for the seriousness. One you already touched upon is the 2024 budget. So are we going to really spend that money on defense? And then the second one is really kind of how are we, does this have implication on our policy towards China? So when you look at the China strategy that the Bundestag or the government just came out with, so maybe we can address these 2 points and also see, what are the lessons learned and how they are being applied. And Florian, maybe you want to take the first step on what do you see as the lessons learned as the Germans move forward.
Yeah, I would maybe add to the litmus test also the question of, again, the strategy for the whole question of enlargement. I think that's also big, for me, a big question, because, one of the responses has been, Ukraine's application to the European Union and the whole question of how to accommodate a different European Union. And there, I think, because this is looking beyond the purely defense perspective and just looking at it in yes, preparedness for dealing with China, like long-term commitment, what you discussed in the budget, but I think there is the question of how does Germany see the European Union with Ukraine in it and also with the Western Balkans in it. And I think this is really, this strikes me as a very essential debate, which I haven't seen enough debate in Germany about that, really, in terms of how to envisage the European Union and the whole discussion about how to get the European Union ready for enlargement. And I think we have to take Ukraine's bid for the European Union very seriously. It is, of course, being taken seriously, but I think that requires also a very serious kind of soul-searching in the European Union about how to get it ready. And we've had the mention of the date 2030 as a date when not countries would join necessarily, but when the European Union would be ready. And that requires treaty changes. Very simply. And that's something which we all know how difficult it is. Especially with Hungary, but also some other member states. And yes, we have the Franco-German, think tank proposal how to reform the European Union, but I think it really then has to be taken further into a process which really, reimagines the whole enlargement process on one side when it comes to questions which some countries like Austria and others are proposing, the staged process of early benefits. But I think this is something where I think more German leadership and more German kind of also vision would be essential. And that is the test really of also, again, what happens after the war, whatever the war will look like, whenever it will end. There's the short term is, how to, supply Ukraine with the weapons it needs so it can win the war. But then, then there is not just reconstruction, but there is a vision of having Europe with the Ukraine, and that, brings all kinds of challenges. That would be, one of the big member states of the European Union in terms of size, population, and so on. And there, I think we need a bit more of this vision and a debate, and also how to make that vision real in changing the decision making in the European Union and make it tangible. Because I think, again, this is not something which is about saying, Ukraine can join at some point in the future. We need to think about realistic timeframes. Also for the Western Balkans. I mean, one of the lessons now this year is 20 years since the Thessaloniki promise. It's one thing to say, we promise you a European future, but if you don't follow up on it and if you don't make it real, then, you're going to wait for 20 years and then you're going to have an embittered region. And the same is, the risk for Ukraine. I mean, if Ukraine doesn't get a realistic prospect for joining the European Union, it might win the war, but Europe might lose the peace in terms of a Ukraine which feels it's actually left out, might become the Turkey of relations with the European Union, and that is hardly desirable for the European Union and for Ukraine. So I think I would add that as a key litmus test for German preparedness for the future.
Mm-hmm. No, and I think you're absolutely right. When you watch the German debate outside the Berlin think tank community, I think that this is not in talk shows. This is not widely tackled in the media, and so. Rachel, let me ask you to address the China question. So when you see the German debate, it's you hear voices from business. Russia is not China. China is. After the EU, the biggest trade partner of Germany. So how do you see lessons applied from the experience with Russia?
I mean, insufficient would be my verdict thus far. The direction, I think, is there potentially, but it's not enough, and it's a bigger challenge in a way that, we saw how costly it was for Germany to correct its poor investment or its poor strategic decisions when it came to energy reliance on Russia. And there isn't a similar kind of option to quickly course correct, if things come to a head as quickly with China. So there are still many prominent voices saying China's not Russia, who don't want to adapt the lessons one-to-one. And maybe you don't have to adapt the lessons one-to-one, but you should adapt at least part of the lessons. We have, for example, the numbers with Huawei, so the Chinese role in 5G critical infrastructure. I think this is a sort of a telling example. And it's been, debated for a while, and it's actually been quite clear. The signals have been relatively clear to German business that this was going to be a risky investment. And now you have Germany with the third highest dependency in Europe on Chinese infrastructure in its 5G networks, something like 60%, 59-60%. And France, for example, in the meantime, has been quietly reducing its Chinese dependence in its infrastructure. So it's at 17%, right? This is going to be really expensive to change this. I've heard people say, for 5G we have basically no chance anymore. It's 6G we have to look at. So this is the kind of pace that German business has been taking. There is a sense of, getting everything you can get out of the situation before it's too late, and that is not the bedrock for good strategic decision making. Now, the China strategy from the government was decent. I think there was a lot of relief in Washington, for example, if not yet euphoria over the strategy, but there was relief that there politically is a realization about the importance of de-risking. The question will be if it's going to be forceful enough toward German business to start making these shifts a little bit ahead of time and not too late.
Yeah. Christoph, the SPD, the Social Democrats, are the party of Ostpolitik. So how do you see the relationship with Russia developing in the long term?
Well, I mean, it depends on how the war ends, and it depends when Putin is not anymore in power. I mean, as long as Putin is in power, there is no cooperation, there is no common security possible in Europe. You can only organize security against Russia. That is our task for the coming years. So that's very clear inside SPD. And but what I wanted to add, maybe one point to the European strategy, because in our debate, also in the Social Democratic Party, but in the government as well, is the enlargement is necessary. It is a geopolitical imperative, but it is only possible if the EU reforms itself, its institutions. So for that purpose, Germany and France have initiated a common working platform, and they have just published their results with certain proposals how could we come from the situation where we are now to a better decision making inside EU. As long as one country can veto any decision in important fields and use that veto also to get something in another field that is not connected with the decision, the European Union would not work, and it would destroy itself if the European Union enlarges without reforming itself. So we put a strong focus on that internal reform now for the coming years to make the EU ready for enlargement. You are right, I agree with you. We have to have also a better idea how the next steps of enlargement could be, but it depends on the partners as well. I mean, we are here in Belgrade, and I don't see that the government here has any interest really in joining the EU and to make the necessary steps, because they are interested that the system can continue as it is. So, and it would not be able to continue as it is when it joins EU. So it depends on the partners as well. To come to China, yes, it is much more complex to reduce dependencies from China than it was in one field of energy supply from Russia. But the German new China strategy says clearly we need de-risking. And the question is now, how fast are we with that? And I was among those in the parliament that have fought it for some years already. We have to reduce our dependency in 5G infrastructure from Huawei. But nevertheless, we are dependent to more than 50% on Huawei. And now the Minister of Interior has made a proposal reducing Huawei in the 5G network. But it's not agreed inside the government, because the liberals say, no, we don't want that. This is too much, the state is too much intervening in the economy in that field. So I don't know how this fight will end up, but step by step we have to look at critical infrastructure here and what does China in our critical infrastructure, but we have to look also, we depend a lot if we want to reach our goals in environmental policy and in our climate policy. We are dependent on China. In solar power rollout, we depend for more than 90% on China. So to shift that and to get new supply chains and diversify the dependencies, it will take years. So, and that is the task we see, and we will do it step by step. But I see also that we have in some of the industries different opinion about that. They see that huge market and the cooperation and the possibilities, and they don't see the political risk. And I think in this field we have to work closer inside the European Union, but again also closer with the United States, our most important ally. And it's not impossible. I mean, we export more to the Netherlands than we export to China. China is in export, it's around 7% of our export, and also United States is a much bigger partner in export than China is. So let's step up, I would say, and do the necessary step for de-risking.
But I think what we just discussed shows really how deep Zeitenwende runs. So it's not just, upping your defense budget, but it goes to the heart of the foundation of the German success model. So Constanze Stelzenmüller coined this phrase that the success of the German model is based on outsourcing security to the US, exporting to China, and getting cheap Russian energy. And all those three things don't work that well anymore, or don't work at all. So Germany is really at a point where it has to reinvent itself at a time when the country is kind of entering a phase of recession, and you cannot easily kind of cover everything up with money. I want to spend a few minutes on the domestic mechanism. So for the first time, Germany has a three-party coalition, the Ampel, the Green Social Democrats, Free Democrats, that needs a lot of internal coalition building. There is a lot of infighting. The approval ratings for the Ampel are really, really low. So maybe we can drill down a little bit, kind of what are the dynamics within the Ampel in terms of Zeitenwende, and how does it play out? I don't know who would love to take that on. Rachel?
I mean, I can start. So the challenges are really only getting bigger, right? You have the China de-risking challenge. You have the challenge that you mentioned of sort of what's Germany's new model in an insecure world, where it hopefully will be spending 2% at least on defense, and spending it better is the other question. You have really challenging enlargement decisions, and you have a political landscape that makes all of that more difficult. And I don't get the sense of urgency in the current coalition, the sense of urgency that you had in the Zeitenwende speech, partially because Ukraine has done such a good job of defending itself. The immediate security urgency is gone. But I think the urgency to address these challenges, as long as the political system, as difficult as it is functioning somewhat well, is not there. Because what you didn't mention is the far-right party. We have now a very big actor. It's the second biggest actor in the according to the latest Sonntagsfrage Sunday polls, right? Second biggest support is going to the Alternative für Deutschland. So this is a party, even if you put aside all the kind of far-right anti-European problems, it's also not a party that's interested in reasonable solutions or a positive political agenda to actually tackle any of these issues, meaning the debate space in which to enact all of these very difficult policies is getting slimmer, because you have a party that will pretend that Germany doesn't have to do any of this stuff. And so we're seeing that the coalition isn't really managing. You did have the initiative from Scholz to say we have some really big challenges. I'd like the opposition CDU to join us, which is politically a little difficult for the CDU. So we'll see. But the political landscape, the Ampel is challenged. The opposition is worried about its right flank. So I would say a lot of its suggestions right now are also more about scoring political points with its right-wing voters than about Germany's challenges. And that I find very worrying. Sorry to be so depressing. Hopefully someone has something better
Christoph,
to say.
are you worried about the stability of the Ampel?
Well, I think the Ampel will be stable until the end of the legislation period, especially if you look now to the numbers in the opinion polls. If it's not stable, it can only lose. If it is stable, it still has a chance to win. So they will stay together. But yes, the political space to maneuver is shrinking. So, and what we have seen in the last time, that the Liberal Party because they lost several state elections, they decided to become a kind of opposition inside the government. So that's created a lot of debate, and you can see the decline of the trust into the government. We are below 20% now. We started with almost 60, we are below 20%. And in the same time, you can see the rise of the right-wing populist party, the AfD. They went up, they came from around 10% in the last election, and they are now in the opinion polls 22, 23%. So and one reason for that rise is that people don't trust in the government because they fight. So the second huge problem that drives the right-wing populists is the migration question. So what could the government do? They have to, first, they have to really sit down and think, how can we solve major problems inside so that we cooperate in a better way and we show to the public this government works together. And second is how can we tackle the migration question inside Germany? This is why the talks with the opposition as well, with the CDU, and inside Europe. So we have a first decision inside Europe now. And I see this as the only way for the coming 2 years, the rest of the legislation, to look at certain points where you can reduce the friction inside the government, show to the public that you solve certain problems and you go steps forward to gain trust again. Otherwise, we will see a very strong right populist party in the next federal election. And I don't believe that the stability of democracy is really threatened because the right populist party has almost reached its limits of people that say they could imagine to vote for such a party. And we have a very strong part in the society that say they could never imagine to vote for such a party. So the stability is still there, but the room for political maneuver is shrinking. Yeah. So we have to address that.
Yeah. Thank you. Before we are going to open it up for questions, Florian, I want to ask you, you touched on that more leadership is needed within the EU. So when we look around, we have the war in Ukraine, we had Nagorno-Karabakh now we have kind of war by Hamas on Israel. And then there is Trump, the potential re-election of Trump looming large. So there is a real need for leadership in Europe within the EU. How confident are you that Germany will step up to the plate?
Well, I mean, I think the other elephant in the room we haven't mentioned so far is, of course, that there are going to be European elections next year, and I think that's going to be, much before that, before the German elections. And of course, the real challenge is that we might see a very strong far right across the European continent. I mean, including Germany, but also Austria and France and so on. And I think that's really going to shape also the ability for European leadership, because what is the next Commission going to be looking like? I mean, it surely, will not include the far right, but it's certainly the far right will shape the response of the other parties to the next Commission. And I think that is a real question of whether or not, and I think this is one of the big risks we're seeing, is that mainstream parties respond to the challenge of the far right by adopting some of the messages. And I think that is the biggest risk, that, the far right, and I would agree with you that the risk that they will be threatening democracy is slim, but that they dictate the agenda and hijack the agenda is, I think, the biggest risk, that we end up talking about migration only instead of actually seeing that this is maybe not the biggest challenge, or that, in fact, the rise of the far right is not always because of migration, but they use this issue. And that also leads to the situation where, when we go back to Borrell's ring of fire metaphor you've also alluded to, it kind of, the response is we need to isolate ourselves from this ring of fire, or this is in a certain way, we just need higher walls and then we'll be safe. And I think the one lesson is actually that's quite the wrong response. I mean, Europe might be surrounded by conflicts, but it's not that the walls will not solve it. And also leaving these conflicts unresolved, I mean, Nagorno-Karabakh is the best. It shows very well that if you neglect conflicts and if you hope they're going to go away by closing your eyes, you're actually going to encourage actors to seize the opportunity of other conflicts. And Hamas is the same story. Frozen conflicts have a tragic way of becoming unfrozen when the opportunity is right for the party. So yes, I mean, I think we need European leadership. Can Germany step up to that? I mean, I'm skeptical exactly because I don't see that at the moment. And also I see in the European Union not a recognition of the seriousness of having Europe needs to be in a leadership position, but we see Europe speaking with multiple voices. We saw this even, a few days ago in response to Hamas's attack, where different commissioners said completely different, contradictory messages, which is a devastating image of Europe, which, should have on these issues quite a clarity, at least on very fundamental issues. I mean, we're not talking about big things, but even about do we fund the Palestinian Authority or not? I mean, and I think there one needs to, at a certain way, really look, kind of in the mirror and say, the next commission maybe should be actually geopolitical. I mean, the current one, it says to be geopolitical, but it's actually not in many ways. But but also value-based again. I mean, this purely kind of transactionalism, which has creeped in European policy when it deals with the Ring of Fire, with Tunisia, for example, where one says, well, we'll deal with a guy who abolished democracy as if he's a regular partner. There I would hope a little bit more moral clarity on the European Union, which doesn't mean, kind of not living with realities as they exist, one has to work with, but I mean, it creates a message that Europe is just as transactional as Trump is sometimes. And, speaking in this country where there's also a sense that sometimes the EU looks the other way when it comes to the problems of democracy in Serbia, not to mention other countries. I feel like there's a sense that the EU is not living up to the kind of values it seeks to promote, and there I think one could expect a bit more leadership. But I'm skeptical because we are in a situation where we have actually the more kind of authoritarian populist parties getting to be more
We will
powerful.
propose this as a panel for the next conference. So I now would like to open it up to questions. So let's take maybe 3. There is one here. If you could briefly identify yourself.
Hello?
Yeah.
I'm Gregor Meyer, the regional correspondent for the German press agency DPA. My question goes mainly to Mr. Bieber, since he is the expert. It's a very short question. Where is the Zeitenwende in the German politics, European politics, Western politics towards the Balkans?
Thanks.
Let's take 2 more. I have one here and one, the lady in.
Thank you very much, Birgül Demirtaş, Turkish-German University. I have 2 brief questions. My first question is related to the concept of civilian power. After the Second World War, civilian power concept has become, the keyword to explain the German foreign and security policy. Do you think with this Zeitenwende, has this concept become now irrelevant to explain the new German foreign policy? Germany, I mean, this civilian power role has become, a defining or distinguishing characteristic of German foreign policy. Do you think now it is just over and Germany has become like a kind of normal country in quotation marks? And my second question is with your ideas about the future scenarios. If the war between Ukraine and Russia becomes a protracted war, if there is no end in sight, if the war continues for the years ahead, do you think would the current German policy continue the way that it is? Do you think that would be kind of a change in the public opinion in Germany? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then one more.
I published a paper on Zeitenwende and the analysis of the actually first national security strategy of Germany. Sorry if I didn't hear that you mentioned it, but it is the first national security strategy, and I read a lot about it and discussions that were taken, etc., etc. So yes, the feminist foreign policy is one of the also Zeitenwende, let's say like that. But what was interesting for me is the relation of that feminist foreign policy, and it is actually not new in the international relations theory with the arms sale and the military industry complex, because the whole issue and the story of Zeitenwende is increasing of defense spending and actually revitalization of the whole military industrial complex. And and we know that it was constrained because of the end of the Second World War. So I wonder just, and I saw some reactions in Asian countries. They were afraid of a larger arms sale, German arms sale in some of the Asian countries. So does actually Germany want to have a leading role in Europe? Should it have a leading role in Europe, or should it be still a little bit constrained and maybe behind some processes because of maybe the lack of trust in very strong Germany in Europe and in the world? And I'm specifically also concerned about the UK role in all of this. So what is the reaction of the UK to this, let's say, rise of the military spending and arms sale of Germany? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can take one more and then bring it back to the panel. So we have the gentleman here.
Thank you. My name is George Terek. I'm advisor since recently to the opposition parties in Serbia. I have one question in terms of the leadership that you were mentioning previously, that the European Union is currently in very need of. Economic crisis, we need a stronger leadership. Migration crisis, we need a stronger leadership. COVID crisis, we need a stronger leadership. War on the borders of the European Union, we need a stronger leadership. What is the time that the leadership is really going to comprehend this fact?
Okay.
At what time is it going to emerge? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think there was this one big question that I heard in three questions, the question for leadership in Europe, within the EU. Who would like to take that on?
Maybe I start. I think the question is not only leadership, yes or no. The question is also what kind of leadership. And Germany has tried also in the past to be a power inside Europe that tries to bridge different opinions inside Europe and bring them together. And this is still a task. Europe is a difficult entity that you have to manage. And if you want to make Europe strong and a geopolitical power, it only works if you manage the inside conflict. So this is one of the biggest tasks of leadership, German leadership inside Europe. And Germany was able to be mainly a civil power as long as we had a kind of security order in Europe that worked. But that is destroyed. It is not anymore there. So we have to step up to become a military power. And I would say again, because before the Iron Curtain were opened, Germany has spent more than 3% for his defense budget of GDP. So, and we had a much stronger army in Germany, conventional army. So we have to step up that because Europe has to defend itself against a threat that comes from Russia. And there is no other way for the coming years than to deter Russia. So there's no space for maneuver. That has to be done. The other side is making Europe a geopolitical power means also to act, that was one part of the discussion, in the conflicts around Europe. And there again, first step is to get political agreement on how Europe should act. And that is often difficult. And that's why we say we need this reform of institutions and we need decisions by qualified majority so that we can act faster and we are not in a situation that the single country can block decisions. This is one of the main tasks for the coming years, from my point of view, to make the European Union fit for the future and fit for purpose.
Yeah. Rachel, please pick, and then we will have Florian take the one that was specifically addressed to you.
So, I mean, to combine it with the question about civilian power and also feminist foreign policy and German leadership, I don't see this government leading in Europe. I think the chance might be if France would stop waiting for Berlin, find another power, and then Germany could play the role of connecting some more actors. I don't see Germany giving up its its restraint in a military sense and its civilian power identity, to me the answer is to invest more in European capacity, right? That's how Germany can be leading in Europe, be a better security actor without worrying allies or giving up key parts of its identity. I don't see a conflict, or there doesn't have to be a conflict there. I also think there doesn't have to be a conflict between feminist foreign policy and defense capabilities. I point to Finland always. I think you can be capable of defense and still be a feminist power. So that would be my hope. And I think the answer is a European answer, which we don't have yet. Yeah. We don't have it coming from Berlin, and I don't think the initiative will come from Berlin, but I'm hopeful that they at least won't block it. My answer on Ukraine is more depressing, which is to say, if the war continues and the US stops supporting it, then I see European support crumbling very quickly. Unfortunately.
Thank you. And then Florian, to you, again, Zeitenwende in the Western Balkans?
Yes, I mean, I would say, as implicit in the question, I think there hasn't been a Zeitenwende in the Western Balkans when it comes to German and EU policy. I mean, in fact, we still continue to see, in fact, maybe even more a propping up of authoritarian tendencies in the region. I mean, particularly when it comes to the support the Serbian government has been enjoying by Germany. I mean, I think this is where there's been this kind of, criticism on one side, but actually, kind of economic ties continue. We get very little public criticism. When it came, for example, to the controversial lithium mine project in Western Serbia, the signal was very much from Germany that actually this is something we would like to see. So I feel like there isn't really a kind of a critical push to say, well, we need to also deal with, with local autocrats in a more forthright manner. And I think there was a bit of a missed opportunity in the change of government, even independently of the Zeitenwende, to really kind of reconfigure policy towards the region and to also support more democratic and progressive forces which are challenging the kind of state capture we're seeing across the region. So I feel there's a bit of a missed opportunity, and in fact rather trying to contain Russia is more important than actually trying to deal with the lack of democracy in the region. And I think that's the wrong conclusion in the end of the day.
Okay. Well, thank you all for taking the temperature on where Zeitenwende stands. It sounds like a lot more needs to be done, and I'm afraid we are out of time. Please join me all in thanking the panel for a good discussion.
And thank you all panelists for tossing the next two subjects of the next two panels. The next one is on feminist foreign policy. It starts in 5 minutes, so please be here. Good afternoon and welcome back to the panel Feminist Foreign Policy in Times of War, from Policy to Action. What is feminist foreign policy? What concept stands behind this term? And what countries already implemented something like that? The speakers in this panel will be Serafine Dinkel, Associate Fellow in German Council on Foreign Relations, Elena Stavrevska, Lecturer in International Relations, University of Bristol, Karolina Leaković, International Secretary of Social Democratic Party of Croatia, and this panel will be moderated by Marie Jelenka Kjerknja, Associate Researcher on Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis. Ladies, please take the stage.
Thank you very much. Welcome. I'm very happy that today we can be here on this very timely topic, feminist foreign policy, with a panel of great experts. At this conference, we've spent the past couple of days picking our brains about how to do things differently in Europe, how to counter global threats and global chaos. And I don't think I'm spilling any secrets when I say that we have a tendency to go around in circles, talk about the same things, to not really come to any novel solutions. And I'm therefore very happy that we now have some time to be talking about feminist approaches, feminist foreign policy, and to really brave to think things a little differently. FFP is still very much in the process of being defined. There is no one definition, and I would like to dive right in with you, Serafina, to give us an introduction to what FFP is, what FFP can be, since you're German, maybe particularly in this German context, and to set the tone for this panel by letting us know, why should we care? Why would this matter?
Yeah, thank you, Marie. You already touched upon the fact that there's no single definition of feminist foreign policy, and that is because there is no single feminist approach, so there's always a multiplicity of feminisms. But perhaps just to anchor this debate a little bit, one of the definitions that was advanced by the think tank Center for Feminist Foreign Policy, that kind of was a partner for the German government as well in developing what is now its guidelines on feminist foreign policy, is that feminist foreign policy, or FFP, is a political framework centered around the well-being of marginalized people. It invokes processes of self-reflection regarding foreign policy's hierarchical global systems. It wants an alternate and intersectional rethinking of security from the viewpoint of the most vulnerable. It aims to elevate the experiences of women and marginalized groups, and accord them agency to scrutinize the destructive forces of patriarchy, colonization, heteronormativity, capitalism, racism, imperialism, and militarism. So that is one of several definitions, but I think the main consensus that we can draw from this is that it's not just a foreign policy for women, but it is meant to be a foreign policy for everyone. So it has this inclusive justice dimension. And in the German vision that was formulated more or less throughout the last year, it is also seen as an inclusive, intersectional foreign policy that reflects the needs of society as a whole. So Marie, you mentioned the German context, so a little bit of context on that. I know it was also discussed already in the last panel on the Zeitenwende. So implementing a feminist foreign policy was one of the commitments of the German government during the last 2 years. And the process and the consultation that led to what has now been published in March as the guidelines on feminist foreign policy took place in this context of the Zeitenwende, and we can discuss later on maybe some of the tensions that this has brought about. And you asked why it matters, Marie, and in this context, there was some skepticism on why do we need feminist foreign policy now? We need to think about our security, the security orders under attack. Those were kind of the arguments that the proponents were facing. But I really think it's kind of commonsensical to understand that in a situation of war, people are differently affected. And it is always the security of people that is under attack of individuals, and not just that of a state or even an organization or a quasi-state. At the end, it's about individuals, and these are disproportionately affected, and especially vulnerable and marginalized people are affected differently. And a feminist foreign policy has the ambition to take into account these differences, and ultimately to try and remedy some of the injustices and serve everyone. So, for example, in a war situation where you are seeing attacks on hospitals, we know that the wounded and sick are a vulnerable group, or people with physical disabilities might find it harder to access shelters if there's aerial bombing, or they might have a harder time accessing basic care and fulfilling their daily needs because they have a restricted mobility. Then we have also seen in different contexts the strategic use of sexual violence as a weapon of war against civilians, the vast majority of whom are women. LGBTQI persons can face difficulties. For example, they're vulnerable now in parts of Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine. And another example that we saw last year was that people of color had a harder time leaving Ukraine and faced some discrimination also in their transit and arrival. So I think even if one is uncomfortable with the term feminist, one can understand what it's about and what the consequences of foreign and security policy are for different people. So perhaps very briefly, being conscious of the time, in Germany the process was led as a consultation with experts and with civil society groups as well. And that led to the foreign policy guidelines published by the Foreign Office in March, along with some guidelines on feminist development policy. And these guidelines, they follow mainly the Swedish model. So Sweden adopted a feminist foreign policy in 2014, defining the 3 R's, so accounting for rights, resources, and representation in feminist foreign policy. And the German guidelines now add diversity to these 3 R's, so taking a more intersectional perspective. And also, what I find quite interesting is the idea of a feminist reflex that is to be implemented in foreign policy going forward. And I will be quiet for now and leave some room for the other speakers, but happy to discuss more.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I mean, it was a difficult task to be like, okay, you have 5 minutes, explain everything about feminist policy. And I think there's a lot of things in there where we can dig a little deeper in the coming hour that we have. For now, I would like to take a step back for a moment. You did mention the implications of war, of violence for specific groups in society. You mentioned inclusive and justice dimension of a feminist foreign policy, and that isn't something that is on the agenda only since 2014 when Sweden introduced feminist foreign policy. Most well-known and best institutionalized, I would say, has been the WPS agenda. And Elena, maybe you can shed a little bit more light on what this agenda means, where it came from, and how it relates to feminist foreign policy today. So,
right, sure. In 5 minutes, no problem. No, but it's actually much easier to go after the outline of feminist foreign policy. So the Women, Peace and Security agenda, in many ways, one could consider the predecessor of the feminist foreign policy as a concept and also as a policy that has been at least declared, in some cases advanced, by different countries now. So the WPS, the first resolution, 1325, and some would actually call WPS 1325, which is doesn't do justice to the agenda, but I'll get to that in a second. So the first resolution was adopted in 2000. And it's especially poignant to talk about that in this context where we are, physical context, because it came in the aftermath of the Yugoslav wars and the way gender was weaponized, not only in that conflict, but it historically has been weaponized in conflicts. So it was pushed forward by feminist activists of course, it lost some of the appeal by different countries, then bringing it to the UN Security Council inevitably. But what is important about the Women, Peace and Security agenda is that essentially it is an agenda not about adding women and considering women in peace and conflict contexts, but it is about transformation of structures that create gendered experience or differently positioned people, including women, but not only women, become more vulnerable in certain situations. So the agenda itself, which by now constitutes of 10 resolutions that cover a range of topics, and then it also constitutes this little ecosystem, which is not so little anymore, where we have more than 100 countries worldwide who have adopted national action plans for the implementation of women, peace and security, and 13 regional entities, including the EU, who have adopted action plans of their own in relation to the women, peace and security agenda. So now this agenda shaped around 4 pillars, which include participation, and it's something where many countries have stopped. We need to be reminded there are 3 other pillars that we have to bring in the discussion. One is protection. The other one, though, which gets left out often, is prevention. How do we make sure this does not happen? And the 4th pillar, also the least funded one or the often forgotten one, is relief and recovery. So how do we not just include women in the economic processes or the socioeconomic processes related to relief and recovery, but how do we actually rethink relief and recovery and the way it reproduces certain vulnerabilities along gender lines, and not only along gender lines, as you were mentioning, along intersectional lines. So you would probably notice there's a bit of criticism in what I'm saying towards the way WPS has been implemented, because it has ended up in many contexts to what we call adding women and stirring, without challenging the structures within which this function, without challenging the structures that reproduce violence, that make war possible, right? And we'll talk about that more later. So the big question here is, how do we return to the transformative potential of the Women, Peace and Security agenda hand in hand with with the feminist foreign policy? Now, the agenda at the local level has been translated in national action plans, as I said, in all the countries in the Balkans. Some have already adopted a 2nd, a 3rd, and so on, national action plan. But what is interesting is, as conflict affected as our societies here have been, very few, only in Kosovo and Bosnia, do we have national action plans that are inward looking. Even in countries like my own, Macedonia, or North Macedonia, if you will, the national action plans are outward looking. How do we make our peacekeeping missions more gender inclusive or more women inclusive, and so on, without actually reflecting of how women in the Macedonian society, or the society in North Macedonia, have been affected by the conflict in 2001. So then the question becomes, even here, how do we center WPS in a way that takes these lived experiences within our societies seriously? And then related to that, considering that the Balkans is some countries in the Balkans, in particular, are at the barrier of the refugees route, of the route of the people on the move, which is something that is considered in the WPS agenda. What do these countries who have national action plans do about the gendered experiences of refugees in the region? And finally, it would be amiss not to mention the strong anti-gender movement and anti-trans rights movement that all of the countries, I think most of the countries in the region have been affected by. It's a global phenomenon, but we see that in our countries too. And so what is the importance of the WPS and how it becomes actually even more important in the context of this one global push against women's rights and human rights, really, and also regional anti-gender movements. I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, no, but that is great for me to continue with questions to then you, Carolina, because I think we can all agree that ideally foreign policy should be a reflection of practices and ideas at home. So if we say we have a feminist foreign policy, it needs to relate. As you said, it needs to be inward-looking. It's not only for the WPS agenda, it's for every foreign policy principle. It needs to reflect our domestic realities. And then my question to you would be, Carolina, to maybe look a little bit more at this domestic context and the domestic preconditions that we would need in this region or in a country that, just let us know which context you're choosing. What is the precondition to have an outward-looking feminist policy at home?
I'm definitely not going to address the Croatian context because we don't have a feminist foreign policy, not even planned yet. To be honest, in our region, Slovenia is the only country that announced and proclaimed that they're going to have a feminist foreign policy. So it would maybe, it would have been really great if we had our Slovenian colleagues here. But I'm definitely going to maybe address the regional context in a way that this is the first time that we have a feminist policy proclaimed in our countries here. And I think it's very important for the, let's say, political, from the political point of view, because especially in my country, but it's the same in every other, I guess, ex-Yugoslav country, we tend to forget our heritage and the emancipatory potential that we already had before the dissolution of Yugoslavia, so we had feminism before, right? It's not like we imported it or we found out about it like in the 90s or after that. We had ties with the global south that in the case of my country, we now don't kind of look at, or we look at it from a perspective that I don't cherish. So what I wanted to say is that when you label a policy or an endeavor, a feminist, when you put a feminist label on it, it's sort of a burden, right, as well, because you have to somehow live up to the expectations. It's not enough to label it feminist. You really have to, in our case, maybe think about what it meant, I don't know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 60 years ago in Yugoslavia as well, and how to also include this kind of experience and this kind of heritage and this kind of potential into our policies today. So I think when we think about some kind of, let's say, Western Balkans or Southeast European approach to feminist foreign policy, I think it should be different than the approach that Sweden, Germany, or Mexico has. And I think it should really take into consideration the specificities of societal, economic, political changes that and wars, conflicts that we experienced in the 90s. And talking about that, I think we also have to really take into consideration and always have, think about how our sisters, our colleagues from the civil society here in the Western Balkans built their anti-war movement in the 90s, and how that can really inform what our feminist foreign policy from the outskirts of Europe or from the European or EU periphery should look like. And we also have to take into consideration that among our countries, some are members of the EU, some are members of NATO, some will never become members of NATO. I hope every country will be part of the European Union sooner or later. So we have a lot of complex issues to also address via this foreign policy. But yes, you're right, and Elena and Serafin both mentioned the challenges that we have on our in our internal kind of forums or our internal contexts, which, to be honest, are not that different from a country to country. It is a strong anti-gender discourse, sponsored by political elites, to be honest. Yep. So we don't have that many voices, even in mainstream parties where I come from, in political arena, that would stand on firmly on feminist stand, that would address issues from feminist
Which,
standpoints.
if I may, very quickly, because we heard both the WPS agenda was very highly influenced in its development by civil society actors, and then FFP in Germany has also both in working towards the coalition treaty, but then also in the development of the guidelines. There has been this really strong element between civil society actors, think tanks, and then political parties. So that is certainly something that you now mention, which then I suppose needs to pay special focus to, is like who are the actors who could be pushing for such a policy, both domestically and then towards foreign policy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. I mean, that's what
yeah.
basically I wanted to highlight maybe in this first round.
But then, do you see that there would need to be more of a regional cooperation maybe among actors, or would you say that there needs to be more cooperation with actors from outside the region? Like how?
What I don't see here in this region is cooperation. That's what I lack. Not only in foreign policy, which is maybe for some people controversial to kind of have like a similar approach to foreign policy, but in any other policy for that matter. So I don't see cooperation among not only like-minded political actors, but any political actors for that matter. So yes, I mean, of course, but it has to be initiated by feminist actors in politics, which are not that present. So, yeah, more inclusivity and more diversity, as Serafin said.
Yeah, okay. Well, because we really want to get to some implementation, and we also want to get to this spooky title, Feminist Foreign Policy in Times of War, and how can it work. So let's look at feminist foreign policy in practice. And Elena, maybe we can start by looking at the political economy of feminist foreign policy, because I think that is something that is, in whatever context you look at, a challenge to not see feminist foreign policy as an isolated practice or an isolated policy. And there is this tendency of just regarding feminist foreign policy maybe as an inclusion of more women in diplomatic services, or other very narrowing understandings, and maybe a little bit of gender budgeting, but not really looking at economic dynamics, not really looking at trade.
Yeah,
shoot.
Sure.
Let us know.
Sure. And actually, I want to say that, yes, we criticize, but we criticize from a point of love, from a point of we want it to be better. And especially when it comes to feminist foreign policy, the question becomes, how do we avoid that becoming gender washing, right? Label a country, label a policy, feminist foreign policy, and then what do you do with it? Just because you proclaimed it, it doesn't mean that it is actually feminist in practice or in the implementation. And one important aspect of feminist foreign policy, I mean, why it's such a burden almost to label it as such, is that it has to fundamentally consider how the domestic level connects with the global. You cannot have a feminist foreign policy and a patriarchal domestic policy, which many countries do. But on the global level, I think it's important to think of how is it possible to have a feminist foreign policy in the context of hyper-capitalism. And what I mean by this is that we know that within hyper-capitalism, within this hierarchical structure, or structure that even reproduces further hierarchies, there are exploitative practices and forms of work within the home. And if any feminist would tell you that we have to consider how the public and the private are blurred, right? So we cannot just keep expecting women to pick up the slack at home. within the system. So how does that connect to there being a feminist foreign policy? How is it possible to have a feminist foreign policy in the context of expert processing zones, which are heavily gendered, and then the gendered lines of work within the global value chains, right? Where work and processes or production processes are exported to the global south at very low wages, with very little protection of workers' rights and human rights, but at the same time, these businesses do come, or the capital does come, from countries that might have declared to have feminist foreign policy. So how do we consider these holistically is the big question here. The feminist foreign policy cannot be just one thing. It has to be related to development aid, and development aid has to be feminist at its heart, but also trade and political economy more broadly has to be feminist in its essence as well. And this then I link also to processes of resource extraction, and it's something that's happening in the Balkans as well, but not only. So feminist foreign policy, or any foreign policy really, cannot call itself feminist, let alone inclusive, if it doesn't consider how practices contribute to the climate crisis. Because we know who is the most heavily affected by the climate crisis. Research shows us that this is women and its marginalized bodies and marginalized peoples and communities in the global south, not only, but in the global south. So then, if a country heavily contributes to the climate crisis and to the escalation of the climate crisis, does that bode well with there being a feminist foreign policy? And these things really have to be taken into consideration together. And again, this stresses really, places the emphasis of intersectionality. Women are not a monolith. And therefore, in any policy, including in foreign policy, we have to consider that the different types of experiences, different types of needs, and different priorities that those entail. And finally, I think feminist foreign policy, and this is something that's been highlighted since Sweden declared feminist foreign policy, we have to ask the question of whether it's possible to have feminist anything in a context of militarized world, in the context of a world where countries contribute heavily to the arms trade, where they trade arms with countries who violate human rights and women's rights, but also countries who inflict violence on others. I don't want to mention the elephant in the room now because I'll mention it later, but within the current context, how many of the countries who have declared a feminist foreign policy have spoken a word on what's happening in Gaza? So in some ways, actually, to pick up what Carolina was saying, perhaps we need to move closer to some of the principles of the non-aligned movement, which had a holistic understanding of peace, had an understanding of peace that connected the political and the economic, and connected the anti-militarization of the world. For all its deficiencies, though, we perhaps need a feminist non-aligned movement, which would take some of the lessons learned from the non-aligned movement, but go a step further in many ways, turning or combining the global and the domestic. I'll stop here. So there's
and I feel like this is exactly the point where maybe some people are starting to be lost. I mean, not in this room, but in general, when you speak out about militarization and that we would need less militarization, because then I would say, well, we are at war. How can we not militarize? How can we not defend ourselves? So, Serafina, since you have also been working extensively on the national security strategy in Germany and also other security strategies, I would like to bring that question to you before we go into audience questions, to understand how feminist foreign policy can actually provide security in such times. And then, because we heard about it before, we heard about the WPS pillars, one of the pillars being prevention, which of course leads us to a long-term strategy. So then maybe tell us more about the difference between a long-term strategy for security and feminist foreign policy and short-term reactions.
Yeah, I will try to do all that.
I know, it's all really big topics, and I feel like we're just at the beginning of starting this conversation in this context. So.
But maybe I would just like to tie back to some things that Elena and Carolina said, especially about this, I think it was you, Carolina, who called it the burden of labeling that declaring a feminist foreign policy brings with it. And this is very much the point that I've been trying to make, is that actually, like, this is not something completely new. And last year, there were all these questions also in Germany. Okay, we're doing a feminist foreign policy, but what does it mean? What do we do now? But actually, like, it's just a reflection and a correction of the implementation of agendas that have already been done, including the Women, Peace and Security agenda, including all the conversations that have been taking place about human security since the 1990s, and this realization that actually security must be about the fulfillment of human needs and not just about like state-to-state security, and that doesn't work anymore, and it probably has never worked. So I just wanted to emphasize this actually corrective potential that feminist foreign policy has, and this way of holding governments more accountable, and then tying back to strategic processes. So I found interesting working on and around some of also like EU-related strategies on how do we do strategic autonomy and all of these things. What is often missing is these mechanisms of actually like holding the strategy accountable and checking whether there's actually like monitoring of the implementation of strategies. And also what I find quite interesting also about the guidelines now is that for a government document, the tone is quite transformative, and I think this is really interesting because it's really rare that you get such a self-critical approach in government documents, and not just statements of intent, but also saying. And I think that is also a very important element now, is that one of the efforts that is being led is really a reconsideration of all of the working structures internally of the Federal Foreign Office. So 4 out of the 10 guidelines formulated by the office are actually about its inward working structure, which I think is important. On the other hand, there's this limitation. We have guidelines from the Federal Foreign Office on foreign policy, and we have guidelines from the Development Ministry on feminist development policy, but we don't have an overarching government feminist foreign policy. And this creates kind of a tension if you compare the language of the national security strategy with the language of these feminist guidelines. The tone in the security strategy is much more, well, that of a typical strategy, right? And it does address some of the more contemporary insights about how security is not a monolith either, but how it's about an interaction between society and the economy and individuals. But it kind of lacks a little bit this feminist reflex that the foreign policy guidelines try to implement. So there is this tension, but again, I think it's this like analytical and corrective potential that makes the new term interesting as a, if you will, like a standard of holding accountable. And perhaps just to put some numbers on that, so the guidelines commit by 2025 to invest 85% of aid into gender-sensitive projects, so which have gender equality as their secondary goal, and then 8% of aid into gender-transformative projects that have gender equality as their primary goal. So this is also quite interesting in trying to attempt to remedy some of the mainstreaming approaches that maybe didn't work as well in the past. But you asked me to speak about human security and about maybe
very quickly,
security.
because I think it would be important to make this difference between what is a traditional approach to security and why is a feminist approach unique in its way, and how could that transformative potential unfold?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps let me tie back a little bit into some of the debates we've been having last year, because and still sometimes there is a lack of clarity on what is it supposed to mean in practice, and you mentioned this tendency now for militarization that is in tension with also the need to invest in certain security decisions in the short term. So I think here we have something with which we can try to bridge the tensions that there are between what is happening in reality and what is the ambition of feminist foreign policies, by saying, okay, in the short term, we need to be able to react, and the focus of a reaction needs to be the protection of civilian population and taking into account the fact that civilian population is differently affected in different ways, and how can we remedy that. And then in the long term, to see how, and you mentioned the 3 pillars of WPS, how can we reflect that in reconstruction efforts? How can we reflect that also in terms of post-fact protection of rights, so in establishing justice for example, crimes that have been done, and trying to do some work in the long term to transform the understanding of security. And again, I don't think that this is something that is completely new. I think this is an understanding that has been in state practice, at least emerging in the past 30 years, and in civil society, been around for at least 100 years with the feminist movement of the turn of the century. So I think also getting people to talk about it, and getting foreign and security policy people to talk about feminist foreign policy, and forcing officials to defend feminist foreign policy, I think that also has the potential to create some mindset change, which is notoriously difficult to achieve in any strategic processes.
I mean, that was a great bridge to bring in the audience and involve people. Are there any questions? Yes, please. The microphone is right behind you.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anna Kuchenbecker from ECFR. I have a question. So I see feminist foreign policy really as part of the value-based foreign policy. When we look around us, given the world where we see the rise of China, an aggressive Russia, Iran, so where the space is really shrinking for a values-based foreign policy to be pushed through to take effect. And I think the best example is the revolution in Iran, that is a women-led movement. And when we look at the reactions, for example, at Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, so that was rather subdued. And of course, it was because of the JPCOA. And I'm wondering, how do we deal with this in a world where the space of value-based foreign policy is shrinking, when in a case that is so obvious, a case for feminist foreign policy, when we are not able to really act on that?
Is there any other question at this? Yeah, please. Here and then.
Thank you. Really enjoyed the panel topic. I have one comment and one question. I want to contribute to what Serafin mentioned on how important it is to introduce this topic from our experience in BCSP dealing with women, peace and security in security governance. It was actually the one topic that will show all the informal dynamics of security governance. So you wouldn't find only about the issues of representation of women and men, but you will find where the power is in institutions, who security is for, who is informally making decisions, what are corrupt practices and so on. So I think these lenses are very important to keep on in discussing the issues that the forum brings forward. But the question I want to ask is, can we promote feminist policy, not just foreign, but domestic also, in an inclusive way which does not deepen the divisions further? Because I've really seen it all over again, even at the micro level of civil society, that some of my close friends that I really have high opinion of, feminist activists, are turning off communication when somebody uses non-politically correct language, when somebody speaks about patriotism in traditional way. And these patriots are at the same time the leading environmental activists in a province of Serbia. So I would really be keen to hear for examples. And also from our politician on a panel, how do you do it in practice, bringing together the different groups in Croatian society, which is also quite divided? And I'm aware of a good example from advocacy for ratification of Istanbul Convention in Croatia, where theologists were brought to advocate together with human rights activists on why this is actually a good Christian practice and not just a human rights issue. But can you do it in the work of Social Democratic Party in practice?
Thank you.
So I don't want to abuse the position of a host to ask questions, but I really like the debate, so I want to ask one to Serafin. So in the last couple of years, we see Germany really at the forefront of feminist foreign policy, and because Sonia as well was talking about, in practice, so what are, for example, the practical implications of it when it comes to war in Ukraine, for example? What worked, what didn't work?
Yes, maybe one more question and then we give it to the panel.
Thanks very much. Karen Landgren from Security Council Report. There's a document out now from the Secretary General called the New Agenda for Peace, and it's leading towards a summit of the future next September and a pact of the future. And I mention this because it contains very strong language about misogyny and the growth of misogyny in conflict situations and in situations with weak institutions. It also includes a call for dismantling the patriarchy, which I don't think I've ever heard from the Secretary General's lips before, so that's quite interesting. Now, in practice, I don't see the UN really knowing how even to apply that to the situation of Afghanistan in terms of a coherent policy. But I think it's going to be a big challenge to retain strong gender language in the Pact of the Future that is supposed to emerge by next September. So I want to suggest that as a kind of goalpost that might unite groups that support a feminist foreign policy and women's groups generally to work towards this, because if it is lost, and I just sense that's the way things are going in international relations these days and at the UN, that will be a big loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there were a lot of very interesting points, so thank you for contributing. And I think what has become quite obvious is what was also mentioned yesterday in a different setting, is that there is this sense of urgency to do something, and that sometimes I feel that people expect or have very high hopes for feminist foreign policy and for the transformative potential right now, but then that then cannot quite be met with the reality of political practice. And that also relates a little bit to what the last question addressed, is that there seems to be quite a momentum right now, but how to use it and how not to lose it to growing patriarchal tendencies, to what you mentioned before, the anti-feminist movement, anti-gender movement. And yeah, maybe a good starting point is to really look at practical implementations right now. So maybe Serafina, if you would want to start and respond to that.
Perhaps some of the colleagues want to start because I was...
maybe also.
I want to...
Yeah,
I mean,
Elena.
so there was a question about value-based foreign policy, which I appreciate. I mean, I appreciate all the comments and questions, but that one, I find it very interesting because I think all foreign policy is value-based. They're not all progressive values. I think Russian foreign policy is value-based as well. We might disagree with the values that are at the heart of it. But I think the question is, how can the champions, and even those who do not call themselves, do not call their foreign policy feminist, how can those who stand for progressive values actually defend them and advance them? And I think the moment is poignant because there is a chance to do that every day. How do we center human security in foreign policy where it becomes paramount or truthism that human lives matter without, for instance, asking whether they're Israeli lives or Palestinian lives? They both should matter, right? So I think actually the space is shrinking, maybe at the UN Security Council level, certainly, but I think the space and the opportunities for feminists for acting in foreign policy in a feminist way, they're there are many opportunities to do that at any given moment in time. For instance, Ukrainian women refugees going to Poland and having no right to reproductive health care is a place to start. Again, proclaiming that genocide is wrong is an easy place to start as well. Maybe one we all would agree on. So I think the space at some level, sure, globally is shrinking, but the opportunities are ever more. And I think we and by we I mean both civil society and political leaders, need to make sure that that practice is there. And again, for countries that have experienced violence and countries who proclaim to be feminist foreign policy champions. And to Sonia's point, briefly, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I see this in Macedonia, like the lack of solidarities across movements. And I think what we all, and it's hard to do this when you've been at it for decades and you're just burnt out. But I think we all need to, feminists, environmentalists, all alike, to be a little more open and approach things with humility, that maybe we don't have all the correct answers. And that maybe there is still potential to learn from one another. I think Chile is a good example. I'm not going to go into the details here, but Chile actually is a good example of a country that has proclaimed feminist foreign policy, but also is really feminist and inclusive in nature in what they do internally as well. They've brought on environmental activists, indigenous activists, feminist activists, and so on. So Chile would be an example of how potentially we could move forward.
Maybe you want to pick up
yes,
right there.
Yes, I want to pick up on Sonia's question, actually, and comment. I think we are in politics and in civil society, but I'm going to talk about politics, really kind of focused on sort of purity, in ideological terms. And we think we are, of course we are not, but we think we are like those that really are the only ones that have the kind of the power to call ourselves like progressives, social democrats, whatever, although, you know, many people don't see us in that way. So that was a very good example of the ratification of Istanbul Convention, but it would have never happened if the ruling party, which is the EPP member party, was not supportive of it. So we wouldn't be able to ratify it in the parliament. I'm saying that we should, when we talk about gender equality or when we talk about feminist foreign policy, we should make it I wouldn't say all party, but a cross-party issue, or even not a party issue at all. We should make it a societal kind of question so that we can bring more people in, because we do live in heavily polarized societies here. And some civil society organizations that are real feminists don't want to have anything to do with my party because we are considered to be a center-left mainstream party, and we have a burden of having been in government. We didn't perform as we were expected to. So you know all the consequences of that, or maybe some people don't, but still I feel it, because it's always women that then have to reach out to our sisters from the civil society and try to rebuild bridges, which is not always possible. But I think what we see in Croatia is a transformation of political space, not that much of civil society space, or at least not the established civil society space, but yes, there are some new movements that then political parties should really take into consideration. And the problem is that political parties don't take new movements and new kind of narratives into consideration, but you're totally right. It's, we need to compromise, and I don't think we are used to that in our region. That's for sure. So I cannot really say that we are successful in what you're suggesting, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. So we need to do much more and much different. But the case of feminist foreign policy, or the proclamation of it in Slovenia, really has to do also with, like, oh, we are a small country, we can do anything. So it's something that, these big players like Germany, Sweden, Canada, it's for them. It's not for us. So we cannot change anything. We just go along the EU foreign and security policy lines. That's not true. I think we can contribute and we should be more ambitious in that.
As the example of Slovenia
Yeah,
shows, for
right.
example, that it is possible. So maybe for you to answer to.
Yeah, perhaps linking to the debate on polarization and to Sonia's question, I mean, I don't think you have to look as far as this region to have polarization about feminism. And as I was mentioning before, like it was not consensual in Germany either to introduce these guidelines now, which is also reflected by the fact that they're issued only by the Foreign Ministry and Development Ministry, right? And also perhaps interesting that in the coalition treaty, actually, it was quite contested to include this notion of feminist foreign policy. So we have this coalition between the Social Democrats, the Greens, and the Liberals, and this was obviously an initiative that was driven by the Greens to an extent, and then the consensus in the treaty was actually to use the term feminist foreign policy in English rather than in German to make it less contentious and to make it more unclear what it was about, so people could agree on it. So I think that speaks volumes. But then also in the wake of the invasion of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the foreign minister was also challenged on this and on the question like, why do we need to? I mean, you can do your feminist foreign policy, but like don't do it on our military budget. And that was actually like a quite powerful rebuke that was given then by the foreign minister who had just returned from Bosnia, who had just spoken to survivors of Srebrenica, and who was saying that, you know, the consequence of these episodes of suffering against the civilian population is that we need to have a more transformative ambition for feminist foreign policy in the 21st century. Perhaps to return to the question on value-based foreign policy and the question of Iran. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a fair standard to ask feminist foreign policy to resolve all the issues that value-based foreign policy in general is facing, right? And I think in this situation as well, like any foreign policy struggles to influence what is happening internally in Iran, and there's very little leverage over what is happening domestically. So I'm not sure what a better response should have been. I mean, the foreign minister did lead within the UN efforts to set up monitoring on human rights abuses, but ultimately, I'm not sure what the levers on what is going on domestically in this situation are. And at the same time, I'm not sure that the fact that values and value-based policy in general is facing difficulty and backlash within the international system at the moment, I don't think that means that we can say, okay, it's not working, and we might as well drop it. And on some of the practical implications, my personal impression is that there was a little bit of a panic moment last year in response to Ukraine on what do we do now, and that is before there were the guidelines and before there was a concrete consensus on what could be done. There have been efforts to in particular into investigations of war crimes and collecting evidence and collaborating with prosecutors in Ukraine and in Germany to kind of prosecute war crimes that are related to sexual violence, and supplying so-called rape kits in Ukraine to help the investigations on this. But to be honest, I find it hard to find a comprehensive list of gender-responsive efforts that have been led by the government on Ukraine. If there are colleagues from the Foreign Office present that know more about this than I do, then I would be really interested. But I have asked these questions to some, and this was more or less the answer that I got. And perhaps to conclude, just my answers to this, I mean, I think there is always the challenge of having a government-led policy that has the ambition to transform the order in which it is being established. So there's always this inherent contradiction. So you might argue that a government can't pursue this type of policy because it's operating within a global order or a disorder that we're talking about, that it ultimately wants to challenge. So this will always be a tension when a government is trying to do that. But I do think it's an interesting strategy of going towards more change.
Yeah, I mean, this already goes into the direction of closing remarks, where, I mean, we're almost at the end. And I think it has become very obvious that feminist foreign policy isn't a magic trick where you can pull it out of your pocket and be like, bam, here, I have all the solutions. But that it's rather challenging us to find a different approach to all of the poly crises that are going on. That it's helping us to break this cycle of crisis thinking by trying to look more into the future, by developing long-term strategies. But it has also become, in a lot of your remarks, obvious that incremental change, that small change is also something that can already be implemented at this point from a feminist perspective. So maybe to wrap things up in the last 3 minutes, if each of you could dare a look into the future and say, from your perspective, you can be utopian about it, you can be very realistic about it, whatever floats your boat, to let us know, let us leave on a constructive note. What's the next step? What can we now do? What context? How can we advance feminist foreign policy for this region? Elena, you start.
I started on the previous one. Someone else wants to start on this one?
I think the easiest answer from my side would be to win elections, both nationally and on the European Union level. But yes, I mean, just picking up where Serafin just stopped, I think we should kind of, be more involved in public business or in politics. So that these governments should, they look different in future than they look today, okay? Not only having more women, but having more feminists of all sorts in those governments. So that would be the easiest way, but it's the hardest way also. But I would never stop believing in the power of collective endeavor. So I'll end on that note.
Thank you.
I think one conclusion we can draw is that we need to keep asking, but we also need to keep explaining. So I think one positive result of the public debates we've been having in Germany and in the EU in the past year and a half has been that there has been much more debate within civil society about security policy. And that was not a topic that was so widely discussed before that. And I do think there are opportunities there in trying to forge a more participatory approach and an approach that people feel more represented by internationally. And to keep asking is to keep asking the question, okay, what are you doing right now? And we can help formulating some suggestions for that, but we need to keep asking questions.
Yes, picking up on what both of you nicely said, I think it's also taking stock of the victories, as small as they might be, of the successes, as small as they might be, is the only way to fuel oneself, and not just oneself, collectively as well, in pushing forward. Second, understand that feminist foreign policy is not just about women. It's never been just about women. Third, learn from one another. At civil society level, at the policy level as well. Fourth, ensure funding, because if the anti-gender movement is so well funded, there's nothing, really no excuses for the movement that advances human rights to be less funded than that. Fifth, challenge power relations, that's the dreaming part. And then sixth, I guess, is ensure that feminist foreign policy does not become another tool of perpetuating the imperialist and militaristic status quo and be used as a weapon for imperialist intervention, as it was really the case in Afghanistan in 2001. Women's rights were used in that direction. So make sure that feminist foreign policy is holistic in nature. And then seventh, I guess, is to use foreign policy as a way, as a mirror to the society, and understanding to understand what's happening domestically and how the two relate. I'll stop there.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you so much. It was a very dense panel, and I think it has become very obvious that we need more discussions on this. We need to ask more questions. We need to continue with explanations. We need to continue learning going into this exchange, and I'm very happy that we had this opportunity here today. I hope it won't be the last, and thank you very much.
Well done.
And thank you very much. We are in the middle of the day, so it's the time for a lunch break. It already started in front of this room in Crystal Foyer. We'll be back at 3 p.m. with the next panel on green energy transition. afternoon, welcome back. The next panel is the green energy transition in Serbia and Europe. This panel is as anticipated as it was very dynamic even in preparation, so I guess the expectations are high, not to put the pressure on the participants, and they are Šimon Kardaš, Senior Policy Fellow within the European Power Program, European Council on Foreign Relations, Jovan Rajić, President of the Board of Directors, Renewables and Environmental Regulatory Institute, Johanna Sidov, Senior Advisor, Resource Policy, German Watch, Heinrich Böll Stiftung, and this panel will be moderated by Stevan Vujasinović, Executive Director of RES Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel. In the interest of time, also we have some time pressures to deal with. One of our panelists needs to leave for a flight out of Belgrade. So if I'm speaking quickly, I hope you will forgive me. We want to keep Mr. Kardaš to the end of the panel, the session that we're having. So let's start the conversation by painting a contextual framework for the topic that you probably saw in the introduction to the panel, the evolving story of lithium exploration in Serbia. And before we turn to details of the project itself, I am inviting Mr. Kardaš to give us a broader introduction into the energy transition issues that are driving the demand for lithium, or driving the development of lithium projects, not just in Serbia, but also elsewhere. So, Šimon, please give us a broader picture on where are we with energy transition globally and in Europe, and how this is impacting potential projects like the lithium exploration in Serbia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad and privileged to take part in this discussion. The green transition, or the energy transition, is one of the key challenges that not only the European Union is facing, but also other countries in Europe. And I would say this is a challenge that also some important global actors are facing, like the United States, like China. And of course, there are different pillars of this energy transition, because, I mean, the aim of the process is to transform economies. And critical raw materials, and lithium is one of them, is truly important in terms of the energy transition agenda. And when we talk about the industries or sectors that are driving the demand for lithium, it is related to sectors like vehicle industry, the electric vehicles, since many countries are planning to phase out combustion engines, so it's of critical importance in this respect. But also lithium is important in terms of the projects that are aimed at energy storage. So I mean, these are the examples of sectors that would be driving the demand. And of course, we are facing different projections regarding the growth of demand. But according to some of them, the global demand may rise by 2040 even 40 times, according to some predictions. And the battery lithium demand, I mean, when we talk about batteries, is projected to increase tenfold in the perspective of the next decade. And just to finish, I mean, this first intervention with some kind of a global picture, I mean, nowadays, 95% of the total production of lithium is concentrated in just four countries, which is Australia, Chile, China, and Argentina. And of course, I mean, but when we talk about the reserves, Of course, there are some countries which also have reserves of lithium, and in the European Union, among the leading countries are Germany and the Czech Republic. But also there are significant, of course, reserves in Serbia, around 1.3% of the global reserves. So that's why we talk about Serbia when it comes to lithium as one of the critical raw materials.
Thank you so much. And I guess the audience must have picked up on the fact that 95% of current reserves not being in any EU or European setting. So that's a good introduction for me to invite Johanna to give us a broader look into this growing demand through the lens of the critical resources and the evolving legislation at the EU level.
Yeah, what we can see at the moment that like the topic of raw materials is really on the rise. Like there's a lot of attention on it, especially since the aggression of Russia on the Ukraine. People noticed, oh, we really have to change our strategy. There has been a change in strategy. Instead of forcing China to give out their resources and using trade policies to get access to the resources, it's rather they aim to get more independent from China. And most of raw materials are processed in China, even though not all of them are mined in China. Most of them go to China and are processed there. So there's at the moment a real need or real aim to shift this raw materials policy. So there is a big demand in raw materials outside of China. A lot of, in March, Ursula von der Leyen announced the Critical Raw Materials Act with the words, the race is on. And I think that's what we experience at the moment. There's a race for raw materials. There also is, for example, the strategic minerals partnership with different countries like Australia, Canada, US, Germany, EU, all trying to gather together and to see how they can access resources. And the Critical Raw Materials Act at EU level tries to push for more mining also within EU. It tries to get 40 to 50% of processing within the EU countries, so to not depend on the processing being made in other countries. And it also aims, for example, for more recycling, but the aim is really to push all these facilities, recycling, processing and mining facilities in Europe but outside of Europe. So there will be a boom in this regard, a real push for that. And what we see in this context also a bit with a fear that a lot of standards that have been established in the past, there was the batteries regulation, which set some standards, specifically also for lithium production. And there's supply chain legislations at the moment, and there are standards, water standards, and etc., that these policies, this rush might actually threaten these and somehow, weaken the standards that we have at the moment.
Thank you. So just reiterate two, I think, key phrases so far. The demand will grow and the race is on. So given these two phrases, I turn to Jovan to actually now come back to Serbia and give us an introductory look into the actual progress of the lithium project in Western Serbia. A lot has been said, but then there's also beneath the public debates and the discourse around the project, there is obviously a legal procedure to developing the project. So I'll ask you to give us an introduction to exactly where the project stands as it is now.
Thank you. And thanks to the organizers for the invitation, of course. So to reflect to what the previous panelists said, we fully understand the needs of the market and the future development in this field. We fully understand the recent development related to decree on the critical raw materials and everything what is happening at the moment. However, we firmly believe that the decisions related to this project has to be adopted with consideration and with the influence of all stakeholders involved in the process. First of all, citizens who are affected with this project, then the expert community, of course, also with the government and the political decisions which has to represent and which have to take into consideration the best interest of those people, of their health, and of the national interests of Serbia before everything. So far, we don't have, unfortunately, feeling that this is what's happening. When you ask about the current situation and the current status of this project, we have two different pictures that we get. One is official one, and one is the act in the field. As you probably all know, the project is currently suspended as we don't have the urban and spatial base for realization of this project, and we don't have, apparently it was stopped by the political decision. But on the other side, all relevant signs and aspects on the field shows that the project never stopped. We have recent, like 2 weeks ago, we have this situation with the demolition of houses within the mining field where the project will be realized. And logical question, you don't have to be expert, you just have to ask the logical question, why would the investor, despite the fact that they have the permit for demolition of the houses, despite the fact that they have ownership on the houses, which we gained before by purchasing those, why would they clear the field if they don't intend to execute the project further? So to conclude with this, I think what we missed here and what we lack here is a transparent and comprehensive inclusion of all relevant stakeholders in the process, and a transparent government which renders its decision based on the best interest of their people and of the state. I'm afraid we don't have that at the moment.
Okay, thank you for those introductory remarks. You made a point that is also a good introduction to my next question, which is planning at national level. We understand the global nature of growing demand for lithium, but obviously this particular project and resource also needs to be placed within the Serbian national context as well, in terms of where does Serbia stand in terms of energy transition itself. So that's a good point to come back to you with a question on, you know, given your perspective of where Serbia and perhaps in the entire region, there's a lot of similarities, where are we with energy transition in this particular region and in Serbia specifically, and where you see key challenges that need to be addressed in planning for energy transition in Serbia, and then we'll come back to where the lithium project sits with the national policy context.
Mm-hmm. Following on the point that Jovan made, I mean, the green transition or energy transition can be successful only then when it's just, and just means inclusive. I mean, if you listen to some decision makers in the European Union, at least some of them, I mean, address this issue very clearly, because otherwise, I mean, there is no chance for success. And when we talk about the key challenges of the energy transition, I would like to elaborate on this issue through the prism of 4 categories that we included in a special tool that was launched in the ECFR. We called it the Energy Sovereignty Index. We were trying, I mean, to elaborate what does it mean to be truly energy sovereign in a modern way. And we used 4 categories, which are as follows: cleanness, dependency or independence, energy efficiency, and narrative. And when it comes to cleanness, I mean, we refer this category in the first place to the renewables capacity, but also to the share of fossil fuels in the energy mix or the electricity generation. And in this respect, of course, one of the key challenges that refers to Serbia is the high share of coal in the electricity generation, and relatively small share of renewables in this respect. respect. Of course, we can count the hydropower as an element of it, but we know that it's not, I mean, sometimes it's not perceived as purely clean. So, I mean, there are clearly challenges related to the cleanest category. There are also some challenges related to the category which we named independence, because, I mean, we know that, for instance, when it comes to natural gas supplies, Serbia is still, to a large extent, dependent on supplies from the Russian Federation, although we know that there are some attempts, I mean, to decrease this level of dependence. One of the biggest challenges, of course, related to Serbia, but also to other countries in the region, is the question of the energy efficiency. And this is also something that countries in the European Union are struggling with, especially taking into account the fact of more ambitious goals that were set up by the European Union till 2030. And finally, I mean, the last category that we included in the tool, which I believe is also relevant when it comes to Western Balkans and in Serbia as well, it's the narrative. I mean, it's the proper narrative. So, I mean, the country, the decision makers, politicians, I mean, need to advocate for the energy transition and to sell it to the public as something which is actually necessary and that may bring benefits in the long-term perspective. This is of crucial importance, and because otherwise, I mean, the whole transition concept, if we do not include the society, if we do not show that actually we might gain benefits from it, I mean, the whole process cannot succeed.
Keywords: inclusion, participation, and benefits. So what's the issue then? It's a good introduction back to Johanna to tell us, from what you've heard so far and what you know about the prospect of lithium exploration in Serbia, is this a curse or a blessing? And why is there resistance, at least in the local community, to projects like this?
Yeah, I think I can give you a long answer. There's so many dimensions to this. But I think, first of all, like looking at different dimensions, if we look at we had a lot of coal mining in Germany, and still now, if you look at it, there's huge costs of pumping out the water and keeping the water level there. So even now, although the mine is closed, it's still costing a lot. So that's one economic dimension. And if you, and I think key, for a mining project to take place, mining always has irreversible impacts, always. And if you then look that if regulation is not in place, probably, like we saw yesterday, we went to Jada to look to see the impacts there. And if you see that regulation there, you need really, really strong regulation and strong push to really see that regulation is put in place. Otherwise, I think mining really can end in a disaster. If, for example, we see that the deposit for the location of the tailing deposit is moved closer to the river because it's of benefit for the company to decrease the cost, it's really, really alarming signs. Like knowing that there's a risk for flooding in the region and that that we know these tailings are really, really toxic. It's a big risk. And then also looking internationally at examples from in Brazil that dams broke and having these risks. I think we really need strong regulations in place. Otherwise, there is risk for the disaster. And as we see it at the moment, I think it's really worrisome. And also, if you look, for example, to Australia, where there is similar lithium mining as it would happen here, also there you can see that there has been, although they have quite strong implementation of regulation, you see that there's leakages happening, intoxicating the groundwaters. You see big fears also for dam breaks and also emissions causing health problems for population. So I can't say that I would see it a blessing. I think it's a huge risk and challenge.
Okay, thank you. That calls for strict compliance with strong regulations. Jovan.
And I think what is very important, there always have to be in regions where you can't mine. There are regions where the risk is so high, so you can't mine there. So I think that's really important to consider as well.
I'm using this kind of key words as introduction to the next question, but also to kind of put an accent to key messages. Compliance with strict compliance with strong regulation. What has been Serbia's track record when it comes to mining, not specifically just to lithium, but I know that you have been involved with monitoring compliance with mining legislation elsewhere. What has been the track record so far, and what can we learn from it?
Well, actually, they're not even that strong. Are we requesting too much to comply with even those not so strong legal and regulatory framework? Just to clarify in one sentence before answering to your question, our doubts in good intentions are based on our current experience and the lessons learned so far in Serbia. So this is not the only project that contains same doubtful measures and decisions that wasn't seen previously. For example, in cases of Zijin Copper in Bor, Linglong in Zrenjanin. So the concept of so-called salami slicing of environmental sensitive projects is seen before in practice in the world and also in Serbia. So it's nothing new. It is, I don't want to use too strong words, but it is insulting to the competent public and experts when somebody thinks that it could be executed once again without noticing that by the expert community and without challenging that in front of the court and in front of administrative authorities. So once again, our caution is based on our experience, not in the stories and fairy tales. Next, related to decision-making process and inclusion of the interested public, we couldn't see that so far in this project. When I say previously about the salami slicing, you cannot say that the issue of wastewaters and the issue of drilling and the pumping the water from Drina River are separate projects and are not in a heavy connection with each other. So we have to use that and we have to think about that as a unique project. And if you have a good intention, you will say that, you will put that on the paper, and then you will consult interested public and see what the best possible decision is. That didn't happen once again. The project was stopped by the political decision and the political will. As it stopped, it could be continued. So it's again up to political decision. This is not the right path. This is not the path based on a legal framework. And one more fact in short, it is particularly dangerous to create parallel legal system for the projects that are declared by the government as the projects of national interest. We've seen that in the previous 2 years several times with the law on mining, with the law on renewable energy, with the law on lining infrastructure. So this is, hopefully we will have the chance to talk about that later in more details, but it's very dangerous to neglect your own legal system and to choose the investors which will not be obliged to respect the national legal system. Instead, you create parallel legal system for those investors that you choose as such.
I have one further question, especially related to the mining law, which you mentioned. And that's perhaps also illustrative for members in our audience who may not remember or may not know about the mass protest that concluded with a 40,000 signature initiative to the parliament to amend the mining law, if I'm not mistaken, by introducing a moratorium on lithium exploration. Can you just perhaps give us a picture of what is the outcome of the 40,000 signatures being officially submitted to Parliament by way of requesting amendments to the mining law?
To be honest, I don't know what happened with the signatures. Last thing I heard from official explanation is that they were lost. Where, how, I don't know. But this is particularly what I'm saying about inclusion of all stakeholders. Those 38,000 of people are very relevant stakeholders. So it seems to me that nobody asked them. I'm not saying this should be the only evidence and only thing that the decision should be made based on. But I'm saying they are also relevant stakeholders to talk with them, not to insult them by saying we lost the signatures.
Thank you. And we're right where we are in terms of timing, where we need to be in terms of timing. So we can conclude this introductory phase and just open the discussion to less facts of the lithium case project and energy transition in Serbia, but perhaps give more of an opinion on what are the critical aspects going forward. So I'll go back to Johanna, or also with a broader picture, not just in Serbia, with this question. Are we, in fact, in danger of really missing the opportunity of energy transition by changing our habits as consumers, by changing our patterns of behavior in a variety of sectors such as transport? Because it looks like we're just looking for a different material to fuel our existing habits. If we are going to continue the existing patterns of behavior in car manufacturing, are we missing an opportunity of a broader change that would have more of the just transition qualities and more effectiveness in terms of where all this is coming from, in terms of decarbonizing our economies and making sure that we move forward in a sustainable way? Very briefly, are we replacing the injustices of the fossil fuel in the present? Are we in danger of creating renewable injustices in this new kind of energy transition-induced renewable future that we're talking about?
Yes. I think to the first, I think there's different aspects to the question. Like the first one, do we just continue our habits with the new materials? I would definitely say yes, that's what is happening at the moment. And I think it's an illusion to say if you look at the demands needed of lithium for electric cars and all the impacts of raw materials globally, we can't just continue as we do. We can't replace every fossil fuel-based car with an electric car. I think we just have to rethink it. We need smaller cars. The opposite what we're seeing at the moment, we just see cars size increase. We need to have smaller cars. We need to think about how to produce batteries smaller, in a smaller way, and to really strengthen public transport. Of course, you can't, in some places you need cars, but in some places like big cities, you can think of really different systems of transport, and there really has to be investment there and a lot of will to change it. And there are some studies, for example, from university in the US, Climate and Community Project. They have shown that, really increasing public transport, decreasing the size of batteries, you can save huge amounts of lithium. So I think we really have to think about that raw materials. At the moment, we just think they're limited. But then we forget about all the impacts that they have. I'm always using the example of gold. It's like you can look at different materials and it's always similar, a bit different in size. But only the gold we have in our smartphones produces 100 kilogram of disposal, like waste material. That's just showing the size, and it uses a lot of water. So we really, although the material as such might not be limited, all the sources around it are limited, so we really have to rethink, and we have to reduce our mining to bare minimum, think about more recycling options, but using things long-term, thinking how we can shrink things, but really how we think about different systems. And I think the transport system is a system where the solution is on the hand. It just has to be implemented.
Thank you. My next question continues on this path of easing the pressure, as it were, or of what can be done to actually use the opportunities of the energy transition. And my question here is, at least the angle from which I want to approach my next question for you is, where are the potential avenues other than the changing patterns of demand in transport, etc.? How else can we integrate geographies, markets, policy frameworks in the region with the EU to make the challenges of a renewable energy system easier to overcome?
Mm-hmm. Well, clearly the cooperation and regional cooperation is one of the things that we definitely need to think about when it comes to the energy transition and expecting some kind of a broader effect from individual energy transitions conducted in individual states. And I would like to make in this respect 3 points. I mean, first of all, of course, what is needed is the political will. And it's not only the question of the political will to pursue a course aimed at energy transition, I mean, domestically, but also, I mean, there needs to be a political will to cooperate. And I think that this is something that it's still, I mean, missing, at least when it comes to, well, probably not only when it comes to the energy sector, but energy sector is one of the illustrations. Secondly, and to provide some examples, I mean, secondly, we need to think about gaining, as the final effect, some kind of a synergy. Because sometimes, I mean, we have the impression, and we observe it, for instance, in the European Union, that when countries individually are making decisions regarding the expansion of the energy infrastructure, whether it is related to interconnectors or new LNG terminals, we are facing the challenge of stranded assets in, let's say, next decade or maybe next 15 years. And this is something that...
Perhaps I can invite you to just define the notion of a stranded asset, perhaps, for
yeah, okay.
people outside of the energy sector.
Yeah, so I mean, this is basically the asset that, well, maybe it's needed right now, and maybe we can utilize it right now because, I mean, there's a huge demand for natural gas or crude oil in certain country or group of countries, but in next decade, let's say, I mean, it might occur that, I mean, having 5 new LNG terminals in the northern Europe is actually not necessary, taking into account the demand. Yeah? So what I'm advocating for, what I would be advocating for, is to cooperate. I mean, in order to avoid the situation of stranded assets. Maybe not all gas interconnectors are needed. Maybe not all new links that are planned to connect one country with the other in order to buy crude oil. As we know, I mean, right now Serbia is planning the connection with Hungary in order to import Russian crude oil through the Druzhba pipeline. So we need to think about those projects in a way that could allow us to gain some kind of a synergy effect. And here, I mean, the cooperation would be badly needed. Moreover, I mean, we should also, I mean, when we talk about the region like Western Balkans, I mean, we should also include the factor of, let's say, third parties' energy policies and plans. I mean, for instance, here, Greece has very interesting plans regarding the increase of the production of electricity, green electricity, and plans to export it to the region, but also, I mean, to the European Union. So maybe it should be also taken into account while elaborating some domestic plans regarding the expansion of the infrastructure. And the final point, I mean, the final example, because I mean, we should also think about the cooperation in terms of strengthening ties between the region and the European Union. And one of the examples that is actually discussed sometimes recently is strictly linked to the question of the energy transition and the whole agenda that the EU is implementing, is the question of the ETS system. And well, on the one hand, there are proposals, I mean, to create a separate ETS system here.
Emissions trading system.
Exactly.
So forgive me.
But maybe the better idea would be to include countries of the region into the system that is working, that is developing within the framework of the European Union, as part of the the agenda of strengthening cooperation between those countries and the European Union, and of course as a kind of a incentive that drives also, I mean, the transition here in the region.
Thank you. Let's pause here. I will use my role as moderator to try to sum up sort of key points that we have identified, and then invite our audience to direct our discussion in the remaining part of the panel. One metaphor that came to me is the pressure cooker. The pressure on a regulatory system in Serbia from all these factors driving the demand for lithium basically can be relieved by certain checks and balances, which would make the transition more possible, sustainable, more feasible, more inclusive, more just. Part of this is obviously making sure that we have strong regulations and at least begin by strict implementation of those that are already in place. Part of this will not be necessarily in single individual markets. It will be in our global commitment to changing our behaviors, patterns, in integrating different sectors into the energy transition. So far, most of the attention has gone into the energy sector, but we see the need to also look at transport. We have not mentioned agriculture and other sectors as well. And also, we saw conflicting ideas, or if like, or demands. On one hand, there are old notions of energy sovereignty or energy autonomy or being self-reliant in terms of resources, but on the other, the more we find room for cooperation and integration, the more we relieve the pressure for all the stakeholders in energy transition to find the right solutions. So with this in mind, with a kind of constant balance between what's happening in Serbia and with this particular lithium project, in a broader context, I stop here and I invite our audience to perhaps ask a question or two by introducing yourself and, if possible, directing your question. The more concise we are, the more people can participate. So thank you in advance for being very specific. We start on our right here.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Mirza Kapoor, head of No Immunity from Accountability Project. Two questions. The first one is that it's interesting and relevant that we haven't seen anything similar to protest as against Rio Tinto and lithium extraction in Serbia, comparing to some projects already mentioned, Chinese Zijin project in eastern Serbia, also Linglong Israeli city, and also, very importantly, against further deepening relationship of Serbian dependency on Russian fossil fuels. That's the ultimately political question. The second question is, how come the leaders of protests against lithium extraction in Serbia have adamantly nationalist stance on Kosovo? They're against Serbian Euro-Atlantic integrations and accuse Rio Tinto as being multinational company, globalization company under the auspices of the Australia, EU, and the NATO Pact. Thank you.
So those are two questions. I will try to sum them up and direct them to our panelists, and I will be looking at you just to make sure that I have your agreement in terms of how I'm summarizing them. So the first question is there a difference in how what we have talked about applies to projects depending on where the investors come from? Is that a fair way of posing this question to Jovan? So are these weaknesses that we have witnessed on the lithium project present in other mining projects, or is this a particularly challenging or visible issue specifically to this one project in particular?
Thank you. I don't see the difference, to be honest. I don't make it that way. I think what is common for all of these projects is that the reaction of the people is direct responsibility of the government, because the people did not have enough information on those projects. If there were good intentions from the government and from the investors, to be concrete, it is responsibility of the government, but it's also responsibility of the investors. Then the people would have the debate, proper debate, on each step of this project, starting from the environmental impact assessment and the necessity to conduct one, and the issue of sending the comments and recommendations from the people, including them into all procedures. But when you have the factual status, which is as it is, as I explained before, and you have official position of the government as it is, then it is logical thing that people have some doubts, and then even sometimes making some decisions and concerns which are maybe not rational, but if they had the proper information in time, they wouldn't make these decisions. As I said, and I will finish with this, as I said, I see same pattern in acting of the state in all of these projects that you mentioned. So I expect the state to be guarantee that the process will be conducted transparently and in accordance with the law. On the side, I see the state who are helping investors to neglect the obligations from the laws, and as I said before, to create parallel legal system. This is not the proper path, and the divisions between the citizens and the state will be more deeper and will not end as long as the situation is as it is at the moment.
There was also a second question.
Actually, the question is not responsible by the government. It's actually responsible by the leaders of the protest.
I'm sorry, I was getting to his next question. If you just allow me in the interest of time, the next question, I was about to reiterate your next question, which was the leaders of the protest.
But the first question also involved how come we didn't see the same protests against much worse projects in Serbia, Chinese investment and deepening gas relationship with Russia.
Okay, you're now elaborating your first question. I understand it. So the question is about the leaders of the protest. Can we even answer, because some of these protests gathered dozens of thousands of people. I don't doubt that some of them have a leftist or rightist leaning or west or east, or I honestly don't know. I don't know how to put this question to our panelists who may not be... I appreciate this, but these are broad terms. I don't know who you mean exactly. There are dozens of, and also, I struggle with this question. Does anybody, in all honesty, I don't want to avoid the question. I appreciate that there are people of many different affiliations and different sort of aspects of the political spectrum, also in terms of the geopolitical situation. But I honestly don't know if anybody wants to comment on this. I would respond to you, if I may, as a moderator, that it's a very diversified participation in the protest. And I find it very difficult to generalize to the extent that we say the opposition to this is unique in the sense that those opposing this... Okay. There will be just perhaps somebody can participate from the audience. I try to maintain like the moderator's neutrality in the issue. I know dozens of leaders, and many of them don't suit. So maybe you can make a comment. But I ask you to be concise as much to the extent that you can, so that we also have other perspectives. And
yes, thank you. I'm really concise usually. So I'm one of the leaders of the protests, and I'm on the left spectrum, left part of the spectrum, political spectrum in Serbia. I'm the co-president of the leftist Green Party Zajedno, so I cannot be accounted as a right-wing political activist here in Serbia, so it is not a correct question. Also, I have to say that people also in East Serbia also have their protests. We also help them to encourage them to protest even for the Zijin and other Chinese. So don't No, it is not small, but it is different because of the western of Serbia, there are more people, demography is like that. On the eastern part of Serbia, there are less people, much less people. They're not well organized, that I can say, but we support them. We are going there. We help them to make their protests, so it is not a right question. So there is no right-wing, just right-wing, essentially, protests against Rio Tinto and not against Chinese companies. That is not correct. I can prove it.
Thank you. And we can continue the discussion in a less formal fashion afterwards. I would just add that there is also one other difference in the sense that coal mining projects in the East have been around for a century. And here we're talking about a brand new project. So there is kind of, this is already water under the bridge, and maybe that's one of the difference, not necessarily the political arena. But I appreciate the complexity of the issue and the diversity of participation in the protest. We have to leave it there for now to be fair to other participants and ask others to participate. So I think I saw a hand over there. So there you go, sir. The mic is right behind you. Short, concise, and hopefully who you direct your question to.
Very short. Aleksandar Vukalović, lithium, about lithium. Water, food, air, and health is by the law separate national critical infrastructure. Lithium in Serbia is critical infrastructure for government. It's big difference. We must have that in mind. One question.
Thank you.
Green energy demands mounts of technology. How serious must be cybersecurity in that case? Thank you.
Can you just repeat for me to make sure that I understood the question? Green transition requires what kind of technology? Mountains of technology, a lot of technology. Okay, I will use the opportunity to perhaps interpret your question like this. In addition to all the challenges we have identified already, there is also the encroachment of the digital transformation. In Europe, there is increasing talk of so-called twin transition, which also includes security aspects. Does anybody feel comfortable on the panel to say a few words about also the security challenges to a change that we are witnessing coming from the digital world? And I hope that if we don't have a contribution, I hope we are forgiven because we had a slightly different focus from our panelists. Let's hear some more questions, and maybe we come back to this later. There is another question in the back row.
Good afternoon, Jelena Pejc-Nikic, researcher at the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. I just wanted to ask Mr. Ajic, and perhaps others would like to contribute too, how does this whole story, of course the Rio Tinto was the more prominent, fit in the EU enlargement process of Serbia? What was the role and reaction of the EU? Since in the enlargement process, in the accession process, you tackled issues of course, environmental protection, but also rule of law. What was the EU's reaction, and what would you expect it to be? Has it been an ally to address your demands and your alarms regarding these issues? Thank you.
Go ahead, Jovan.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. To be completely honest, I expected the more firm and more stronger message from the EU in that sense. Because if we set the rule of law as one of fundamental principles in the EU accession process, and it is, as I know so far, then we have a huge discrepancy between what's set as one of the key elements of the accession process and what we have on the field. And what we have on the field is this process that we have. Also, to connect with the previous question, I don't make differences between the projects, by the way, where the investor and the investments come from. I have only two expectations from my government and from the investors. From the investors to comply with the regulatory framework of this country, no matter where they are coming from. And from the government to protect this legal framework that they rendered, that they have left or rendered in force, and to protect public interest, which is the main and the basic principle for each government. So are we looking for too much? I don't think so. This is something that every state, when we talk about the EU, every state in the EU wants that and respect these basic decisions. So the rule of law is very endangered by this process, and I don't want, as I said, and I want to underline once again, I'm not interested in the fact where the investments come from, and I don't want to defend the projects because they are coming from the EU or outside the EU. This is the only and the basic facts that I'm interested in.
Thank you. I'm looking to the audience just to see if there are any more hands up. Go ahead, Tibor. And we'll make that our last question before a round of conclusions.
Hi, I have a question for Johanna. So in Serbian society, we often hear argument or actually contra-argument that the biggest reserves, and also Simon said that, of lithium are in Germany and in Czech Republic. So since you're coming from Germany, can you maybe inform us or get us a bit more familiar with the situation in Germany, what is happening now with lithium, exploration, researches and everything, what is happening now? Because we often hear in Serbia this argument, yes, they have the biggest reserves, but I mean, they don't do anything. So is it really true, or Germany started actually exploring or doing something with ore? Thanks.
There are two different deposits, one in the northeast and one in the south. And the south is a different methodology with thermal water, and from that you have heard more about. And then the one in the rather east, there's very little discussions on it. And I think it's also because environmental standards are higher, and then it's more difficult to extract, and the costs are much higher. So it's, there isn't much discussion on it at the moment. The Critical Raw Materials Act, though, wants to increase mining within Europe, so within the EU. So this could maybe also change this pattern. I just wanted to go back to one of the discussion before. There's this year actually, the EU batteries regulation entered into force, and the EU batteries regulation puts quite high standards on also regarding water. And we know from the Yada project that water is a big issue. There's still no numbers about where the water will come from. Water always is a very huge issue in this regard. There's also standards regarding air pollution, etc. So this batteries regulation actually puts certain requirements to the production of raw materials for batteries, and it even doesn't allow batteries that don't comply to this criteria enter the European market. So really there has to be strong standards, and all these issues have to be considered to get access to the market. That's going to, enter to force 2 years. But and then knowing that water issues are not solved yet, and there's a lot of, there come some question marks.
I will, unless I'm interrupting you, forgive me, I was looking at the clock. I want to give us a chance of a kind of final round of comments to conclude the panel with. Given your professional areas of interest and the project that you're working on now, can you, before we finish, use the opportunity to quite literally advertise or draw our audience's attention to moving forward to the challenges on the horizon that you see as key to resolving these and other issues related to energy transition? So let's start with Mr. Kardash. Where's your work focused, and what should we be on the lookout for over the coming years in terms of the news that will make these challenges smaller?
I mean, since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we talk a lot about sovereignty, European sovereignty in different areas, and of course, with respect to energy. And I think that what is badly needed right now is to reframe this category, or underline that actually when we think about our own sovereignty in a long-term perspective, we should look at this term, at this category in a much broader sense. So not only, I mean, decreasing the level of dependence on fossil fuel supplies or diversification of sources of supplies, because, I mean, replacing Russia with Azerbaijan, I don't believe that it's necessarily the safest option. So we should think in a broader terms and think about strengthening sovereignty through the prism of the development of renewables, so making the energy systems cleaner and more energy efficient, because that is truly, I mean, strengthening the energy sovereignty in a longer run. And of course, the energy transition might be an important tool to strengthen the energy sovereignty in a long-term perspective. So we should perceive it as a huge opportunity. And of course, to collaborate as much as possible, not only here in the region, but between the region and the European Union, and also within the European Union. And the final point, I mean, we also need to, I mean, use, if it is a factor on the ground, we need to use, I mean, the public support for it. I mean, Poland is a very interesting example, because actually when you look at the polls, the majority of the society, more than 80 or sometimes 90%, are in favor of the transition. So, I mean, the decision makers should also, I mean, take it into account in order to move things forward.
Thank you. Johanna, when you go back, what will you take from Serbia and from these couple of days, and how will this reflect in your work, and what can we see on the horizon as your contribution to resolving some of the challenges that we have talked about?
Big question. I think what we have to remember sometimes that we always talk about only the raw materials that are used for transition, and then we forget that a lot of other sectors, like the construction sector, is also using up a lot of raw materials, and that there is chance to reduce raw materials consumption there. So I think water and land will become a big issue in this, and demand of raw materials is so high, so really have to look into reducing consumption and to see how we can get smart solutions for different sectors to decrease the consumption. And they are out there, but we still need more thinking into it, and we need to implement. For example, in Germany, we are fighting for legislation. We really would like to have some goals for reducing resource consumption, and then I think if you have this as a goal, you can think about in different sectors, how could you do it so you get a more fairer solution there? And I think we have to put our energy into thinking into this kind of solutions.
Thank you so much. And Jovan, perhaps, what's your next case? Where will we see you in legal action next? It doesn't have to be legal action, but I
can't talk about it.
Okay.
It's confidential. So, if you allowed me just to reflect on the issue of energy transition in Serbia with two points only. One is that when we talk about the just and inclusive energy transition, and when we talk about decarbonization, in Serbia, we mostly talk about decarbonization of energy sector, with around 80% of GHG emissions coming from energy sector. I'm not saying the traffic, the individual households are not important. I'm saying about the elephant in the room, which is energy sector. So once again, we need a broader discussion, and we need a strategy. We talked a lot in the past about NECP, National
Energy
and Climate Plan.
I suspect you mean NECP.
Yes, exactly. So when we talk about this, we need sustainable and strategic approach on this. The deadline is, according to Sofia Declaration, 2050. This is the date when we have to close all thermal power plants. In order to do that, we need a strategy for the coal regions, for the people who will lose their jobs, who have to do something else in their lives. I don't see that we have strategy so far. And the second note, is what my colleague said before, and I completely agree with that, related to ETS. When we talk about ETS, for those who are not coming from energy sector, when we talk about the CBAM, when we talk about ETS, we are talking about taxation of carbon emissions, which will be counted in billions of euros in the following period, which will heavily influence and affect the economies in the region. What I think here, and once again I completely agree with you, is the integration of the Western Balkan countries in the EU ETS. It was seen before with the Visegrad Group, and unfortunately I don't see the readiness, currently I don't see the readiness of the decision makers to include the Western Balkans in the EU ETS. All the expertise shows that the CBAM and the regional ETS, which somebody is suggesting at the moment, is not the solution, that we don't have liquid markets to do that, and the economies will be heavily affected. This is something to think about in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a custom for moderators to leave you with a concluding remark to perhaps help you remember our discussion. So I'll try to be very brief. When you think about what we talked about, I think you can classify all these contributions into one of the so-called 3 Ds of energy transition. The first one being decarbonization. The lithium story is just one small aspect of a national, regional, and European and global effort to decarbonize our societies. One that deals with energy storage, but that is much more complex than that. We talked about our energy needing to be clean. We need to use it efficiently. We need to change this perception of abundant energy that costs very little. So it's an important resource that we'll need to be more careful about in the future. The second D that we heard about, although it wasn't articulated in those terms, is whichever way you prefer, either democratization of energy or decentralization of energy. We're moving away from centrally planned energy systems and decentralizing them. More people are getting involved. And it's a challenge to build systems, regulatory frameworks, and capacities of stakeholders to participate in a way which can make energy transition inclusive, sustainable, possible to begin with. We heard about participation, about the need to be inclusive, et cetera, et cetera. I think all those words can be folded under democratization or decentralization, if you like. And the third one is an answer to you, or maybe a partial answer to you, and I kind of a personal interest of mine, I'm abusing my role as moderator, is digitalization. What we are seeing is a rapid pace of change. So the energy transition that we are talking about is not a static sort of category or a process, but rather the developments in policy, in technical capabilities, in our ability to balance renewable sources, to resolve a variety of challenges, are literally being improved every week. And I just want to use the opportunity to share with you that in the European Union, they estimate that up to a quarter of decarbonization targets can be achieved by artificial intelligence applications, by algorithms, new platforms for more efficient distribution of energy, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot to watch out for. My contribution is watch out for digitalization in energy as well. So 3 Ds. Thank you so much, and I think we are almost on time. Thank you so much, and thank you to our panelists as well.
Thank you very much. And this topic is continuing in the parallel session room or one of the neighboring spaces on a panel named Critical Raw Materials and Green Energy Transition in Serbia. This panel will be held under Chatham House rules, and it starts in 5 minutes, as well as next panel here on cybersecurity. welcome back to the panel, the Western Balkans, Cyber Diplomacy for Cyber Security. What capacities do we need to tackle cyber threats in this region, and why do we need diplomacy and cross-border cooperation? Speakers in this panel will be Karsten Diethelm-Dugaja, Senior Advisor for Cyber Diplomacy in Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, Vladimir Radunović, Director of Cybersecurity and E-Diplomacy, DIPLO, Irina Rizmal, Manager for Cybersecurity and Privacy Practice, PwC Serbia, and moderator in this panel will be Amer Kapetanović, Head of Political Department in the Regional Cooperation Council. Please, floor is yours.
Hoćemo mešano?
You're the guest. So, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here. I know this is we are approaching towards the end of the working day, so I think everybody is tired, and still we have some people in audience, which is good, I think, for the discussion. I mean, I would just repeat what everyone in this room and beyond knows, that actually we live in digital age. Our lives are intertwined with digital concept of how to live, what to do, and thus we are also very much exposed to digital threats and vulnerabilities. In last security meter, we do every year Regional Cooperation Council, Public Opinion Sentiment Index on Security, wide range of security issues, one of them being cybersecurity. We have noticed raising concerns among the ordinary people about their exposure to cyber threats. And not only that, also they ask clearly for more cooperation. And then they expect clearly from their governments to do more. And actually, this is the excellent opportunity. We have an excellent panel, which has already been announced, to discuss this issue, but also to discuss something which is, and I know that Karsten would a little bit disagree with me, but it's okay to disagree, which is as elusive as cyber itself, cyber diplomacy. What is the cyber diplomacy? What it is all about? Is it actually contextualized normatively in the same way as the traditional diplomacy, or it should be contextualized in a different way? So, Karsten, please, I would, if you allow me, start with you. Having in mind your experience, and especially as someone who, and it caught my attention, particularly one line of your biography, that you actually played a pivotal role in reaching a deal within the OSCE on 2 cybersecurity packages. So what would you say first about what is the cyber diplomacy? And how do you see the cyber diplomacy in the context of the Western Balkans from your experience, please?
So we got about 3-4 hours?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
okay.
We have...
No, thanks for the question. Honestly, when I started to get engaged in this field, I was asking myself the same questions. And I was nervous. And I found out that cyber diplomacy is in essence just diplomacy. And it deals with a relatively new field or new challenge to international relations, which is the growing importance of information and communication technology in all fields of life. If I may add, earlier today here in the confines of the Belgrade Security Conference, we played a little tabletop exercise, and we confronted the participants with a scenario in which you have, one day you wake up and you read in the news that a neighboring country in the region is having a victim to a cyber operation. You know, it's some serious stuff, the electrical grid doesn't work anymore and so on. And as the scenario escalates, it grows from a technical into a domestic political crisis in that country, then it spills over into the wider region, and it grows into a serious international crisis. And the scenario asks participants at every level how they would react. the point was to drive home that a cyber incident can escalate from something which is purely technical, which is dealt with by the IT experts, into something where you need to involve at some point, diplomats, and at some point maybe even political decision makers. And the tools are there. The question is how you use. It's a little bit like playing in an orchestra, where as you go through a symphony, you have various at various stages in the symphony, you have various instruments playing different melodies. But if you're a good musician, you know how to use the instruments in order to arrive to a harmonious ending, and that's of course what we want to do.
And for that, you need a conductor who understands, who can conduct the orchestra, who can also play all the instruments, which in this case, particularly in cyber diplomacy, is very important to have this coherence. This coordination and communication, which also goes to adoption of clear set of rules and standards. So, Vladimir, please, how do you see from your perspective as being someone who is teaching, postgraduates and graduates about that? How would you, let's say, theoretically and practically frame it?
Maybe building up on this good analogy of a concert and the conductor and the whole band. So one thing is that in that band you have to have all these instruments. And cyber is a very specific space, and cybersecurity is a specific feature. Firstly, it's by and large, it's global, it's cross-border. Most of the incidents are cross-border. Anyone in Brazil or someone in Brazil can attack someone here. Someone from here can attack someone in Thailand. Most of crimes, most of cyber or political incidents are cross-border. So that's one thing. The other thing, it's a mix of technology, legal aspects, political aspects. So it's a complex setting, which means that there is no one-man band, basically. You need what the Americans usually call whole of the state and whole of the society approach. And I think sometimes we understand the whole of the state. Okay, it's not just the Ministry of Security. We need the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We need a Ministry of Education, Ministry of IT. But we sometimes miss the other part, which is whole of society. If in that case of an incident where suddenly the telecom infrastructure or the energy sector, the hospitals don't work, as we have seen a number of times around the world, someone from the government picks the phone and says, what do we do now? Who's attacking? We don't know. This is some IP protocol which we can follow. What's the IP protocol? So you have to ask the techies. The techies can exchange the information, but someone has to do a political coordination. So it has to go hand in hand, and that's precious. Building that hopefully, like as a buzzword, a multi-stakeholder community or public-private partnership, and I'm sure Irina can tell much more about that, how that works. So that's a part of that component. And then, of course, a lot of rules, but we can get back to the rules afterwards.
But no doubt, actually, what both of you gentlemen just rightly pointed out, and I think it's very important to underline it once again, you need to have a center of operation, which is embedded in the government, which is conducting this kind of orchestra. So you rightly pointed out with this exercise, which particularly caught my attention, if there is a miscommunication happening, if someone is missing in the information exchange chain, everything can go totally in the wrong direction, and it can even cause a bigger trauma, let alone conflict.
And I think that's the point. It can actually, it's not just whether the hospital will continue working, is that if there is a miscalculation that the attack came from a neighboring country with whom we might have tensions, it can, maybe not easily, but it could potentially turn into political escalation, if not a military one. So it's a serious issue. Cyber is not a thing for geeks. Cyber is absolutely not a thing for geeks. I mean, it is for geeks, but not only for them.
This brings us, Irina, to you, definitely. Having in mind your experience of being involved also in the private sector, how do you see actually the potential in the Western Balkans for the private enterprises and other stakeholders to be involved in this orchestra, to use this analogy, because I think obviously that's very important. What your experience, and I know you have some, says from Serbia, but it can be maybe replicated to the rest of the region.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'll try not to repeat what was already said, but I definitely emphasize the need for a whole of society approach, which means a public-private partnership. So in terms of a national response, I agree you need to have this central coordinating entity, but if you look at private sector entities who will have their international, like global webs of different firms, and civil society is also part of different civil society networks, either in the region or global. We all have our links to, external actors and knowledge sharing and information, which we can then feed to this central coordinating entity, whether this is information about an attack or a threat actor that has emerged, or some good practice or knowledge. We can contribute. But in order to do so, there needs to be an established communication with this central coordinating entity. And I think public-private partnerships are the way forward.
What is my understanding, we have more or less legal framework in every economy in the region for what you just described. But what is the missing link is human resources, is clearly, if I may call it, the political support or the awareness among the governments how to deal with that. What would you say, actually, Karsten? What could be that magic formula to kind of, should we, just to maybe rephrase my question, should we start with a raising awareness campaign, Urbi et Orbi, and then maybe include the governments as well? Or should we hold them accountable for not doing what is written in the legislation?
You're definitely asking the wrong person.
I knew you were going
to. When I was doing this for the German government, we were struggling with building a good national cybersecurity architecture, and I know that my successors have been struggling with this. And we do have a national cybersecurity architecture, but whether it's good, whether it's perfect, I wouldn't dare judging. And I know that other governments have been fighting the same fight in their countries, and that they all ask if their structures are good and appropriate. However, let me add one point to which I'm very attached. It's important not only for you to have such an architecture, but also to inform others about it.
Yeah.
Because others, in case of a cross-border cyber incident, others need to be able to understand how you are responding and why you are responding this way. They need to know this for two reasons. One, they will want to know who, if they have questions, to whom they can address their questions and what to expect as an answer. But also, if they're seeing an action from you, they will want to be able to understand why you're taking this action, what structures within and procedures within your own system make you behave a certain way. Because this kind of calculability, being calculable, makes you much more predictable and contributes greatly to international stability.
I know would you agree with me, but I think also a very important aspect is to define what is the attack. When now I'm switching from cyber diplomacy as a concept to cybersecurity as such. Do we need to have a definition for that? Do we need to have a harmonized definition throughout the region or multi-stakeholder platform, and what that could be?
Let's go back one step what cybersecurity is. And for instance, in the OSCE, and I think Carsten can say probably much more how the definitions in the OSCE were there was an attempt to try to understand how each country understands cybersecurity. What does it mean for them? And actually, Serbia was the one who took over the role of collecting all the definitions from the OSCE countries. There is an excellent database created on how each country defines all of these terms. But that's cybersecurity, that's information security, other terms which are important, cyber war, cyber attack, and particularly how that relates in the context of existing international law. So for instance, we have the UN Charter, which says that you have the right to self-defense. If someone attacks you, you have the right to defense. Firstly, what does it mean, an armed attack in cyberspace? Does it mean destruction only? Does it have to have destruction? Is digital destruction destruction? Do you have to have victims? Do you have to have actually lethal consequences? We don't know. There have been a lot of negotiations in the UN, Now, we have a progress where we have about a dozen countries, mainly developed ones or more advanced, which are developing their own understanding, coming out with their own positions of how international law applies. The other question is, if someone attacks me, I have the right to self-defense. How? If it is a cyber attack, can I just shoot them back with a hacking? Yeah. Or can I actually use the planes and stuff? Now, what can we do with the smaller countries in that context? Firstly, we have to have capacities in the institutions and ministries, and particularly Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I can get back to that later, to be able to understand the complexity and sit down as a national community, sit down and maybe even regional, and have an agreement, what do we think as the application of international law in cyber means? Maybe piggyback on those positions of France, Germany, US, UK, China, Russia, it doesn't matter. That's one of the things we need to do. So it's a lot of open questions, but I think the prerequisite for that is actually having capacities and mandates in the ministries, which we don't have in the region. And if you just take a look around the room, how many people you actually see from the ministry staying at the cybersecurity panel? Yeah, we are important. We would love to have the full room, right? But it's not about that. It's really whenever it's cyber, you feel like, that's interesting with diplomats. I don't know whether you felt that. Diplomats are usually proud to know everything because they have to, because that's their job. When it comes to cyber, they almost wear a proud badge. I don't know anything about that, which has to change. It's a political issue. So we have, next time we need to have the full room. And I guess that's political awareness, yeah.
Yeah, and there is an additional question, which I deem very important indeed. If you build this international law infrastructure or the normative framework for the cyber diplomacy, if I may call it this way, and you already have well-advanced countries, European Union as an entity itself, but also Germany, big countries, what is the probability and likelihood that those who are not advanced well in the concept, in the normative, in infrastructure, to be left behind? And what could be then the detrimental potential of that? Irina, maybe if you want, but I'm looking at you as well because I know you have this kind of theoretical also background and knowledge. So,
do you want to start with the theoretical and then we can follow with the practical?
You know that I can always talk. Yeah. Now, as we discussed previously, I think the risk is exactly, and that's one of the reasons why Carsten is doing the exercise. The reason is that the wars and the conflicts basically start mainly in those countries that you mentioned, not among the big ones, right, sometimes. But that's the risk. The risks may be in Balkans, the risk may be in Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, where you have tensions. And we need that framework the most, probably. We need some sort of rules, if nothing, then committing to the confidence-building measures that the OSCE, that we are all members of in the region, have brought up. So only if we, but seriously commit that, not like with the laws that you mentioned in our countries where we have the laws, but we don't actually implement them. So we need to commit to that and really do it politically. And that's, I guess, the first step.
Okay, well,
in
the partially theoretical part, I think that cyber diplomacy, if done properly, could help alleviate some of the tensions that we have at the political level, either in this region or other regions, because if you don't keep it at the highest level of politics, you might use cyber diplomacy to avoid certain situations escalating further than they should, because an incident has been misinterpreted. You had a script kiddie attacking another country rather than it being a state-sponsored attack. But if there's tension going on, it might be misrepresented and then escalate further into the political, physical domain or whatever else. And if you look at cybercrime, for example, I mean, criminals don't care about boundaries, they don't care about politics, and they're either way a step ahead of us, and not having these political bottlenecks and tensions as stopping them from cooperating will just make them even more advanced.
Can I just also
comment, sure, of course. We have time. We have 3 hours, you said. I mean, so please.
Well, and we can also go into the weekend. But you asked about how to basically bring more countries into the discussion, into the debate.
Yeah.
Let me just maybe explain a little bit how this whole thing has evolved. So the discussion really began sometime in the 1990s in the UN, And it was the Russians who said, we need to talk about information security. And at the time, most people looked at the Russians and said, what have you been smoking? But they persisted, and then the United Nations did what is a typical response if you're confronted with an issue and you don't know how to address it. They decided to create a working group. That was called the Group of Government Experts. And first, this group of government experts met and couldn't agree a consensus report. A second group, actually, then in 2010, presented a consensus report which had one very important sentence. It said, information and communication technologies are among the most pertinent threats to international peace and security in the 21st century. So cyber as a threat was for the first time recognized internationally in 2010, and a whole group of further a whole slate of further expert groups have tried to dive deeper into the issue, dig deeper. But these were small groups. Max, the largest group had 25 members. So it was very much an elite discussion. And since 2020, there has been a change because these expert groups in the United Nations have been first complemented and then supplanted by an open-ended working group. Now, the open-ended working group is very interesting because all UN member states are invited to participate. And what happened is very interesting because I've been both at the expert groups and in the open-ended working group. And the open-ended working group, all of a sudden, all UN member states literally all of them are taking the floor, are participating, which means that all governments at some level have to engage in the discussion. They have to think this through because you don't just take the floor in the United Nations. You have to have a position before, and you have to have had an internal debate before you formulate an official position. So all governments have been basically forced to start thinking about this. The other thing that has happened is that you're not digging any deeper, you're just staying more surface. So instead of diving, you're swimming. But still, it's very important at this stage that you have a much broader debate than you had before 2020. And that's a good thing. Because cyber, as Vladimir was pointing out before, cyber affects every country, and from every country you can potentially have a threat emanating to your own country. And now, for the first time, you're having everybody engaged in this discussion. So that's a good step forward.
Maybe one interesting bit to that, sorry, what Carsten said is that all countries can contribute to the open-ended working group, but not all of them do.
Yes,
and
right.
The statistics from the Balkans shows that we had one representative in that closed group that was a representative of Serbia by accident or by choice, and the closed group of about 20. No one else. Since the open-ended working group started, so it's an open for everyone, but it's in New York. We basically have the New York missions. We basically had, I think, till last year, about a handful of contributions by Serbia, 2 of them by Montenegro, and I think actually none by the other Balkan countries, except for aligning with the EU position. And that's understandable, because the missions in New York are very small. There are 2 to 3 people covering everything from migrations to war in Ukraine to cyber. They don't have capacity. And secondly, they don't have anyone in the capitals who can help them. So, it's again working on how to make sure that they actually use that opportunity and be able to talk.
What is your experience in dealing with the government here? Because I know that you had one. I mean, can you share from the perspective of the private sector?
Well, I had experience in the civil society sector as well. So before joining PwC, I was working on a regional capacity building program for cybersecurity, dealing with competent ministries, national certs, and other relevant stakeholders. I mean, my impression then and now is that the community of people working on this topic does have the will to work on it efficiently. It's just that a matter of whether they have the right tools or capacities themselves, which is not always, up to them. It's up to the political setup. For example, the jurisdiction of national certs and what is defined in the law that they can or cannot do. It's about political will of, whether they really want to focus on cyber and make national cybersecurity strategies really, broad and, stepping out of the comfort zone, or if they just keep repeating what they do year on year. So, it's like shortcomings and opportunities at different levels. In terms of private sector experience, we worked with both public and private sector entities, not just in Serbia or the region, but across the EU. And you see the same challenges everywhere, in terms of capacity, in terms of funding, in terms of decision makers, whether these are national decision makers or decision makers within large companies who don't have adequate awareness or understanding of the need to really pay close attention to cybersecurity, because it's always, it's the intangible threat. You can't quantitate it before it actually materializes. So, you don't see the reason to invest in something that might not never happen. But then when it happens, the consequences can be grave.
And it happened, actually. It happened just recently in Montenegro, it happened in Albania, and it happened in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the response was very weak.
I think it happened in most of our countries, even if we don't know.
Even that. This is what I wanted to, which is even worse. Which is even worse, which means that the radars are not set well. And we have to do something with it. So, but just to wrap up, because I think it could be very interesting for the second round before we open the questions for the audience. So we said commitment is important. It seems like we have a commitment in the Western Balkans. Political will is even more important. It seems like we have it, at least on the paper. Cyber diplomacy, as you rightly pointed out, might alleviate potential risks that come from cyber threats. What we are missing, I think, in the Western Balkans is a framework, is a regional framework. In a couple of days from now, leaders of France, Montenegro, and Slovenia are going to sign in Tirana at the Summit of Berlin process this memorandum or agreement on this Center of Cybersecurity in Podgorica. So we are going, for the first time ever, going to have the Center for Capacity Building. But we do not still have any platform or any working group which is going to touch on measures that you, Vladimir, said. Those are the measures how to harmonize and to create the regional framework. What is my question to you here, and to all three of you? We have all this at the level of the European Union. We have European Union cyber diplomacy toolbook. We do have a clearly set of standards how to reply and how to harmonize the response, even to the level of the sanctions. Of course, definition of threats and everything else. Would it be, and maybe this is a dumb question, but please be gentle with me. I mean, I'm just asking out of my own curiosity. Wouldn't it be much easier then to try to push the Western Balkans more into that framework? Because the buzzword now is diving into single market of the European Union. So can we also dive into a single cyber, let's say, framework of the European Union? Would that be much easier than to try to kind of establish something sui generis for the Western Balkans itself? So let's start with you, and then, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think what we miss as a first step is any sort of political discussion on cyber, and we don't have it. You have some very light discussions within the Western Balkans Digital Summit.
Yeah.
But it's really very superficial. It's mainly multi-stakeholder. It's not a political dialogue, actually, on cyber. Within the open Balkans, we don't have anything on cyber. We are on infrastructure, on digitalization. We actually don't have anything on cybersecurity. If you look at the main meetings like Brdo Kranj or the others, they don't have cybersecurity at the agenda. So we don't have any regional, none of the regional institutions actually discuss. There is no regional process. So that's the first thing that we need to have. I mean, the solid one, right? I hope you have some other information.
I do. I'm looking at Tanya and I have to contradict, but please finish and I will explain.
Sure. And I would be happy to hear. When was it? 2016, 17. We did a study. There was a bunch of people from this region doing a study on the regional organizations and cooperation about cybersecurity. And the result was there was something by Rakvijak, there was a little bit by RESPA, something done by RCC, but nothing really that you can step on and say this is solid. So that's the first thing we need to put it on the political agenda. And secondly, even if we want to devise regional rules, I'm not sure we need them to that extent. But even if we need them, and even if we decide to take the European ones, are we actually going to implement? As always, that's the weakest link here. What we have the OSCE confidence building measures. We all submitted to that. We need to implement them. And they're I mean, pretty practical to implement. We have the UN norms. We need to implement them. Yes, we have EU cybersecurity toolbox and other legislation which is coming, like CRA, NIS2, and so on, which are coming to the Balkans. That will certainly help. The main question for me is not reinventing the wheel. It's how do we actually implement everything that we sign.
Yeah, it's hard to contradict you on that because, as I mentioned, we had cyber attacks and we had zero response. And there is a great likelihood that something like that might repeat again. Karsten, before you forget what I wanted to ask.
I have basically two answers, and they're not entirely coherent, which is always a problem, but it's a sign of a diplomat. But the first answer is that because the future of the countries of the Western Balkans is in European integration, I would encourage the countries to ensure that the regulations align as closely and as quickly as possible with European regulations and structures and institutions. And that, I think, also will make then responses to incidents like cyber incidents easier. So I'm not certain it would be a good idea to now invent a set of rules, norms, procedures that are oriented towards the region and may not be entirely consistent with European norms and rules and regulations and institutions. But that's because, as I say, of the overarching perspective of European integration for the countries of the region. The second opinion I hold, and it's, as I say, it's not entirely coherent with the first opinion, is that in particular, the confidence building, the OSCE confidence building mechanisms and the crisis management mechanisms that we have designed, they're good, and I'm very proud of them. But they're sometimes very heavy. And it may be necessary, or maybe a good idea, to supplement them with something more nimble, something more pliable for the region. Because basically what the OSCE crisis management mechanisms, if you transplant them to the cyber field, mean is that you see something which you have about which you have a question, then officially submit a question to the country that you think is on the other side. That country has 48 hours to respond. If you're not happy with the response, then you go to a second round in which you involve the chairman in office and other interested countries. And so, it's a very complex and very quickly also a very open procedure. And cyber doesn't like openness very often. It may be preferable to have more informal procedures, more informal communication mechanisms at various levels, between the CERTs, between the technical experts, between diplomats doing cyber in the various capitals, and if necessary also maybe between the governments, between the ministers. So the Minister of the Interior knows who to call. The Minister of the Interior in Belgrade knows who to call in Tirana if he wants to talk or if she wants to talk about cyber. These kinds of more direct communication links might be, I think, extremely helpful to the region and compatible with whatever is going on at the EU and UN levels?
Yeah, this is really very diplomatic answer, I must admit. Underneath you, behind it, such an answer you see, and actually I tend to agree with you that Western Balkans simply is not at the level of coherence of European Union. And it cannot be under given circumstances. So maybe what you said, using what we can do and try to work a little bit on applicability and norms sui generis for the Western Balkans might be a temporary solution. Irina?
Yeah, well, I first want to agree with Vlada. I think implementation is the pain point of the region at all levels. So we have wonderful things on paper, but then we lack the implementation. In the case of Serbia, there is a draft law, the update of a law on information security, which is aimed to align as much as possible with the NIS2 directive. So at least in our case, I can say that, you know, we are trying to quickly respond to what the EU is doing. In terms of cooperation and communication at all levels, again, absolutely agree. And I think that I know that there have been and are still ongoing several donor-driven projects across the region, which have been supportive of communication at different levels. I presume that because of the political situation in the region, the decision was to first focus on the operational levels, and this has been going quite well with the support of the UK FCDO and the project that's now, I think, in its 5th year or something like that, which focused on operational people at competent ministries, national certs, but also the wider community in terms of involving also public sector actors and sometimes civil society. And I think it has done a great job in terms of actors getting to know each other, and even if there are not specific procedures, you know, if something happens in one country, they know who to call in the other country and try to solve this issue. I think now is the time to raise this bar a bit, and from what I understand, there are some new projects that are already operational now that will focus more on this political level dialogue, for example, sponsored by the European Union. So I hope, I wish them all the best.
Me too. Yeah, actually, basically, before I open the floor for the audience, just to wrap up once again this part of our conversation, political agenda is very important. Implementability is an issue, and that's quite obvious in the Western Balkans. So there are standards, rules, there are even national legislation which are not implemented. Our understanding in RCC, and Tanya, please correct me if I'm wrong, so I have a real expert here, I'm just pretending that I'm one. People are complaining about the lack of resources, and human resources and financial resources to really to create this intergovernmental and within the country's framework. You also, Carsten mentioned something which is very important, this informal communication. So learning by doing, but also as we are waiting to one day become maybe part of the bigger entity, the supranational cyber diplomacy to use the framework. We do have that framework, and this is what I wanted to contradict with you, because RCC has the first organization that established the first platform for computer security incident response team in the Western Balkans. We got them together. We also work closely with ENISA, European agency, trying to, as much as we can, learn from them and copy-paste from them in the Western Balkans. And of course, within that platform, there are informal connections and exchange of information, which is very important. Still, however, something is missing. Something is badly missing in the capacity of countries to respond. And maybe we still have time. Irina, what do you do in your organization when something like cyber attack happens?
That's confidential.
That's confidential.
No, I mean, the key is having, first of all, some procedures in place, right? You need to have somewhere written down what you do in case of A, B, or C happens. But I think the key is, and what we see in both like small businesses, civil society organizations, large enterprise, is that you expect that if you first of all, you think cyber costs a lot.
Yeah.
And it's an immediate no from top management because they don't want to invest that much, especially with the current economic situation. But in terms of having like the basic of the basic cybersecurity, it doesn't have to cost much because you can have the most expensive cybersecurity solution. But if there's someone on the other end who doesn't know what to do with it or doesn't follow suggestions, for example, you need to patch this application, you know, the solution is worthless. So I think that what we try to emphasize with whomever we work is going back to the awareness raising bit, where you need to have an understanding of what cybersecurity is, what are the potential risks and threats, and what could be the potential consequences. And this needs to happen at all levels of the organization. So not just, you know, blaming Joe over there for clicking on a phishing link, but also, you know, having management understand the role of the CISO within the organization and supporting them to actually, you know, promote the message of cybersecurity.
And when something like that happened, you report it to some governmental institutions in Serbia, because you are based here. I suppose that this is the standard rules of procedure.
Yes, yes. I mean, okay, we're not a critical entity, so by law we're not obliged, but I think there are a lot of stakeholders in Serbia who proactively report to the national CERT just for the sake of the national CERT having some baseline statistic on, you know, how to frame future messages for sound cybersecurity action, reaction, and response. And I think this is a loophole that we've been stuck in Serbia for a while, whereby other entities say we don't want to report to the national CERT because we don't really get anything from the national CERT. But then the national CERT is not able to provide them with any sound advice because they don't have any information to base statistics on past events, threats, and attacks. So it's kind of a enchanted circle at the moment.
From whichever angle we look at this, it looks like we need more cooperation within the region. We need more exchange. We need more implementability. We need more awareness among, of course, the main stakeholders and the general public. But also we need capacity building. So capacity building will be sorted out through this center, but the rest of the story relies on maybe one of a couple of leading regional organizations that maybe gather all stakeholders and to ignite the discussion. My impression, however, is, and I don't know whether you are going to agree with this, we also have this butterfly trajectory when it comes to cybersecurity. And I mean by that, you know, all of a sudden some things start to be sexy, cyber diplomacy. And all donors goes to that direction, forgetting some other elements which are very important. So I think that sometimes we also need a coherence among donor community, not only coherence when it comes to the governments. Having said so, now I'm happy to open the question for the audience. Please introduce yourself. Try to be focused on questions, not that much comments if possible. So please, the floor now is yours.
I think they're frightened. We succeeded.
So then I'll go back to you. You have to talk more. I'm sorry.
Maybe one reaction to what you
mentioned. Yeah, please.
And basically back to how you react to the incident, that cooperation in the region. When you mentioned the cooperation of the CERTs that you also lead, there is solid cooperation on non-political levels, on technical level, on civil society level, on business level. There is solid cooperation in the region. There is a cooperation, as you mentioned, between the national authorities, those called CERTs. Maybe not among all of them, but it's moving. But that means they might have an information that something is happening. They might share that information, but sometimes you need a political reaction on that, which is missing. So what we miss is a political coordination. I'll give you an example. These days, or just as we speak, there seems to be a huge campaign, let's say coming from Russia, it really doesn't matter who's behind, against some of the countries in the Balkans, I think Albania and the others, with so-called DDoS attacks, which are making the systems not responding, slowing down, blocking them. And there is a political connotation of that mentioned in the messages, because those are the proxy groups, hacking groups, that they basically also defend Serbia. So there are now some Albanian groups which might be striking back using those vulnerabilities, technical ones in the systems, where we see today and yesterday some of the major telecom providers here slowing down. It has to do about something with Palestine and Israel, not directly, so it's a very complex issue. Now, the technical community knows about it. The technical community shares the information. The problem is, can that escalate? And if it starts escalating, and I mean escalate by having a major telecom down, or having, as we said, the energy sector down, or something else, what's going to be the reaction of those up? And when we mentioned, we did that exercise a couple of years ago, there is probably one of the rare models of cooperation, public-private cooperation, the cybersecurity network in Serbia, which really gathers all the stakeholders around, including the government. When we did the exercise of how does a country react to a cyber attack like that, and we said, okay, now we have a political moment. You have to call together, I don't know, the Security Council of the country, or something like, or the ministers, and so on. How much time do you need to get them? Well, you know, one is traveling here, the other one has a high-level meeting. They said, well, probably in a week time. Week time? Cyber attack escalates within minutes. Now, that's the problem, this link between the operational levels and the politicians. And that's where I say we need more cooperation of the politicians and their understanding of why this is a multi-stakeholder picture. Just as an example, yeah. No, we frighten people even more.
Yeah, I think so. I have to admit, I am not 100% sure whether those linkages that exist at the technical expert level, whether they are that strong. The other day I was talking to somebody, and we were discussing, would you be in the event of a major cyber incident affecting your country, and you're suspecting it's coming from another country in the region, would you know, or from another actor in the region, would you know who to call? And the response was, yes, of course I know these people. We're on LinkedIn together. And I said, would you call them? No, because I don't have the political backing to do so. That's a problem. So that's why I say you might need some arrangements or some political agreement on procedures informally to complement what we've agreed in Vienna. Because what we've agreed in Vienna, that's shouting from the mountain. Whereas I think very often what you need is more pillow talk. Confidential.
Yeah, I just like that. I mean, yes, the links between the national certs that I mentioned are more or less informal because they personally know each other, so they know who to call. But whether it would be an official request via email, that's another question. And in terms of having any level of guidelines or frameworks or whatever, I think exercising them is also quite important. So, okay, you will have this capacity building center, but if these capacities are developed in silo, then, you know, until you put them either through a technical exercise or through a tabletop and see, you know, what it would really look like when you work through a scenario of an attack, you know, you can put a badge on LinkedIn, then you have the capacity, but whether you actually know it in practice, that's questionable.
Yeah. Have you been provoked enough? So please, we have a question, gentleman over there. Is there a mic, please?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for a very interesting debate and for actually provoking, which I hope I'm not the only one who's being provoked here. I'm Omar Memišević from Bosnia and Herzegovina Strategic Analysis. One interesting thing that we haven't really touched upon is the artificial intelligence, which I think we all agree is very important at this present moment in 2023. I'm interested at how does artificial intelligence play into the general outlook of the topic at hand, cyber diplomacy for cybersecurity, especially when it comes to the sort of wider context of revitalized active measures policy approach by the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Very concrete question to address to all panelists. Okay.
I'll start with the theory.
Please.
Yeah, the theory says that it's really a new topic, especially in this region, but even globally. So we have cybersecurity challenges of the AI systems. And I'm sorry, I can't look directly at you, otherwise I'll have a neck problem. So we have a possibility of hacking the AI systems, right? That's one clear concern, which is maybe more technical. It fits into cybersecurity in general. And they have that's where you have a number of levels. You might have a problem with the software, you might have a problem with the algorithm, you might have a problem with databases. That's a new problem. So hacking and changing the databases can actually result with an output of an AI which we didn't envisage, and we might not even be able to see that it's different from what we should get. Now, the other level is the application of AI in things like weapons, where we have the whole discussion about what's called lethal autonomous weapon systems, or killer robots, or whatever you like. And there is a global process within one of those UN pillars, another group of experts there, as you said, when you have a problem, you find a group, working group, and they haven't moved much, but there seems to be an interest by the big ones now to push for some sort of agreement how far that killer robots should go, or where they shouldn't go. For instance, that the humans have to be at least sitting on the loop, making sure that there is no autonomous decisions to kill someone. Let's see how far it goes. Then you have a challenge of what happens when AI intersects with other scientific technological developments. So for instance, when AI starts creating new bombs, new biological weapons, or something like that. And that's a completely different niche, which is not cyber anymore.
Yeah.
It is technological security to some extent, but that's, I'm afraid it's going too slow in that direction. We're not discussing that much. OECD has some discussions about the challenges of new technologies and what happens. That's theoretical part. That's mapping some of the fields that exist. But I don't know if anyone wants to build it.
I can do the operational part where AI is used both by defenders and attackers. So you have, like Vlada said, AI applied to developing different forms of attack, which can be as simple as a phishing email. So these were already getting more sophisticated even by people making them, but now you can make sure that, a phishing attack looks completely legitimate legitimate. But then on the other hand, you also have AI applications in defense systems. So like artificial intelligence automatically detecting some weird behavior on networks or devices and stuff like that. So, AI as AI can be both a friend and foe. It depends who has it in his hands.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think AI is, everybody's hyped up about AI, especially about generative AI. But in essence, AI can be an accelerator in certain operations, but it can also be used as a defensive agent to then respond to operations or detect operations. So I don't, honestly, at this point, I think we have a chance that AI will not be a game changer. However, having said that, there are all sorts of other technological developments on the horizon that will be game changers. And some of those we haven't even conceived of yet. But I'm fairly certain AI will have an impact, certainly. I believe that quantum computing will have a big impact because it will require new encryption mechanisms. I believe that
neurotechnology.
Yeah, neurotechnology will have an impact because it will sort of bridge the distinction between organisms and computers, basically calculators, and the metaverse will have a huge impact on us, and it will blur the distinction between physical reality and virtual reality. So all these will be new developments, and there will be challenges to international peace and security as well.
There is one interesting, an ad, an unpaid ad, an interesting blockbuster which is called Anon, like Anonymous, Anon. I think 5, 6, 7 years ago. Take a look at that, which talks about when the augmented reality is integrated into our view and lenses and the minds, and then someone starts hacking. Interesting science fiction.
But bottom line answer to your question is yes, indeed.
Or
we
as
have
Facebook
also
would say,
take it into consideration.
Yeah.
We have some 5 minutes at our disposal. Any questions? As far as I can see, Tanya, please.
Well, for everyone, Tanya, who is mentioned during this session, Tanya Marsh from Regional Cooperation Council. Well, actually, it's not a question. Maybe it's more a comment or to elaborate on the topic. For sure, all things that have been said stands. But, again, it is a matter of cooperation. All the topics that you're mentioning, answers on the questions, everything is again related to some type of cooperation. We as an institution, as the Regional Cooperation Council, for sure, we try to maintain this dialogue, and as my colleague mentioned, from 2018, actually when we had a multi-annual action plan, MAPRE, where we supported the region actually to form in each economy national CSIRT. And of course, fostering that, strengthening that, and maintaining that to a regional cybersecurity conference that was actually organized annually. Mm-hmm. For sure, because of the COVID and the situation that everything went online, we were not feasible to do that. But as already mentioned, the European Commission started a project to support the Western Balkan economies by conducting the study for gaps and needs and see what they need, the support, what type of the support, is that capacity building, is that funds, is that a legal aspect, different type of frameworks. What we wanted to actually support again coming on this field also was by organizing again cybersecurity conference this year, but actually our approach was this whole of society approach. Mm. We brought partners. And I'm talking just about the governments for the Western Balkans. I'm also mentioning the donors, IFIs, academia, NGOs. We wanted to actually have all of them around the table to discuss about the major issues that are happening in the region, but of course also to reflect this on the situation that is happening in the EU. But of course, what was most, let's say, focus given was actually the attacks, the recent attacks at that moment that happened in the region, and that was actually the focus. We saw the situation, and let's say the severe attack was in Montenegro, because they, more than half a year, they were not able, not even to communicate. Yeah. They were not able to receive any email or to respond on that email. So then actually you see how weak, let's say, sometimes the system is. And actually that the government can see the need of this capacity that is actually mentioned to the panel as well. So it's not just one thing that needs to be done or supported. And of course, as you mentioned to the panel, is also involving the different partners, different stakeholders. But again, each one of them, let's say that maybe should focus on the role that they can give and support the region, and institutions that maybe not in the session, but should be recognized as Regional Cooperation Council, is the one that can support the region in maintaining the dialogue and support in the Western Balkans at least. So with this, actually, I'm just giving a comment and also opening for you a question to tell us whether do you see, first, Regional Cooperation Council per se, because we are a political organization that can support the region, is it really an institution that needs to provide, this type of institution to provide support, political one, and on what level? Or is more actually on the governments? Because we know that each government actually needs to provide additional capacity within their economy. We know that this is really, as was mentioned, this is a sexy topic now because of this severe tax that we had. But this actually should be the topic from, let's say, beginning, because technology is going just straight forward. It's not asking and it's not stopping. So
Thank you. Thank
what
you,
do you
Tanya.
think?
Thank you. Quickly, do you have still...
It's not that we haven't been thinking about causing an attack so that the high-level people would finally understand, but a controlled one. No, I'm kidding. But there are so many attacks, actually, that unfortunately, they had to happen in Albania and Montenegro and other places so that the high-level people understand. Kudos to RCC for organizing this, because I think this is really important. Whether you have a role to play, absolutely. I think there is much to be done on a national level, but you can bring it up on the political agenda.
Yeah.
So that's certain.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, we know that at least in Serbia, we now have small pockets in the diplomatic corps that are interested in cyber, and I think that wherever you can find those in the countries of the region, just jump on them, and also utilize existing networks like public-private partnerships or any kind of dialogue that's already formed in the country, rely on them to support further capacity development of these diplomatic representatives.
Well, with this is really annoying, you know. This is blinking like in red, so I mean, meaning that I have to wrap it up and finish this.
It's supposed to be annoying.
That's right.
It's like a cyber attack.
I would like to really thank you for your intervention. For me, it was really informative, really constructive. I hope it was the same for the audience. We got several very clear messages, and especially for RCC, our organization. We will be having a political mandate as much as countries are, or economies as we call them, are ready to give it to us. But that's another story. I want to thank the audience once again, and with this I think we are finishing this panel. Thank you very much for your attention, and yeah.
We're waiting for the...
Thank you very much. Now we have a coffee break until the 6th, and then starts the final panel of this year's Belgrade Security Conference devoted to the EU enlargement. So see you then.
Tu sam, čujete li me?
Good afternoon and welcome to the concluding panel of this year's conference, Greater and Better EU 20 Years from Thessaloniki Summit. Is it greater? Yes, it is. 13 new members joined since 2003, one old one left. Is it better? And what about Western Balkans, still in the waiting room? And who's to blame? Perhaps all of the involving parties. Speakers of this panel are His Excellency Emanuela Giofre, Ambassador and Head of the Delegation of European Union to the Republic of Serbia, Jovana Marović, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of European Affairs, Republic of Montenegro, Tetjana Kovtun, Executive Director of the Reforms Delivery Office, Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, Vladimir Međak, from European Movement in Serbia, and this panel will be moderated by Milica Delević, Director for Governance and Political Affairs, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Ms. Marović will join us online. Please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. I have to say that I'm surprised by the level of enthusiasm to discuss European integration Friday evening, 6 p.m., which is already a positive enough sign for us involved in this discussion and for people involved in this process. I'm also glad to see Jovana on screen. Jovana, do you hear us okay and everything works technically?
Yes, everything is perfect. It's also nice to see you all.
I'm really glad that we are concluding with this panel. This panel, I think, will revisit an issue which in Serbia has been pertinent ever since the wars of the 90s finished, and this is the issue of European future of the region, which we received a concrete promise of in Thessaloniki in 2003, as we saw in the video. Then the process lasted for a very long time. Both us and the European Union appear to have lost enthusiasm to continue with it. And then with the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, enlarging the European Union gave new meaning, purpose, and new urgency. This has implications primarily for Ukraine and another candidate country, Moldova, but also for the Western Balkans. We will try and discuss today what these processes mean for new candidates for us in the Western Balkans, what this means for the European Union, for its need to internally reform to be ready to take 9 new members in. Are these processes similar? Should they be taken as one process, or should they be decoupled in some way? And what are the obstacles that different countries face along the way? And I'm really glad to have such a great panel. Thank you all for being here. It will be a pleasure to discuss this. And I would like to start with Tatiana, who I'm really very happy to welcome in Belgrade. I mean, we very often touch on these issues when we work together. But this will be an opportunity to properly discuss, as if we didn't, while we were walking around Belgrade earlier today. So I would like to start with you to ask you to tell us a little bit more about Ukraine's European journey and what this European anchor means for your country under the current difficult circumstances.
Thank you, Milica, and thank you, everyone, and distinguished members of the panel. So first of all, thanks a lot for this very interesting conference. And I think for Ukraine, the anchor of the European enlargement is quite existential at this point. So we could say that the full-scale invasion of Russia against Ukraine has really awoken the dormant enlargement process, and in Ukraine, we see basically the existential stride for Ukraine to remain a sovereign, independent country only with the EU. And to say that this is a very new story, it's not. So for the last 10 years since Ukraine signed association agreement with the EU, Ukraine has put in the constitution the European aspiration and the Euro-Atlantic choice. And also Ukraine has effectively implemented almost 80% of obligations under the association agreement. And since over these last 10 years, the support for the European Union and for the European integration has been steady around 70%, and now it's 91% across Ukraine in all of the regions. So it's absolutely unprecedented. So we do enjoy, since 2017, the visa-free regime with the EU. The EU has become the main trading partner for Ukraine, and this has changed dramatically since 2014, since the occupation of Donbass and Crimea. So Ukraine was awakened by the crisis, by the aggression, to really make this geopolitical choice. So at this point, we would say that Ukraine is extremely interested to see the future within EU, and also to see the EU as the geopolitical answer to this war of aggression. And I think we need to see this both ways. And today we are expecting the first for Ukraine enlargement report, which should, as we read now, should come out in early November. But already since half a year, we know that Ukraine is very closely approximated in energy and in customs areas. So basically, we could say that the negotiations for us have already begun, and a lot of things have been done.
Just one question, Tatiana. You said that Ukraine sees this as a way to actually fight back the aggression, and it sees it also as geopolitical necessity. But knowing your country, I think the citizens also see it as a tool for achieving change and building the kind of country that they would really like to live in.
Yes, absolutely. The issue of values, and today we see that Ukraine is really, since 2014, is fighting for the European values, and these are not the words. These are really the actions, and we see overall across Ukraine in all of the regions very strong support. Ukraine has remained a democracy with very stable institutions which managed to continue throughout the war, and this is very much thanks to the process of the implementation of association agreement. And we do see this. We see the DCFTA, the Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement. We see all of the governance, rule of law, anti-corruption reforms which are unfolding, and a number of reforms have been quite unprecedented since 2014, and this is really for Ukraine, the anchor is the European enlargement process.
Ambassador Geoffrey, the European Union responded to the war with remarkable unity and managed to invoke a number of instruments, including the Ukraine facility, which was modeled after the Next Generation EU, to help the country fight back. Still, it poses a lot of challenges in front of the EU as to how actually to get ready to this new round of enlargement. Ukraine is a bigger country than the Western Balkans put together, and it has from institutional to budgetary implications. So how do you see this process now unfolding on the EU side? And do you sometimes fear that devoting attention to internally reforming might again slow the momentum which is so necessary to sustain the country and also to drive the enlargement forward?
Well, thank you, Milica, and thanks to the Belgrade Security Conference for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be in this panel. Very pleased to be in this panel also because we are in a very special moment of the history of our continent. And perhaps, as we were discussing before, never in these 20 years since Thessaloniki, the sense of urgency and political imperative of enlargement existed in the European capitals as now. It is the consequence of a tragedy, and we should not forget this, that Ukrainians are daily suffering because of the Russian aggression. But this is where we are at the moment, and our work and the work of the decision makers is to be able to understand and interpret the state of affairs in Europe and understand where there are opportunities. And here we have certainly a huge opportunities also for the Western Balkans. And I would say that the difficulties that you refer to, also the challenges that exist in adapting the Union to becoming a larger Union, of course they exist. And the President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, in the State of the Union address in September, she did refer to this. We have to think how a union with many more member states would look like, how the Commission would look like, how the Parliament would look like, how our budget would look like, how we would spend the money, how we would collect the money. All these questions are there. We tend to refer to those issues with an horrible sentence, which is called the absorption capacity, which is really an extremely bureaucratic and
there is always a bureaucratic term to describe something.
Uninspiring. But the issue existed always, and I remember when I was a student of European affairs at the College of Europe in the mid-90s, there was the issue of the deepening and widening, and this is really an issue that has always existed. What we see now is that this discussion is actually taking place. There is the questions is put on the table. There's also an understanding that one cannot block the other. The two processes need to proceed in parallel, and I think this is the message that we received in Grenada, that the President of the European Council has sketched out very eloquently not long ago in Brno. The two issues need to go in parallel because they will be self-reinforcing. The quicker the candidate country shows determination in making reforms, because the process will remain a merit-based process, the quicker internal reforms pace will pick up, and vice versa. The more we are able to prepare for a wider union, the quicker the member state, the candidate country will see that opportunity exists. what is important is not to lose sight of the objective of enlargement. It is on one hand a geostrategic decision to make the European Union stronger. We want to make the European Union more resilient, able to navigate in the current war disorders, to strengthen European sovereignty, and I have no doubt that the candidate country can bring very much to the table because of the people, first of all, the energy they bring, the economy, etc. But also the enlargement is about people. There's a human being-centered approach. It's about providing individuals a better life in terms of rule of law, in terms of environmental standards, in terms of transparency, in terms of access to information, etc. And we need to keep these two aspects of enlargement very much present as we proceed both internally and externally towards this objective, with the understanding that we will achieve this if citizens understand, decision makers and citizens understand the specific moment in which we live. In Ukraine, certainly the enthusiasm is large, is important. In the Western Balkans, there is a different approach. Sometimes the many years of negotiations have induced a certain frustration. And certainly this has to change. We need to regenerate the same type of support that we certainly see in the recently adopted candidate country.
Thank you very much. This provides a very nice segue to something that I anyway wanted to discuss with Jovana and Vlada. I'll start with Jovana. Jovana, while it's great to have you online, I hope that we'll see you in Belgrade soon. From where you sit, what would you say? Do citizens of different countries in Western Balkans believe that the process is now for real and that there is a new momentum? Do they think that finally we can move ahead? And do you see that these two processes, Ukraine, Moldova, and the Western Balkans, will somehow run together or will be separate? How do you see this new situation from the Western Balkans perspective?
Thank you, Milica. Since I said that I would come into Belgrade once when the government has changed, I also hope that I will come soon. And what this new momentum means for the Western Balkans, I'm afraid that the momentum for the Western Balkans and in the Western Balkans means business as usual. Why I'm saying that? Because I don't see major changes in the EU's approach towards the Western Balkans because of the war in Europe, and I don't see that the Western Balkans political elites and political parties are trying to use this new window of opportunity to do something in our home states. Why I'm saying that I don't see the major changes in the EU's approach? Because we are still discussing the new models, the new frameworks for cooperation and integration. We are still discussing new proposals for state accession, some kind of partial integration into the single European market, and we are not focused on the main issues and main problems in the Western Balkans. The second thing in the Western Balkans is that we are not progressing in strengthening democracy in our states, so it's also the fault of our political parties. The second thing is that this, let's say, mantra or the discussion whether the EU should be stronger in order to be bigger, it's something which is really connected. It's not that we have to wait another 20 years for the European Union in order to reform and in order to be ready to integrate the new member states. I think that these two processes are really connected and should go hand in hand. And we really need to see the EU, that the EU is stronger, that the EU is a global player, that the EU is ready to and still able to act for democracy. We would like to see the EU's transformative power well and alive. And we think that the Western Balkans are really the first in the line, to be case study for the European Union, to test new democratic tools and to improve democracy. Then another dilemma and another discussion which is ongoing for 10 years at least, that whether we should have date for accession. It's not possible to have deadline, but it's possible to have 2030 as a year for each country, to have roadmaps, and from the European Union to have assessment what is possible to achieve in all of the countries until that date. For Montenegro, I'm sure that Montenegro can be ready by 2030 to integrate and to be part of the European Union. Then the new new candidate countries is there competition or not? I think it's for the process for the countries. It's really important to have more countries which are ready to join or want to join the European Union. But this is still, and there is discussion whether this is a competition or whether to integrate Ukraine or the Western Balkans or just one of the countries of the Western Balkans. Let's go, back and use political criteria, economic criteria. They're all there. So this is one enlargement process, and we have to help each other in this process. And then finally, new models and new proposals from the US level and many other levels, let's say even from the civil society in the Western Balkans and the European Union, they're offering new state accession models and new tools for cooperation. But I have to say that 16 years ago, when Montenegro restored independence, 17 years ago, when Montenegro restored independence, there was dilemma, stability or standards, status before the standards. Then EU invented this dilemma, stability before standards, and now we have economy before democracy. So a change in the Western Balkans cannot happen through economy and through trade and the other models which are at the table now. So the fundamentals are really fundamentals, and we have to start from it.
Thank you, Jovana. Vlada, what do you think? I mean, do citizens in the Western Balkans really believe that now something can change in their European integration process? We in Serbia never had the level of support that either Ukraine or Montenegro had for European integration process. And do you think that this could change if the process, say, changes, reforms the enlargement process? Will people think that this is a way to get into the EU faster, or will they think that this is, as Jovana says, introducing something new, which is an alternative to membership and as something intermediate?
Well, speaking about if the shift is evident, from my point of view, the shift is evident. What the EU is speaking about right now are the things that we, from the expert community and the civil society community and people actually dealing with the European Union, were requesting for the last 5 to 6 years. Like, this is getting the things serious. So this looks very serious. First time somebody was mentioning the date as a target date, because without that you cannot make any roadmap, you cannot time frame anything to do that you have to do. Plus analysis are done on the impacts. This is the first time that we have this impact analysis of the budget, on the impact of the budget. The question was the link with how much linking and bringing new candidate countries was good or not. To be honest, without the war in Ukraine, there wouldn't be any enlargement impetus. There wouldn't be any new momentum. Of course, Ukraine brings big country. Ukraine is a big country. Out of how much? 260 billion euros of this impact on EU budget, 186 would be on Ukraine. So basically, the rest, Western Balkans plus Moldova and Georgia, are 70 billion. So for Serbia, when European Union assessed would we influence any EU policies, the answer was no, and even less for Montenegro. So for us, we could have entered the EU without impacting anything. So this is the new thing, but without war in Ukraine, there wouldn't be enlargement impetus. So it's a vicious circle. And in any case, I believe that this enlargement will have to be out-of-the-box enlargement with maybe unorthodox solutions, because regular solutions didn't work. We're negotiating for 10 years, and apparently it doesn't work. The way the enlargement was conducted with previous rounds won't work now, so we have to think something new. If the population sees it, I can't speak for the rest of the Western Balkans, but for Serbia I can surely say no. And the main reason for that is the information they're getting from the media that are under full control of the regime. When Charles Michel mentioned 2030, the first response of the president, the prime minister, minister for foreign affairs was, it's not going to happen. So this was the first response of Serbian highest level politics. So if they say it's not going to happen, the population will think it's not going to happen, particularly after 20 years of not happening it. So it's not very difficult to persuade the public that this is not going to happen. But translated into Serbian language, this means we are not going to do anything. Not that it's not possible, but we are not going to do anything because why should we? Why didn't we do it in the previous 10 years? Why should we bother now? And the question is why Serbia didn't do a lot in the last 10 years. So far, Serbia could really have been ready for membership. When we speak about readiness for membership, we need to know about political criteria, economical, and then the third one, approximation of legislation. And we haven't moved an inch since 2015. Why? Like, who's responsible? It's not the Masons, it's not the Illuminati, it's not the EU, it's about Serbia doing its part of the job, and Serbia didn't do that. And currently we have the general brainwashing system of for the population when the notion that EU doesn't want us, that we do not belong there, EU values are imposed on us, we can go join BRICS. This is the novelty because now Russia is not an option anymore. And then it's China. We are currently negotiating free trade agreement with China. No free trade agreement can give any yield unless it's signed for a 10-year period. Now it's 2030, 2023. That means we do not expect any membership by mid-next decade. On the other hand, this free trade agreement wouldn't have any real reason, or it is a hit-and-run tactics for one-time job to make it legal. I cannot decipher from this point of view. So the problem here is internal. When Serbia had much more difficult situations than this. We had unilateral declaration of independence of Kosovo in 2008. We had clashes in 2011, and public support was never this low. That means it doesn't matter what happens, it matters what the public is told. And we have complete control of the media, and with this complete control of media, there is only one source of information, and this comes from the government. So what the population thinks about this is what the government wants them to think about this. We will speak about the values. I'm very grateful that you mentioned values. And when we speak about Article 2, like who can join the EU, I will read it. Countries that can respect human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, tolerance, pluralism, justice, solidarity, equality in men and women. Like all the problems that we have in this society are in this Article 2. Like somebody took Article 2 and then tried to hit every point and to create a problem in that. So I don't see problems are external. We have issue of Kosovo. We have, of course, issue of Russia, which is my policy choice of this government, not a necessity. Kosovo is a necessity, Russia is not a necessity, but this is going to be the problem for us. And this is why you have such a narrative, because if EU values are imposed, we don't need separation of powers. Who cares about that?
I will come to Ambassador Joffre, because I think you get the feeling that people, through this, that people are questioning whether the process itself is addressing the challenges in the society. But first I want to ask Tatiana, you heard from both Jovana and Vlada the process, whether there would be separate processes dealing with, say, Ukraine and Moldova on one hand and the Western Balkans on the other. The feeling that if the process goes in parallel for everybody, that this is something which is expected very much in the Western Balkans. How is this seen in Ukraine? Many countries of the region have been offering help. Serbia's Minister of European Integration has recently also offered to share experiences in the European integration process. You also hear a lot of ideas about changing how the process is done. So from your experience, basically, do you see this running in parallel? Do you see it helpful to learn from people in the Western Balkans, or you find that circumstances are rather different?
Thank you, Milica. So to say about the process, of course, Ukraine is at the very beginning of the process, and having received candidate status 4 months after the full-scale invasion, we do understand that the unanimity of the EU member states in granting that status was really an asymmetric answer to the invasion. And the same as Ukraine's application to the EU. We have received 7 conditionalities, so 7 conditions on the to basically support our candidate status. And now we understand that this is not only to support the status, but actually to open negotiations. And we do hope that the negotiations will be open with the decision of the Council in December. But on these 7 conditionalities, I would say that they are all on the issues of rule of law, governance, democracy. So they are the judiciary overhaul. We have been blocked in the judicial system with the High Qualification Commission and the High Council of Judges, the Media Directive, the Constitutional Court, anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, and anti-oligarchic law, and the legislation on national minorities. So these issues, I would say, they are not new for Ukraine, and they are so they were not a surprise. So far we have not seen this process as unfair, because these issues have been known for a long time, and also they are basically the political criteria, not only for the EU, but also for joining the NATO. And so Ukraine, over the last 15 months, has done utmost to fulfill this criteria. At this point, on how the process will be organized, of course, Ukraine is trying to start the process by itself, by doing the self-screening of legislation, basically on our own initiative, and we do realize how huge the change of the legislation should be. But also we are doing our own impact assessment of what the enlargement means for Ukraine. But also, if you, Vladimir, were mentioning the impact and all of the billions that Ukraine would require, this is based on today's data. So Ukraine's GDP contracted by 25% since the war. And we hope that because of the European integration, because of the reforms which Ukraine has to embark upon, we will be at a much better position by the time. Of course, we don't want to join EU this poor. Ukraine is really interested to see economic development back on track. And we backslided because of the war on all of the indexes of human capital development and economic development. So if we talk about the process, this is really very much in the interest of Ukraine. And well, in my view, I would not say this as a view of the whole of the government. The process together with all other candidate countries, I think this would make all of us much stronger, and to see the EU reciprocate and to do whatever it takes to be able to enlarge, and for Ukraine to be also in a group of countries to join the EU together. I think this would really be a very strong answer to defend the values of liberal democracy. So this is a positive sum game, I would say, for everyone.
When Ukraine was given candidate status with some delay, Bosnia and Herzegovina, which was waiting for a candidate status for a very long time, also made this step. So I think within the region you also have understanding that things can move. However, whether you have sufficiently strong feeling that the process delivers change that we want to see, and it will happen fast enough for me to feel this difference. I think this is probably something for, that differs in different countries and that we can discuss. Jovana and Vlada again, I mean, what should the region do to make this perspective really happen and to deliver for its citizens and to use this momentum? I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Commissioner Patten said, it must have been 2004, the train will not always be in this station, it will move. And the train did indeed move. So now it's again in this station, and what should the region do so as not to miss the train this time? Where do you see obstacles, and who do you see as allies for this process? So Jovana, maybe again.
As I said at the very beginning, I don't see that the region is really taking necessary steps in order to speed up the European integration process. And my impression comes from my recent experience in the government of Montenegro. First of all, we were there, the government was formed immediately after the war broken, and then the messages from Brussels were that they really need successful story in the Western Balkans, that Montenegro is really the most advanced country in the Western Balkans when it comes to the European integration process, and this is really true. Montenegro missed, let's say, this first chance to speed up the process because of some internal problems, because of deep polarization, and this is the main obstacles in the process for Montenegro. Because Montenegro is negotiating more than 11 years, the membership in EU. Montenegro opened all negotiating chapters, close to just 3 of them, but there is some progress, at least at technical level, in all of the negotiating chapters. So what is the main reason why we are not progressing towards the European Union? It's that there is clear line between technical and political part of the process in Montenegro. So because of the polarization and because of the political crisis, it's not possible to achieve consensus among the political parties about the main priorities in the European integration process. We received interim benchmarks within the chapters 23 and 24, which are dealing with the rule of law 10 years ago. So we are still in the framework of these interim benchmarks. So in order to progress, we need to fulfill these benchmarks, and we are not able to do so because we have always tight majority in the parliament, and we need 2/3 majority for these changes. So in order for change to happen, we need more pressure from the EU's level. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we need benefits and rewards from the EU's level. It's still unclear how the European Union and European Commission are implementing the right methodology, and especially this part with incentives and sanctions. So just yesterday, the delegation of the European Union reminded that Montenegro has to be fully aligned with the common foreign and security policy, which we are, but we have to continue. This was the message before the establishment or appointment of the new government of Montenegro, and possible participation of some pro-Russian, pro-Serbian parties in this new government. So the message was that we still need to be fully aligned with the common foreign and security policy of the European Union. But what were benefits for our citizens, because so far we had really huge damages when it comes to tourism, economy, and the rest because of this alignment. So we really need from the European Union's level to see concrete steps, concrete benefits, and concrete, let's say, integration of the Western Balkans in some of the policies. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in that development of the roadmaps, we need clear priorities for the country on an annual basis in order to have clear assessment whether we fulfill them or not. In that case, it would be easier for the political parties in Montenegro to find consensus about these priorities. That's the first thing. And if not, then to have reaction from the voters if we didn't fulfill those criteria. So it's really important also to highlight that European Union, Montenegro has the really huge support among citizens. It's around 80%. So the part of the European integration and the membership in the European Union is part of the all political parties' programs. And there is need to find this connection between the benefits, incentives, which are already there in the new revised methodology, and the European Union steps, and our political elites and our political parties' steps. So we need to see something more radical from discussing new methodologies, new proposals, new, let's say, staged accession models. So we really need something concrete from the European Union's level.
Thank you, Jovana. Maybe, I mean, depending on the questions, we might have time to return the issue of clarity of conditions. I think in Ukraine, you have one set of conditions that is coming through the European integration process, but given the involvement of a number of other parties through the multi-donor stakeholder platform, you also have other conditionalities and how the process will go forward, aligning all of these conditionalities. So it would be very interesting to hear your view on this one. But I'll turn to Vlada now. So what do you think? I mean, what should the region do to really capitalize on this momentum?
Every country is different. Like, when we are happy, we are unhappy in the same way. When we are unhappy and miserable, we are miserable in our own way.
So that we are jointly happy in the EU, what should we do?
That's the only way. Like, I fully agree with you on roadmaps and time framing and pushing benefits forward is something that can actually change things, but this is on the EU. However, in order to enjoy those benefits, we have to do our part of the work. When we were lifting visas in 2009, we had 3 years of very hard work here in the country to transform the system, like changing who guards the border, like the army or the police. That was a huge effort. And for instance, now if we want to join the internal market, we have to be fully aligned in Chapter 1 free movement of goods. What prevented it so far? This is the same mechanism as in your DCFTA. Once you harmonize, you can enter in these for services. Like this is the way forward, but from the EU. From our part, Franco-German paper, this famous paper that was published a few days ago, that I fully agree with. Like, this is nothing new, nothing spectacular, but they made it in a real good sequence of steps. They said everything that has to be said. It was nothing revolutionary, we all know that, but they just put it and framed it in a very good way. From a point of view of Serbia, 4 steps that four conditions for accession that they made. First is rule of law. Second one, EU values, particularly foreign policy. Third one, conflicts. For conflict resolutions, not making them. We're doing that by ourselves so far very nicely. And standards are 4. So we have 4. Rule of law. Let's start with the one. And I fully agree, rule of law is the essence. Every enlargement had its leitmotif, is the theme. Like with the UK in the 70s, it was the economy. With southern countries in the 80s, it was about democracy. With Eastern European countries, it was transformation from the Soviet-style economy to the Western. Only with Austria, Finland, and Sweden, it was about nothing. And for us, it's about the rule of law, corruption, and organized crime. So we have rule of law as issue number 1. We lost the status of democracy, we lost the status of a free country according to Freedom House. We lost freedom of speech, the corruption is rising, organized crime it's just popping out. Affairs are just popping out. So this is the issue number 1. We are adding issues on the list that we did not have in 2014 when we started negotiations. So this happened during accession negotiations. Second issue, CFSP, Russia. Third, conflict resolution, Kosovo. Like, when you ask me about, in your paper, about allies. Basically, when we put all this here, the only ally we have is geopolitics at this time. Like, it's going to happen, it will happen even if we do our best efforts to prevent it. So this is the only ally that we do have. For us and for the region, it's about the rule of law. And I would really like to see the new Commission focusing on this one, unlike the previous 2, which were very happy to put that aside and to focus on stability and to focus on economy, which was good. But one without the another cannot go hand in hand. You cannot have the regional stability without the rule of law, without democracy, because sooner or later it will pop out. Like, this is the real problem. Kosovo and Russia, these things will have to be resolved. Like, since we have 1.5 years since invasion of Ukraine, Serbia still hasn't done anything. Like, how you expect to have allies when you're on the other side from everybody else that you want to join? Now, after Banjska, our negotiation position on Kosovo is on the lowest level since 1999. Where are you going to find the allies on those issues? If Serbia has done what it should have been done, particularly in the rule of law, since 2014, and we were a stable democracy, which we could have been, these issues would be either settled by themselves, like Russia, it would not be an issue, or Kosovo would be much easier for us to solve it as a full-fledged democracy, rather than to be showed how in Kosovo you can change the government on elections, how free elections can be held. So we are being taught the lesson that we learned 20 years ago. So when you see this, for me, push from the EU is step number one. Push from the EU, because then these things, if they are not done, it's the fault of the government, not of the EU. We have to pinpoint who's the guilty party is.
Thank you, Vlada. I think on the one point on the Franco-German paper, where I will fully agree with you in terms of the way that the paper set the issues out. There was one, I would say, strange for me stipulation, and this is that if a country joining the EU, which has with territorial issues that are not resolved, that it can only join if the other side in this territorial dispute consents, which I assume in case of Moldova and Ukraine would cause some difficulties. Before opening the floor for questions, I'd like to return to Ambassador Geoffrey. So having heard Vlada and Jovana, do you agree that this is what the region should do, but I think also some ideas as for what the EU should do? And given that some of this, as Vlada says, happened during the accession process, basically, what do you see is necessary for this process really to perform its transformative function, which I guess is keeping all of us in this room at this time of the day?
Well, I think first of all we have to start from the basic. To join the European Union is a free choice of countries. You want to really become a member of the European Union. It's a club with rules. And of course, I think that the societies and the countries in the Western Balkans have the capacity to overcome the internal difficulties, and there are many, to become member of the European Union. But it's the impetus, as first and foremost, come from the country that's a candidate, as Ukraine is demonstrating. The conditions to become member of the European Union are very clear. And number one is a question of the fundamentals, the rule of law. How do we meet the criteria of Article 2 that Vladimir was recalling, the Copenhagen criteria, and this remains interim benchmarks, as Jovana was recalling, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, etc. For Serbia, the other important issues is, of course, normalization with Kosovo. This is from the very beginning, a key aspect that determines the speed of the accession process. And here we've seen in the last years things going up and down. It's difficult because it's an issue which is not only in the hands of Belgrade, but there's another partner at the table that you need to bring as well, Pristina. And here we've seen, first of all, the agreement on this agreement on the path towards normalization, the implementation annex, and then a sudden escalations of tensions and violence on the 29th of May with the attacks to the K4 soldiers. and a number of unilateral actions taken by Pristina, which led to the adoption of measures to Pristina to try to de-escalate. And then we had on the 24th of September the Banjska event that, of course, raised enormous concerns for the nature of the event and the broad expectation that there is a thorough investigation and those that are responsible for these acts face justice, and the need to de-escalate again. And we've seen the decrease of the military build-up close to Kosovo, which is we welcome very much. Also, we need to go back to the political process because this is a political issue that will require a political solution. So certainly, today we've seen that the Srpska lista is ready to go to elections, local elections. Again, another positive step. We need to continue in this direction. We need to return to the dialogue, and this is the second indispensable way forward. And then, thirdly, is the question of what we call common foreign security policy, which was always a condition, but certainly after the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the fact that foreign policy and defense policy have become central in the thoughts of member states of the European Union, this element has acquired a different type of importance, and we would like to see Serbia to align with all the CFSP measures, including restrictive measures vis-à-vis Russia and others. So these are the conditions that are basically all the same. We've invested quite a bit of political capital, and now we also are trying to design a new way of making this process closer to the citizens, and this is the idea of the growth plan. And by integrating the Western Balkans into the single market, even before membership, we try to bring back to the table what the visa liberalization brought 15 years ago and generated a lot of support in Serbia. So if we manage to open up parts of the single market to the region, in the digital sector, the payment sector, so that remittance can be actually transferred easier and company can actually trade and you can actually get a truck to cross the borders in an easier way and citizens can see the benefit and that we also have return of the investment by more jobs created here. We bring people together. The roaming is a very telling issue. That when we manage to eliminate roaming within the European Union, citizens in the EU felt the benefit directly. It's like the Erasmus. Now we will start reducing roaming between the Western Balkans and the European Union. All this should bring to the citizens a concrete examples of what being a member of the European Union is, and hopefully will generate political support to make the necessary reforms in order to advance.
Thank you very much for all the discussion and for helping me manage the time so efficiently so that we can actually allow for questions from the audience. And please raise your hand. I hope that I can. Yes. Okay, it's one here and two here.
Thank you very much. Tomasz Żonaczek from the Polish Institute of International Affairs. It's really hard not to agree with the diagnosis put by Mr. Mejak that there is basically no political will in Serbia to integrate with the Union, and if it is so, then any discussion about the methodology, whether to be a member in 75% or 60% or how to change the dates every 5 years is more or less pointless. And following this, I would like to ask you, Jovana, whether you think there is a political will in Montenegro, and if there is a political will, what goes wrong to the extent that the European Commission even notices some backsliding in the reforms in this country. And I would also like to repeat the moderator's question to Mrs. Koftun. What do you think you could learn, if anything, from the Balkan states in terms of the EU integration process, unless you think that that they negotiate so long that there is not much to study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I suggest we take more questions and then return it to the panel so as to allow people to ask. So please go ahead.
Thanks a lot. My name is George Terek. Since recently I'm an advisor to the MPs in the National Assembly of Serbia. My question is addressed to whoever is willing to answer it. Yesterday or 2 days ago, correct me if I'm wrong, I spent too much time in this room so I don't remember. Oliver Varhelyi, European Commissioner for Enlargement and Neighborhood, met with Minister Tanja Miščević for European integration, congratulating on the conducted efforts, especially chapter 23-24, rule of law. My question comes from the position of a citizen of Serbia. Is there anything that we do not know that is happening that citizens are not seeing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have one in the back of the room. Yeah. I apologize if I haven't seen the right order of hands being raised.
Vladimir Radonović, on my personal behalf, linking somewhat to that question, fully agree that the human rights and the rule of law is the precondition for the enlargement and introduction of the region to the Europe. And one of the most tangible and first steps is the free and open elections. So my question is probably to Ambassador, the first time, what can and what will European Union, not just the Commission, do when it comes to the firstly upcoming elections in Serbia to make sure that the whole election process, not just the election day, the election process, actually is conducted the way the Europeans would vote in their own countries. And I think that's the first step for anything that comes later. Thank you.
Okay, so I would then suggest we go back to the panel, and it seems to me that there is a question for everybody. So maybe if I start from Jovana, and be mindful that we have 4.5 minutes, might make your life easier because some of the questions are quite tough.
Okay, Montenegro managed to change the 30 years long government in August 2020. In 3 years, all the political parties participated in the government, and then we are waiting for the new one. The last one is in technical mandate for from 1 year. So basically nothing has changed in the country. So I don't see political will for the changes. And that's why I am pretty much skeptical about the chances of any West Balkan country to speed up the European integration process. So it's not that I am glorifying the situation in the country, but I just am highlighting why it's really so important from the European Union to give something and to change the approach towards the candidate countries. And the second question about the rule of law in Serbia, there is no rule of law in Serbia, so you're not missing any.
Thank you, Jovana. Tatiana, what can be learned from the Western Balkans?
Actually, I would probably echo what other panelists have said. Definitely, a sheer number of conditionalities is daunting, but they are not equal, and fundamentals are fundamentals for a reason. And I think some things really should not backslide, and we should get it right. And Ukraine has had a problem of backsliding on democracy, and Ukraine has had different periods in the history. But so it's absolutely vital. So if we talk about economic reforms, economic development, I think we should get the fundamentals right. So the rule of law, democracy, freedom of speech, and of course for Ukraine the reform of decentralization, which has been extremely successful, but also for promoting rule of law, freedom of speech and democracy, and something which helped Ukraine withstand in the first days and months of aggression. So I think without this, and this is something that citizens have to fight for, and this and that's where political will could come from, only from the citizens.
Thank you. Vlad,
well, there was a
whoever
fair,
wants to answer.
Fair
Do you
question.
want to answer?
Is there something citizens don't see and Commissioner Vakil is seeing? Actually, yes, it's progress. This is what citizens do not see, the progress in rule of law, because actually we see and feel regression every day. Like I can just, what is in the progress report and the opinion of the parliament. Sava Mala, Krušik, Jovanjica. We have inspectors who caught Jovanjica being under investigation, being arrested. Like, this is not what you do. You have Society of Association of Parents whose kids were killed in road accidents. Like, it's such a big, numerous event that we have association of people whose kids were killed. We breathe the air due to lack of rule of law. We eat fruit that is poisoned, food that you do not know what kind of quality it is. This is the rule of law. So rule of law is not a philosophical category, whatever people might think. It's actually the everyday life. You walk down the Belgrade streets, you see the floors of the lack of rule of law being built every day, left and right. So this is the response to your question. Is there something people in Serbia do not see? Yes, they don't see the rule of law.
Ambassador Župan,
okay, thank you.
Let me return to you.
Obviously, the country reports will detail the assessment of the European Commission on all aspects of enlargement, including the fundamentals. So you just have to wait a few more weeks, because I guess that's around the 8th of November, probably around that date, we will have the report out and we will present it, and I invite everyone to read it very carefully. It's a long document, but I think it's worth reading, particularly for those in this room. In the recent years, we've been working a lot on the justice reform and the implementation of the justice reform, which is a work in progress. And currently, there is certainly a push to work on the media reforms, which is a contentious issue in Serbia, as we know about reading all the papers. We have a very good media strategy that was adopted by the government in agreement with the association. Now the question is how you translate this media strategy into legislation, and this is what is happening at this moment. So we have to wait perhaps a few more weeks to see the results, but certainly it is a topic that takes a lot of my personal time, but the office, the delegation time, working on various aspects of protection of minority, media, justice, and all these issues. We will continue pushing for progress, but of course this is something that the European Union is there to assist, assess, promote, but at the end of the day, the reforms belong to Serbia and to Serbian citizens, and this is where they have to start, as they will belong in its success and failures to Ukraine. And the push for the citizen and the push for the institutions is the one that makes things changing.
Thank you very much to the panelists, especially to those who traveled to be with us today. Thank you very much all for joining us this afternoon. And I think we can give the floor to Sergeant to officially close the conference. No, not yet, sorry.
Not quite yet, but soon enough. Thank you to the final panelist of the final panel. Please be patient for a few more moments, because we are immediately proceeding with the closing of this year's conference. Jelica Minić is going to read an appeal of the Serbian civil society organizations, which is actually today was sent to the international community. Followed by the Bojan Alex and Sergeant Cvijić final remarks.
Dajte mi ruku se popnem. There was just a message, but Madam Tetiana Kovtun, that at the end everything depends on citizens. And this is an appeal. Democratic Serbia is a precondition for a European Western Balkans region. And this scenography reminded me to Edvard Munch's scream with the red sky behind a human being. So take it as a scream from the civil society in Serbia. Serbia and the Western Balkans are yet again at the crossroads. The time has come either to achieve long-term peace and prosperity through the EU integration process, or to once again plunge into the deadly spiral of autocracy and conflict. The normalization of relations between Belgrade and Pristina and the resolution of all outstanding disputes in the region will not be possible without state capture and full renewal of democracy in Serbia. Serbian citizens have been deprived of access to free and independent media. Through a concerted action by media under the direct control of the ruling regime, they have been exposed to a continuous anti-Western and other populist propaganda that has been in total contradiction to the government's declared commitment to the country's EU membership. As a consequence, the citizen support for Serbia's accession to the EU is at its lowest level in the last 10 years, while over 65% of citizens see Russia as the country's greatest friend. Undermining Serbia's constitutional order and the separation of powers established by it, the President of the Republic usurped the powers of the government, the National Assembly, and even the judiciary. Nationalism, corruption, and organized crime have been on a steady rise. Regional relations have got strained. The Kosovo issue has reached an impasse, and Serbia's foreign policy orientation is torn between a mimicry of the EU integration and close ties with Russia. The armed clash in Banjska, in Kosovo, on 24 September, and the reactions from Belgrade that followed have unveiled that the ruling regime is rarely led by the basic commitment to the values and protection of citizen rights, but rather by the officially promoted populist opinion. By supporting the people associated with organized crime who are under the US sanctions and declaring them to be defenders of Serbian interests in Kosovo, Serbia's regime builds destabilizing structures in Kosovo while pretending to be a constructive partner in the dialogue. Its decade-long policy, narratives, and actions have created fertile soil for recent tragic events, thus threatening the security of the whole region. For the last decade, the ruling regime has been a single interlocutor for our European and other international partners. This has been a pragmatic approach to talk to the acting powers in the country, hoping that this will produce positive results. Serbian citizens have been protesting in the streets for over 23 weeks because of the mass shootings that happened on 3rd and 4th of May in Belgrade municipalities, Vračar and Mladenovac, requesting the responsibility for the failure of institutions to prevent these events, and they could, and against the omnipresent state-sponsored violence and control of the media. Despite civil society and media reporting on the attacks, smears, and violence initiated or tolerated by the government officials, most of the EU and international partners remain silent. Today, it has become obvious that the policy of appeasing and cooperating with the ruling regime in Serbia will not bear fruit. For these reasons, we appeal to the European Union, its member states, and other Western partners to, 1, reset the current policy of engaging in transactional deals with the autocratic leader, as it has sacrificed democracy in the region for the sake of achieving short-term stability. 2, ensure the continuation of the negotiations on normalization of Belgrade-Pristina relations, punishment of the perpetrators of crimes, and prevention of nationalist politicians from bringing the Western Balkans to the brink of yet another wave of chaos and destruction. Recognizing that the risk of conflict breaking out in the region, especially in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina, is higher than ever after 1999. We expect the EU and NATO to do everything to preserve peace in the Western Balkans. 3, urgently engage in a structured dialogue with the pro-democratic and pro-EU actors in the country and the region, creating conditions for a democratic renewal and state recapture, both being the preconditions for future EU membership. 4, restrain from introducing general economic and other sanctions that would affect the Serbian population. Such a move would only strengthen the anti-Western narratives promoted by the regime and push Serbia closer to the Russian camp. And 5, support efforts to ensure a level playing field in the recently announced general elections in Serbia in order to enable conducting them as free and fair. Autonomous Women's Center, Belgrade Center for Human Rights, Belgrade Center for Security Policy, Center for Contemporary Policies, CRTA Center for Research, Transparency and Accountability, Civic Initiatives, the International and Security Affairs Center ISAC Fund, European Movement in Serbia, Partners Serbia, Slavko Ćuruvija Foundation, UCOM, Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, Youth Initiative for Human Rights. This is our message, this is our scream. Thank you for the attention.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bojan Elek. I am Deputy Director of Belgrade Center for Security Policy, and I promise I'm the second to last person you will have to stand for the next couple of minutes. I have a very challenging task to try to sum up and reflect upon the discussions that we have had over the past 2.5 days, and the task was made even more difficult by the fact that we at BCSP set a very ambitious goal of trying to start a talk about how to reconstruct the global disorder, while this very order is unraveling before our eyes. Obviously, we did not discover how to build back a better world, but my impression is that we have lived up at least to the task of talking about it and understanding the issues that we need to resolve. Before I continue, I wanted to get some vox populi from the audience. My colleague has a mic, so maybe if somebody from the audience wants to very briefly, 1, 2, 3 sentences, say something, some immediate impressions. How do you feel about the conference? Something that you liked, something that you disliked? If not, I have a planted question. My dear friend and partner, Jovana from UCOM, volunteered to maybe make a short comment, and then I hope somebody else might collect thoughts and briefly reflect about the discussions here.
Maybe you didn't wait enough. Okay, yes, I will be quite brief because I know that it was a long day. It was actually 2, almost 3 long days. I'm very satisfied with the entire event. I think with every year we get more and more serious program and even better, if it's possible, speakers and panelists. I think the added value of this year event would be this comprehensive approach to the security issues that have suddenly, unfortunately, become a very present everyday things that we need to discuss. The additional thing that I liked a lot is that there was no specific panel on Kosovo issues, but yet again we managed to speak of the current crisis and issues in several panels. And of course, my favorite aspect of security would be the human security panels that we had the chance to follow during the event. So this would be my reflections. I'm hoping that there will be more, but here is for opening the floor.
Thank you. Anybody else maybe? No? That is fine also. I understand it's a very long day. So I just wanted to, obviously this is not a comprehensive overview of what we have been discussing, but just very briefly, starting from the first day, I think it kicked off the conference in a very good manner because I've never seen more hands at a panel. We discussed about the Ukraine and the allies, how to keep the solidarity and how to get ahead when we have the situation now that the support to Ukraine has plateaued. What was one of the conclusions of the first panel. We talked about how can a divided UN Security Council still fulfill its mandate, and whether there is a hope regarding the work of the UN Security Council, how it can be enhanced. We went to talk on about the European political community and what this platform actually is, and I think one panelist aptly described it as trying to construct an airplane while we are flying it, and it is maybe too ambitiously called a community since it gathers various not so like-minded actors that are supposed to come together and make decisions. We obviously talked about Western Balkans and the common approach to regional instability. And when we talk about the Western Balkans, those who haven't had enough of talks about high tensions and instability first cast the stone. We had a lot of win-win, zero-sum, powder keg metaphors and talked about how to get the Western Balkans on the right side, including at the last panel. We talked about the philanthropy. And in this global disorder, it appears that the ship we are on is sinking. Philanthropists are those who you see first running around trying to plug the holes while trying to prevent also the most underprivileged from drowning. And obviously with the increasing numbers of crises, it becomes important simply to find additional courage to keep going on, but also to try and find better ways and think how to do it better. One of my favorite topics, steady capture, or when the institutions not only fail to do their job, but they are actively used to shut down dissenting views. And we talked about how to get out of that mess. We gathered experience from around the world, South Africa, North Macedonia, wider Europe, and tried to find solutions to get back on the democratic path. And this last appeal was one way also how we think that we are contributing to this goal. We talked about unmasking election meddlers, and about the techniques that tend to disrupt democratic processes, and explored the vulnerabilities to election manipulation. We had excellent speakers from Romania, from Ukraine, from Serbia, and in Serbia this is particularly important because we have snap elections coming in December. We talked about the challenges the human rights defenders face in their work. Slap lawsuits, physical attacks, also an issue very relevant for Serbia but wider Europe. Today, we started with discussing the legacy of the Good Friday Agreement. It's a 25th anniversary, and this is the agreement that brought lasting peace and prosperity to Northern Ireland. Any similarity with our region, obviously, is a pure coincidental and unintentional, although it might serve as some food for thought for our decision makers. We talked about the transatlantic alliance and partnership. Obviously, this means talking about NATO and whether this transatlantic alliance can be more, whether it is more transactional or value-based, but as always, it depends that a lot of things depend on the outcome of the US elections, because as always, European security depends on the fellow Americans. We talked about the Zeitenwende and the U-turn in the German politics. Nobody predicted, especially how the internal political situation in Germany, its policy towards the war in Ukraine, decoupling from Russia. We talked about feminist foreign policy. The main point is that that I got from the panel was that you cannot have feminist foreign policy if your other policies are also not feminist. It doesn't work like that, but it seems that we in the Western Balkans have a leg up because of our non-aligned movement experience and the Yugoslav experience. We talked about the green energy transition. We talked about the cyber diplomacy for cybersecurity, Funny enough, internet or Twitter went down for 15 minutes during this panel. It is Friday the 13th, so if this is the worst thing that happened, let it be. And then we ended up with this very great panel on 20 years from Thessaloniki summit. You just attended it, so I don't need to sum it up. But I hope that maybe very soon we will reset this counter, stop counting down from years missed, and then maybe start counting from years that we actually are fully fledged members of the EU. And lastly, I have to mention the Lighthouse Award, which was awarded on the first day of the conference, and it was presented to Mr. Aleksandar Obradović, who exposed high-level corruption in a Serbian state-owned arms manufacturer and who had suffered gravely as a consequence of his actions. We learned from him that it is important to stay to one's values, and we hope that, like himself, we all can follow his path. And with this, I bid you farewell, and I invite my dear colleague, Srđan Cvijić, to officially close the conference. Srđan, please.
Hvala, Bojane, but in English. So we made it. We made it in other countries more democratic than ours. Government ministries, governments value the importance of events such as the Belgrade Security Conference and take part in them. In some countries, they even value them so much that they want to fund them without pretending to influence the program and the discussions and use them as their uncontested political platform. When we make BSc leaders events, half-day offshoots of our conference around the region, we have presidents, prime ministers take part in these debates. They take part in these debates with critical voices. And you know what? But nobody died in these panels. Actually, they happened. They were civilized debates. And this is how it goes. Not here, unfortunately. Here in Serbia, not only did ministers, save one honorable example, boycott our events, but the regime even actively tries to make our job more difficult. Remembering last year when the deputy PM of Kosovo was prevented from coming to Belgrade. Sadly, it has become some sort of a tradition that at the closing panel of our conference, one of the speakers has to appear online because he or she is prevented from coming to Belgrade. We hope it will not be like this next year. So we made it despite all odds. And we made it thanks to our donors, first of all. Thanks to the Balkan Trust for Democracy of the German Marshall Fund. Thank you. We made it thanks to the Embassy of Switzerland, thanks to the Embassy of Slovenia, to the Heinrich Bell Foundation, to the Friedrich Hebert Foundation, to the USAID, to the International Republican Institute, to the Embassy of the United Kingdom in Belgrade, to UK Aid, to the Embassy of Netherlands, to the National Endowment for Democracy, to the delegation of the European Union, and to Amnesty International. I want to thank our media partners from the European Western Balkans, Nemanja Stiplja, Todorović. From next year, we'll be making the Belgrade Security Conference together with them as our strategic partner. To N1, Nova S, Nova Ekonomija, NIN, Beta, Fonet, Vijesti from Montenegro, Telma from North Macedonia, and Federalna TV from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I want to thank also all the panelists and moderators of the conference. You were all really great. I want to thank our partners from the civil society, CRTA, UKOM, ECFR, for the great panels we organized together. And I want to thank also the members of our International Advisory Committee of the Belgrade Center for Security Policy who contributed so much, not only to the conception of this year's conference, but also took part in many panels. I want to thank Milica Delević, Vesela Černeva, Phil Rieker, members of our newly established Belgrade Security Conference Advisory Council, and to our partners from the Geneva Center for Security Policy. The BCS was a huge success. Apart from the increased quality of the panels, diversity of the debates, with respect to last year when we had a little bit more than 50 speakers, this year we had more than 80. Last year we had about 275 live participants. This year we had more than 500. I can continue with the numbers, but I want to tell you of another number and to reveal you the biggest secret of the Belgrade Security Conference. In other conferences such as ours in Europe, there are dozens of people preparing such big events all year round. In the BCSP, we're a handful preparing this. And I want to thank a small and dedicated team worth 1,000 women and men. So first of all, to our researcher, Ivan Ranković, thanks to whom nothing of this will be possible. She's the heart and soul of this conference. If you wake her up at night, she could tell you everything about every panel and panelist of the conference. I want to thank Jelena Jovanović, our office manager, who not only made sure everything here looks like it does, who brought all the speakers to Belgrade and back home. And when she was bringing them to Belgrade, if their baggage was lost on the way, she provided all sorts of help. So, for example, we got shoes for one of the panelists to be able to come to the stage, not in slippers, but in proper shoes. I want to thank Marko Drajić, who makes sure that everything here runs as a clock and brings great spirit to our work. I want to thank Miona Blagojević, who was not only responsible to all media requests during the conference, but also took an active part in everything else in the artistic creation of the documentary dedicated to Milovan Milovanović that we screened at the beginning of the conference. I want to thank Igor Bandović, director of the BCSP, who flew around Europe relentlessly to make sure that we get all the funds and the best speakers for our conference. I want to thank our deputy director, Bojan Elek, who made sure that all other activities of our think tank run as a clock in parallel to the conference, and who made such a masterful wrap-up of everything that we discussed here today. I want to thank Gorana Pebić for running this year's first edition of the BCS Young Leaders, parallel event to our conference. Such a shame you could not all see it because it was in another location. I want to thank our top researchers, Jelena Pejić and Srđan Hercigonja, for stellar participation at 2 panels of the Belgrade Security Conference. I want to thank all other colleagues, Isidora, Miloš, Milica, Peđa, Maja, Vuk, Luka, Victoria, Daria, Dragana, Đorđe, Mateja. Our stagiaires, Anja, Masha, Milica, Nikola, Alexander. I want to thank Brada and his incredible team from Atomic, Ultramarine and Deki, our technical partner, and our makeup artist, Jelena, who is not here, but who made sure that we all look pretty and a little bit less tired at the stage. And our lead photographer, Ivan, and his team, who memorized all of this. Last, but certainly not the least, I want to thank all the clever minds from the public who posed all the pertinent and provocative questions during the conference. Finally, we are looking forward to next year. BCS 2024 will be bigger, more interesting, and I hope we'll have the ministers with us next year around. Our door remains open to them always. Thank you very much. To je to. Thank you.